Please judge your cause, please.
Have you been sworn in?
No, sir.
All right, raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear testimony about to give the truthful, none of the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, I see you over there.
CPU, Your Honor. You see on view.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Detective Sergeant Larry McGurdy.
And can you spell your first and last name for us, please?
His name is Larry, L-A-R-R-Y, McGarvey, M-C-G-A-R-V-Y.
And are you currently employed?
Yes,
Where are you employed?
the Ross County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed there?
I've been there for 2 months.
Prior to that, where were you employed?
Fayette County Sheriff's Office.
And in your role at the Fayette County Sheriff's Office and the Ross County Sheriff's Office, were you assigned to a particular place?
I am the U.S. 23 Major Crimes Task Force.
And what are your job responsibilities in your work with the task force?
My job is work as an undercover officer, to run cases, major crimes, drugs, thefts, things like that.
And how long have you been assigned to the 23 Major Crimes Task Force?
22 years.
Now, as part of your job responsibilities with the U.S. 23 Major Crimes Task Force, do you sometimes assist other county agencies, such as the Highland County Task Force?
Yes.
We've got him overall.
Have you, do you know Investigator Randy Sanders?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Have you assisted Investigator Randy Sanders in drug investigations in Highland County?
Yes, so
Were you assisting him on October 9th of 2020?
I was.
And what was your role that day?
That day, my role was as an undercover officer.
Just take us to that day and tell us what happened.
On that particular day, I met with several detectives from Highland County and a reliable confidential woman. I was briefed that we were to purchase 14 grams of methamphetamine from a gentleman named Steve Devo, and that at that time they thought that Devo was getting his narcotics from a gentleman named Wes Howard. I drove the informant to 406 Johnson Street, where we waited for Devo to show up.
And you're saying informant, are you referring to MJ Baldwin?
Yes, yes.
And once you arrived at on Johnson Street at that location, what happened?
We waited. We received a phone call from Mr. Devo. He was trying to work out the amount of money that he was going to have to pay him. And there were several contacts, and I waited there for quite a long time. But eventually he did agree on a price of $675, and we agreed to that.
Did once the price was agreed to, did someone show up at the location where you were?
Yes.
And what showed up?
There was a larger gray colored car showed up. I personally had never seen that type of car before. Wasn't real sure at the time what it was. But this car showed up, and Mr. Devo got out of the passenger side, walked around in front of that car to the passenger side of mine, where the informant was sitting. He approached the informant, looked in the window. I pulled money out of my pocket. I didn't have any smaller bills, so I gave him $680. I gave it to the informant. He gave the money to Mr. Devo, and Mr. Devo dropped a bag of suspected methamphetamine on the lap of the informant, which I then grabbed my pocket.
When Mr. Devo was standing at your vehicle, was there a discussion about the weight of the substance?
There was. He asked me if I wanted to weigh it. I told him that I didn't have a set of scales. Then back to the driver of the vehicle, asked me if they had a set of scales. They said no. He then asked me if I wanted to go to his house and weigh it, and I declined. And the foreman asked me if I had counted money. I said yes, there's $680 there. Mr. Debo asked me if I wanted $5 change, and I told him to just
May I approach the witness?
Okay.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 109 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I did.
And what is that?
This is the vehicle that Amy Johnson.
And it State's Exhibit 110. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the same vehicle. It's a closer photo of the rear, showing the license plate cover, which is very dark. So I couldn't get the license number from it there.
Is the vehicle in State's Exhibit 109 and 110 the vehicle that you saw deliver the Steve Debo and the meth on
Yes.
October 9th?
I'm sorry, yes. Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Okay.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 92 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the evidence bag containing the plastic bag and the suspected defendant from that list.
On October 9th of 2020, were either you or MJ wearing gloves?
No.
No further questions.
Morning, Russ.
Just briefly on. To Detective McGarvey, Officer McGarvey, Detective McGarvey. Detective McGarvey, your testimony concerned an undercover purchase on October 10th, correct? That's what we were talking about, the one with Steve Debo?
I believe it's October 9th.
Oh, it could be October 9th, it might be my mistake. So, in this, you were brought into this investigation by Detective Sanders, correct?
Correct.
And the focus of this investigation was obviously purchase drugs. Was your understanding that it was focused on Wesley Howard, is that correct?
At the briefing, I was told that we would be purchasing from Steve Debo, and that detectives here understood that he was getting this stuff from.
So that was their belief, that's what they were trying to, in theory, show in that undercover buy, correct?
I could say that that was the
Okay.
goal.
And again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Now, you were, I guess, would be undercover with a MJ Baldwin, the CI at the time, correct?
Correct.
And the conversations about the drug, how much it would cost, how much you were going to buy, that all went through a Steve Debo, correct?
Correct.
There was no conversations with a Wesley Howard, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
In fact, you never saw Wesley Howard at the drug transaction, correct?
That's I couldn't see who was in the record.
Now, this was recorded, correct?
It was.
And in this recording, you hear a conversation between Steve Debo and the people in the vehicle being you and MJ Baldwin, correct?
Correct.
You remember there's a conversation, more or less like a math lesson, about how much drugs you're going to buy and how much it's going to cost, correct?
Correct.
In this conversation, on the phone, specifically with Steve Debo, correct?
That's
And in this conversation, you don't hear anyone else on the phone, correct?
I did not.
You don't hear Mr. Debo say, well, let me go check with any about the price, correct?
Correct.
In fact, he said that he would do it for, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, $675.
That is correct.
No, let me talk to my guy, or let me talk to Mr. Howard or Mr. Hertzer even about that price, correct?
Correct.
And so, absent this vehicle that you saw, there's no other information related to a Mr. Howard that we could surmise from this drug transaction, correct?
Not from my point.
Okay. You didn't see anyone, well, obviously somebody was driving the car, but you didn't see who was driving.
Correct, because I did not see him.
And is it fair enough to say that Mr. Hertzer was nowhere near involved in this drug transaction to your knowledge, correct?
To my knowledge.
I've got no further question.
No question, John. Please, right?
Detective McGarvey, could you see the driver of the vehicle?
I could.
Was there a conversation between yourself, MJ, Steve Debo, and the driver of the vehicle?
Yes.
What was that conversation about?
Mr. Debo was asking the driver if he had a set of scales, so we could wait.
When he asked him that, was Steve Debo still at your car?
Yes.
So he's yelling back to the driver.
Yes.
And the driver, apparently either the door was open or the window was down because he yelled back.
Correct. I believe the window was cracked.
Okay. Do you know the conversation on the phone that Mr. Mormon spoke about with Mr. Debo and the price? Do you know who was with Mr. Debo?
I do not.
So you don't know who was standing beside him?
No.
Was his phone on speakerphone?
Not.
Okay. You don't have any idea? No further questions.
All right, thank you. Next witness.
Rebecca Sally.
Will you swear in the clerk's office?
No, they're opposed.
Raise your hand, please. You solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, not but the truth, so help you God. That's right there, please. And you will slide that microphone on that board over to the left. Make more.
Please state your name for the record.
Rebecca Sally,
And can you spell your first and last name?
REBCPA,
Ms. South, have you been convicted of a felony within the past 10 years?
No,
Have you been convicted of a crime involving dishonesty?
no.
Taking you back to 2020, were you using methamphetamine?
Yeah, here and there.
Are you using drugs now?
No.
How did you get clean? How did you get off the drugs?
I pretty much just disappeared off social media and went home and, with my kids and take them home again and done everything.
How long have you been clean?
Roughly 18 years, about 2 years.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
In 2020, let's go back to 2020, were you introduced to Investigator Sanders and Detective Butler?
I was.
And what was the purpose of meeting with them?
To help out my husband, who's got outside, to pretty much a CI,
And what did you understand that you would be doing as a CI?
buying drugs from people undercover.
And when you met with Investigator Sanders, do you recall signing up as a CI?
Yes.
And when you met with him, did he go through the steps of what would take place before you would go buy drugs?
Yes.
And what were those steps? What happened?
We would decide when we place, we would search, the vehicle would be searched. They would go over, the recordings and everything, and give us the money and all that.
He gave you an audio recorder or a video recorder?
Yes.
And after a deal would take place, take us through what would happen.
After a deal would take place, we would meet back up. We would hand over everything, the video, the recording, the audio, the drugs, if there was any money left over. We would then make the search, and the car would be searched.
Now, did Investigator Sanders follow that exact routine each time you did a drug deal? Now, when you were doing these deals, were you acting, playing a role?
Yes.
Were you paid for your work with Investigator Sanders?
I was.
Are you being paid for your testimony today?
No.
When you worked for Investigator Sanders, were you aware that he was listening to everything that you were saying?
Yes.
Because he was listening and recording, did he give you some sort of instructions about anything?
Yes. They just said not to really talk about personal lifestyle and all that because they're doing this on a daily basis, you know.
Now, when you did these deals, who decided where to meet for the deals?
Mostly the people we were buying off of, sometimes it would be us.
Do you know Christopher Hertzler?
Yes.
And did you set up deals with Christopher Hertzler?
Yes.
And at any point, did you instruct Christopher Hertzler to have his children with him in his home?
No.
Let's go back to November the 1st of 2020. Did you set up a deal with someone?
Yes.
And who did you set up a deal with?
Wesley Howard.
How did you know Wesley?
I knew him from school.
Do you see Wesley Howard in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the court? What color shirt is he wearing?
Black.
Please let the record reflect the witness identified Wesley Howard.
Forward.
How did you set that deal up?
I got in contact with him and asked him if he had anything. He said he did, and he agreed with me.
How did you get into contact with them?
Through my phone, text messages.
May I approach the witness?
Okay.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 46 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a picture of my phone with Wesley Howard photos.
Next, I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 47. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
Messages with Wesley Howard.
Okay, and there are two different colored messages there. Can you tell me who is who?
I'm the green and he's the black.
And what are you saying to him in these messages?
I'm just asking him pretty much that if he has anything on him, then he can meet me.
And State's Exhibit 48. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
More messages than Wesley Howard.
And again, who is who?
I'm the green and he's the black.
And what are you asking him for there?
I had asked him for a ball of men.
What's a ball of meth?
An a-hole.
An a-hole? An a-hole. Are you referring to, what are you referring to when you say a-hole?
Like a certain amount of it.
And State's Exhibit 49, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's more messages.
And again, are you agreeing? And what's going on in that conversation?
We're deciding on a place to meet, and we decide to go to Kroger's.
Who says Kroger?
Wesley goes,
So he tells you to come to Kroger?
yes,
State's Exhibit 119, do you recognize that?
yes, this is, the Facebook, Wesley numbers.
And were you messaging him through that?
Yes,
State's Exhibit 120, do you recognize that?
yes,
And what is that?
that's the Facebook message.
And again, there are two different colors. Who is who?
I'm blue, he's the black.
And State's Exhibit 121, do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
that's more messages, one Facebook messenger.
And again, are you in the blue?
Yes,
In that conversation, what are you guys talking about?
he asked me where I was at, and I was letting him know that I only had $180. And pretty much deciding on where to meet at that point, so because it was back and forth between messages and messenger.
Okay. Are State's Exhibit 46 through 49 and 119 through 121 true and accurate depictions of your phone as they appeared on November the 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Now, prior to going to Kroger, did you meet with investigator Sanders and Detective Brian Butler?
Yes.
And did you go through the pre-deal process that you talked about a moment ago?
Yes.
Were you searched?
Yes.
Was your vehicle searched?
Yes.
Were you given an audio and video recorder? And were you given money?
Yes.
Did you go to Kroger?
Yes.
And what happened when you arrived there?
I let him know that I was in the back parking lot, and then he messaged me and told me that he was on the other side of that parking lot, and I was like, okay, I see there's a board over there, parked next to his car.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State Exhibit 50 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the car that he's been having.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of his vehicle as it appeared that night?
Yes.
What did you notice anything about that car?
Yeah, the windows were really dark, I couldn't see him at all. It was a super nice car, and I thought it was good. You just didn't see through the windows.
What about the license plate? Did you notice anything about that?
Maybe most of it.
So, did at some point your car and his car next to each other?
Yes.
What happened then?
I pulled up next to his car, rolled down windows, chit-chatted for a minute, and then I went and got in his car with him.
Now, did you have an audio recorder with you during this deal?
Yes.
And after the deal, did you turn that over to someone?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been identified as State Exhibit 90 or 62 for identification purposes. Have you had the opportunity to review that recording?
I have.
Is that a true and accurate recording of what occurred that night?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 62 and publish the same.
Okay, first one more, Your Honor.
Right, the exhibit is admitted that it can be published.
Your Honor, we have permission for the witness to be positioned somewhere that she can see the video. We're going to be stopping it.
Sure. This letter signed, Officer Sanders. She was there, person now.
Well, however you guys said it, I'm not sure if that's what you're
Check.
rearranged.
Another mic. We can try this one again and see if it squeals.
Mine, I can talk about.
Yeah.
Actually, are you going to be at the lectern?
No, I'll move.
Or you can move your flat mic over there if you want. You want to ask the jurors if they can see?
It's just audio.
It's just an audio.
Okay.
I'm ready, I'm sorry.
Hello. Hey, I'm here. From the back of the parking lot, over here on the, not the drive-through side, but the other side, and a greenish looking Ford Fusion. Sorry. Right. Okay, yeah, okay. I see you. Alright. Damn. that? You want some first? I like it. Really? I like it. That is slick as fuck. Where do you work? I know you gotta work to have something like that. I'm paying on this bitch. This fucking ugly. Just I hate it. Got these on rentals, motherfucker. Ghetto as fuck, huh? I got things with a see, but you can see me. Yeah. Nothing. Can't see you. That's a nigger scar. Hey. It is. That's the windows. Okay, I like it. I'm gonna need to borrow that car one day. What, mine? It does. I stayed like you're fucking. Stayed like you're fucking undercover rolling up the road. I'm kidding. No, I wasn't paying no goddamn attention. Hello? Am I getting in your car when we come over there? Which way do you go? That's right here, motherfucker. Let's get things spoken. You sure? Who's your hair? This is not a beater. This is not a beater. Your car, that's a fucking beater. Look at my car. I know. This ain't no goddamn beater. I'm sorry, but yeah, that's okay. You still don't? You don't want it? I'm peer pressure the fuck out of you right now. My kid's got COVID, dude. I'm not supposed. No, I haven't seen him yet. I'm not supposed to see him. I'm sneaking to see him because, like, it's my 4-year-old, Leslie. That's my fucking baby, dude. I don't give a fuck what Children's Services has to say. I'm going to see my child, and then I'm going to quarantine myself for a little bit. My mom has my kids. They start animals, you know. Please don't say anything. That's my baby, you know what I mean? Dude, I can't. If he gets super deadly sick, like, I like to do mental friendly. How much do you want? Yeah, monthly 7 bucks fever, 102.6. I don't give a fuck. That's my baby. I'm running to it, dude. Like any normal fucking parent would, right? My mom went to, this is all I have, 180. This is all I got. Do you want 50? 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 20. I'm not giving you 150 because I ain't got change. Oh, there's 320. That's 160.
Ms. South, at this point, can you just tell us briefly what's happened, what just happened?
We were pretty much doing the deal. I gave him the money for the drugs.
Is that what you were just counting?
Yes.
You better be good shit. So I'm being quarantined for a minute, dude. Like a fucking 7 days quarantine. Huh? I quit doing it to try to get my kids back. And I'm thinking, and I don't know, I've been stressed, like, I can't, I can't help it. Like, I'm addicted to it. Leslie, I can't help it. Don't judge me. The people are good fucking, yeah. Really? Buy me one.
Okay, what were you and Leslie speaking about?
That's pretty much the drugs, and that's how he bought his car, was with drug money.
Did you say something to him about judging you?
Yeah, I told him not to judge me because I was addicted.
And what did he say?
He said he wasn't judging, that he was the one selling it.
Oh my goodness. I do like it. So shit. shit, you gotta put one of that? It's like fucking Iron Man part, but like super size. I like it. So you live alone? No. What's that going to see you? What do you do? Huh? That's alright. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Yeah. Mine goes all crazy. Mine goes all crazy. Like, why back when she was needle? Why back? Devin? Devin got me on needle too. Well back, but I'm used to a few times. I can't do it myself up here. I'm stupid, I know. Yeah. So, that's a squire in the That's gonna do that page. Order the option later. Well, it's fast track, but it's big fast, like bigfast.com. Yeah, option place. About a big ass thing in their head for $2 a few for your Halloween shit. Did you know my mom? I don't know your mom. You don't know my mom? Dude, she pictures of a storm she came from her high. Your father. I know, but I don't see my kids. Like, I actually can't. No. I did some way earlier today. I need to know out for their moms, you know?
Now, at that point, what have the two of you been discussing?
Just talking about his car with the radio, and then he was asking me if I wanted to do a line with him.
What's a line?
Like just a line was.
And what do you say in response to him?
I tell him I can't because I tell my mom's, and my mom will know.
But yeah. Why? That's so sketchy. Cover why? Leave it alone. Okay, well I see why not hold them. You do that in there.
But if they got on the scanner and like say something, I can say it. I don't say we're going to whatever. Like, think it's a good. Yeah, we can whip it.
Whip it. Yeah. Crazy. I don't think I've ever seen your hair this long.
What's wrong?
Long.
So, you.
I thought it was LinkedIn. I'm getting my names there, dude. So much shit got behind.
You can
You know what I mean? So I got my own place to go, so I can get my own place again. Like, it's on my way to move out. So I like so much, there's no way I'm gonna get caught up. And they're gonna take my ass. You know what I mean? That's stressful. Yeah. You ain't fucking kidding. Kids got corona. Kids got corona. It's not funny. I'm actually highly upset about it. There's a teacher fucking Lily. Once she got on ball and he was exposed to it, right? And I'm like, great. I hope it was one of the staff, not one of the kids that's touching the toys like he was, right? Turns out it was one of the staff. It was this fucking teacher. I'm like, if you're sick, why would you even go into work? Because it's Highland County and I'm fucking. Yeah, so he's exposed to his teacher. She has COVID, and he's sick. Yeah. Yeah.
You would.
I'm not the computer. He's gonna show it.
I'm serious.
I keep forgetting people can't see it right now. Can you see me?
It don't seem to, does it?
It doesn't. From the inside, it doesn't.
It's like this one talking to the girl, and he's like, his eye is on her. And he's like, so the window, he's like, so the window, that's your grandma, and he's like, leans in here, tell the window, she needs to do something about these windows.
You can tell the window. I guess I turned my lights in, boy. Can I touch everything? I just want to. I haven't.
What was the discussion that you just had about the window tint?
He was telling me that he got pulled over because of the window tint on the car, and that the car was in his grandma's name. So they were telling him that he needed to tell his grandma to change the tint on the car.
You don't know that. I'm exposed to that shelf. I'm getting ready to be exposed to it. You know? That's a scary thing. I got my corona mask and everything ready to go, boy. Hand sanitizer. What, for us?
Yeah.
You don't know about it? It's a sickness going around, but it's what it is. If I get it, I have asthma. It'll probably kill me. But we're trying for it.
I'm not saying that it's not worth it, I'm just saying that.
I have asthma. It affects your lungs. Yeah, boy. Hey, I'm super sober right now. I got this. That's what I'm saying. I'm super sober right now. I got this. Just here. I'm not going to do this out of line. I'm just got crazy.
I'm not saying like give it to him. I'm saying like it makes hard.
Really? I don't know. And I think you come down off of it. Like, shit, dude.
I mean, I don't can't really say that. I'll take out the next one. So, I'll take out the next one.
What were you and Wesley just discussing?
How meth makes you feel pretty much when you come down off of it.
And what was his responses to that?
That he doesn't come down off of it.
You know, like I said,
Oh my God.
they're still not being good about them.
I'm not doing that thing. But they go here. Boy. What is this? That's what? Oh. That's not good, boy. Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Rebecca, what has just happened in the car?
He started a line and then asked me again if I was sure if I was getting 1-1 or 1-1. I said, no, I'm good.
What did he use to snort a line?
A dollar bill.
You're crazy. Alright. I'm gonna have to get ready to go. I'm gonna go see 1:30. Well, is that the real time?
Oh, no, I didn't set that back.
Okay.
I didn't set that back yet, 7 or 7.
Okay. Yeah, so that's what I can almost put today.
Yeah. There's my name, what you're looking. So I'm looking for. Maybe you're looking. What are you looking for?
What, how soon did I do? What what is it called? I can't see the name. So I have a stick and I'm gonna get more trees. What they got down there? Is it?
Get off.
Yeah, you.
I'm gonna step out.
Those ones are hard to put stuff on now.
It's more like a cigarette.
Yeah. No, it's hard to stuff.
What are you guys doing at this point? What are you talking about?
The vape, I hit his vape and maybe coughed and all that.
You be careful. I just want me to get it. What? I'll see you later. We gotta go. Hey, wait. JFW 9731. That's the license plate number. Isn't that white Ford or whatever? Tinted windows? Yeah, I'm gonna take the roundabout because he thinks I'm headed to Lynchburg. I'm at the light, and next to Advance.
Now, whose voices did we hear in that audio?
I'm in Wesley Arms.
And do you see the Wesley Howard that was with you in the car in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you tell the court what he's wearing?
Not sure.
Please let the record reflect the witness identify the defendant, Howard. Good. Ms. South, were you high during that deal?
No.
You told Wesley that you did a line earlier that day.
Yeah, I was just acting.
Can I hand you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 52 for identification purposes? Do you recognize that?
Yes, Chevron, that's a bill that application after you started one.
And it says Exhibit 53. Do you recognize that? So how do you know that this is the dollar bill that you snorted the line from?
Because after he sorted the line, he handed it to me.
Is there something distinct about this dollar bill?
Yes, it has the line all the way across, like a quarter like taco.
Now, did you have a bag of what you assumed was meth when you left there?
Yes.
And what did you do with that?
I put it down in the center console and got in touch with it and put it on a new spot.
Did you turn it over to law enforcement?
I did.
And when you got out of the car, you read off a license plate to Randy. Where'd you get that license plate number?
Off of the white car.
The white car that Mr. Howard was in?
Was his image, yes.
Now, after you left Kroger, what happened? Where did you go? You don't have to tell us specifically, but.
Right, well, I went and met back up with, Detective Frankie Sanders, and we went right through all the process of being searched and handing everything over and all that.
Taking you forward to November the 6th of 2020, were you again working with Detective Butler and Investigator Sanders that day?
I was,
And were you also, was Skylar also with you that day? And did you make arrangements to purchase meth that day? And how did you do that?
My husband did it, he got in touch with, Cheyenne, and she didn't have anything, so then she sent us the first about it, which was the production.
Okay. And what was the plan for that day?
We were supposed to go to his house and so we did.
Did you meet with Investigator Sanders and Detective Butler prior to going to Mr. Hertzler's house?
We did.
And did you go through the process of being searched and those things? Was your car also searched?
It was.
And were you given an audio and video recorder?
Yes.
And how did you get to the location where you were directed to go to?
We drove there.
Did you have an audio and video recorder when you went into that house?
Yes.
Have you had the when you left the house? Did you give your audio and video recorder to Investigator Sanders?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked and identified as State Exhibit 65 as the recording from that deal. Have you had the opportunity to review that?
I have.
And who is on that?
Me, and customer.
At this time, we would move to admit and publish State Exhibit 65.
Objection, I think we approach.
All right, admitted, published.
Ms. Al, trying to share. Who did we, who we just heard speaking?
Me and Christopher Hudson.
And what was the discussion?
I just told him nice shoes. He said appreciate it.
Did he say anything else about anybody coming?
I think he said I couldn't quite hear it clearly, so I'm very unsure about that.
Okay.
No, I can't. I don't know. I can't. I don't remember this. Yeah.
Oh, I'm trying to figure that out. I wanted to do that yesterday, but I got a little something.
Who is that was speaking?
Christopher Hudson.
And what is he saying?
That he's got a little something, but it isn't what we want.
Nothing wrong with it.
What is the conversation that's taking place there?
Christopher Hertzler and my husband Skylar talking about, Skylar, how he does it. He said it's no kid's heartache. And it's not the way.
Well, you take the other way. I'm holding this, I had it hanging on the wall.
That's cool. I love decorations.
I think it's nine, I think it's a wood. I'm sorry. And I think some of them wood. Like grayish.
Yeah. Looks good.
Before, yeah, it was a lot bigger, I had it hanging on the wall, and my wife went back on the wall, and I got the stuff, and it broke it. And I put it back together, I made it smaller, so it's like 54.
Yeah, that sounds like
You don't want to you think?
sounds like yeah.
That's what we can double that. Yeah, I usually have it on them, but I just, yeah.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
That's good. You should write it down like this. That's kind of what you want.
I mean, yeah, really put that on the line. How much time I'll give you?
Right, something really detailed,
I gotta put that in
obviously.
like 3 hours. I'll probably start from
Yeah.
I won't get the hours.
Yeah.
I guess I could have put it in the car. Alright. Okay. Yeah, Monday. Yeah. I'm going out and I think before my house.
Is our car off far?
Oh, yeah, I take full of food further. You know, they don't have to. You know, for the, my time is just for it. My time is so cut.
Yeah.
Christopher Hertzler asked, you and Skylar for anything?
Money,
And what's going on here? Why are you back outside, or why is somebody back outside?
because we had to move the car up so his guy could pull in.
That'd be nice, Thursday. Yeah. Probably much better in Ohio,
Because I came here, so this time we fucking struggling down there.
Really? The Texas is nice, though, you know, anything that can lock.
What is the 2 TV screens that we're seeing?
One was just the regular TV playing cartoons, and the other one was video recording all over his house, like surveillance cameras.
I like whatever.
What does, Mr. Hertzler just said?
He asked if we had the money,
Why does he need the money then?
because his guy pulled it.
But just prior to this, you can see something black in the video. What is that?
That's, Rusty Howard's car pulling into the driveway.
No, in the video, you see something black just prior to, you rewind just a little bit. The black there on the side.
I see. Yeah, that's another room in the house with a curtain on the door.
And could you see anything, around the curtain or on in that room?
Yes, we could see, seat nine at the bottom. And, it was moving and stuff, so obviously there was people behind it.
At some point, did you see another person?
Yes, there was a younger boy that came out at some point from behind the curtain into the living room.
Now, who is Skylar talking to at that point?
He's talking to the younger boy that walked from behind the curtain.
Where is Hertzler at this time?
He is outside getting the dope from his guy.
And what is Skylar asking?
If we're allowed to smoke a cigarette in the house.
Now, what's just happened?
Christopher Hertzog just came back in with her.
Rebecca, during that deal, did you and Skylar do wine meth?
We did,
And why did you do that?
because we were really nervous, we never went to bed before that. It just, really nerve-wracking, kind of scary.
Who suggested that you do a wine meth?
So the first one,
You push that.
Christopher,
Just prior to Mr. Hirschler going outside in the video, what does he say?
what is it?
What did he, just prior to Mr. Hirschler going outside during the deal, what did he say to you and Skylar?
I don't remember.
Who's a person's dude in the drug world?
It's like the guy that they did their drugs off of.
When Chris Hirschler went outside, were you able to see the driveway?
Yes.
How were you able to?
Monitor,
I'm sorry.
on the monitor up top.
And did you see a vehicle in the driveway?
We did.
Did you recognize that vehicle?
I did.
How did you recognize it?
It was, the same car that I met Wesley Howard.
Gonna hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 50 for identification purposes. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the same car that pulled in the driveway that day. And the same car that I met Wesley Howard in.
When you say you met Wesley Howard, are you referring to the November 1st deal
Yes.
at Kroger?
Yes.
Now, after you and Skylar leave the house, what do you do?
We had gotten in contact with Detective Frank Sanders, decided on a meeting spot, and everything over, went through the process, getting searched and all that, and go from there.
Your Honor, we approach.
Okay, I normally don't like to stop in the middle of testimony, but it'll be a while longer than we should. We played said that, jurors need to get a break because the line will absorb the seat of the door. And, here I found that out. And also, as I got older, personal pleas too. So, we're gonna take a 15-minute break. So, I'm sure I will be back, seats, please, at 9:50.
Please rise.
Right, back there, little information.
Ms. South, on November the 12th of 2020, did you again assist with a drug deal?
Yes.
And who is this deal with?
That's where folks are,
And how was this deal set up?
through text message.
Going to hand you what's previously been marked as State Exhibit 28 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a picture of my phone, insert service number.
And State Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is messages between me and Skylar.
And who is who?
The green is me, Skylar, and the black is the first.
And 30?
This is one,
31?
and one is this, and
32?
and one messages,
And 33.
and this one messages as well.
And our State Exhibit 28 through 33 true and accurate depictions of your phone as they appeared that day?
Yes.
Go back to the State Exhibit 31. You mentioned a pin. What are you talking about?
You can send somebody a pin and they can tap on it to see your location, but pretty much to follow to where that's at.
And who sent you the pin?
That's the first one.
So were you driving that night?
I was.
And did you drive to the location of the pin?
Yes.
And what did you find there when you arrived there?
We was in the middle of nowhere at a stop sign.
So you were at a stop sign?
Yes.
Getting hand you what's previously been marked as State Exhibit 77 for identification purposes. And let's back up. Did you have a recording device with you that night?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review that recording?
Yes.
And did you provide your recording device to investigators seniors following you?
Yes.
State Exhibit 77, you had the opportunity to review that?
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the recording from that night?
It is.
This time we would move to admit and publish State Exhibit 77.
Ready to go? So we're ready.
I'm sorry.
on now.
Miss South, who is talking there?
My husband Skylar's child named Christopher Hutzler.
Is the phone on speakerphone? Is that why we can hear both sides?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers, everybody will drop in, so you can tell me on which house you're
Next to the Holiday Trail
yeah,
Association Inc. sign.
yeah. Holiday Trail. Yeah, Hickory Trail.
No, there's nobody around.
And there's you're good.
Now, did Mr. Hertzler just tell you where he was?
Yes.
Where was that?
Hickory Trails.
I still don't see you. Oh, see, I'm at it. What do you want me to do?
What has just happened?
Skylar got out of the car and went to the car behind us to jump in the passenger seat.
That's all we're son, you gotta make yours too. I make up now, just do it up there. I'm gonna do those. Taxes, everybody, you know, like, you know, it's my way, but I mean, if you ever want to make some money, like, stop taxing people. I'm not sure.
directions back there.
What the hell do you want out of it?
Ms. South, what does taxing people mean?
Just like outrageous prices, really expensive.
And after Skylar got back in the car, what did you do?
We had one route back to Hillsborough, and I got it back in contact with typically standards and tried on Pleas, so we could hand everything over.
And did you meet with Investigator Sanders?
We did.
And did you turn over the audio, video, and the substance that Skylar got from Chris Hertzler?
We did.
On November 16th, did you again assist with, I'm sorry, let's go back. On November 12th, were you searched again after the deal?
We was.
On November 16th, did you set up another deal?
We did.
And who was that deal with?
Just for Hertzler.
How did you get in contact with Christopher Hertzler?
Text message.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 40 for identification purposes. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What is that?
This is Christopher Hertzler's, number.
Is that a picture of your phone?
It is.
State's Exhibit 41?
This is another picture of my phone with details of Christopher Hertzler's number.
State's Exhibit 42?
This is the text messages between me and Skylar and Christopher Hertzler.
43?
This is more text messages.
44?
And this is the messages.
And State's Exhibit 45?
And this is more as well.
Okay, so a couple of questions about the pictures. In the pictures, you're identified that says Chris from Hillsborough. How do you know that was Chris Hillsborough?
Because we don't, that's what Skylar put it in on the phone as. And pretty much that was the only one we really went to go through.
So it was the only person who went to Hillsborough?
Yes.
Now, you say our phone, were you and Skylar sharing this phone?
It was because he broke it.
And in the messages, can you tell from looking at them who is who? What color are your messages and what color it is?
Ours are dark blue and his are white.
And those are true and accurate depictions of your phone as it appeared that day?
They are.
Now, prior to arriving, or prior to doing the deal, did you first meet with Investigator Sanders?
We did.
And what was the purpose of meeting with them?
To set up a deal and get money and recordings.
Did he search you first?
Yes.
And based on the text messages, where were you directed to go for the deal?
To Christopher Hertzler's house.
And who instructed you to go there?
Chris.
Now, during the deal, did you have audio and video recording?
We did.
And did you turn that over to Investigator Sanders after the deal was over with?
We did.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording since then?
Yes.
And whose voices and who are in it, hear and see on the video recording?
Me, Skylar, and Christopher Hertzler.
And next thing is what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 55 for identification purposes. Have you reviewed State's Exhibit 55?
I have.
And does that contain a true and accurate depiction of the recording from November the 16th of 2020?
It does.
At this time, we would move to admit and publish the same.
Thank you, St. Mrs.
Rule is submitted to any public.
What are we seeing there?
Christopher Associates.
Running my name all over the place, running me in the dirt, like she doesn't speak to now. Okay, listen. I mean, I hope it ain't true, bro. It ain't. I got messages.
She doesn't like me, but she wanted to get with him.
Yeah, me and her.
So, she doesn't, I'm just like, she doesn't like me.
I don't believe nothing like that off the bat. I was just telling her that they were there. I said, I have. What about this like the other day? I'll take you away from my family. No. She's making it real hard for me, like, yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't.
Okay, what are you guys talking about?
Pretty much, Lexi and her running Skylar's name into the ground.
Is Mr. Hertzler asking you guys something specific?
Yes, he's asking us if we will, work for the police.
I believe none of what I hear happens what I think of. So I guess I look at something like that. Serious accusation.
She has no problem with her for a while. She like, I had no problem with her, I was trying to figure out, I let her know what was her officer, just for her to go and tell me that I needed to pick him out because me and him were getting into it so bad. She told me that he was gonna end up killing me and everything else, so I picked him out just so she could jump in and try to save her, if he does anything with her, just so she can try to get with her. She put a fucking wedge between me and my fucking family.
I did all my time. Just counting. Yeah, that's it. She was like, me and her split up, and I went to jail, and I was in jail, obviously, I mean, I was talking to Lexi, got her name, but I got communication, talking about, but it was never such thing with a friend, and she didn't like that. And when I got out of it, it's just a personal thing between y'all. It's a huge personal thing.
And he lied to me about leaving Parker in jail, and that's why I
didn't find no issue with y'all.
No, it's been a fucking problem, and I hate that bitch, I fucking can't.
And I'm tired of it. I know this is your heart, but you expect everywhere I go, her name, my flesh. I barely know her too, so it's like, me and her follow, not today. Talking about it.
Because she just didn't know it's that problem in my fucking life, and I was just gonna have to keep looking around, so. Because they know it's that problem, it's fucking around. Yeah, she's not gone.
She's gone. Like, food over there, had lunch and stuff. Down, down there, didn't even try it. That's another one too, like, going out and eating, coming over there, she was worried about me trying to rob me, I got something in her head. Like, somebody was getting her there. Maybe in the side of the
Now, Ms. South, during the video, we again can see the black curtain. Did you see anything in this deal concerning the black curtain?
Yes, there was people behind it,
Were you able to see them?
barely.
And do you know who they were, or can you describe what you saw?
They were children, I don't know who they were.
It's so crazy. I don't know, he's saying like whatever it is, like, I don't know what it is, it ain't got nothing to do with me. She's wild. I mean, that's why I don't.
At some point, what we've just listened to and seen, did you observe Skylar give anyone money?
Yes.
Who?
He gave the money to Christopher Hertzler.
And, what happened in exchange for the money?
He gave him a bag of dope.
Who gave?
Christopher Hertzler gave my husband Skylar a bag of dope.
And Ms. Sal, you said, after what we've just seen, what happens next?
Pretty much we meet back up with checkpoint and, get searched and turn over everything and go through the whole process again.
You said that Chris Hertzler gave Skylar a bag of dope. Did he hand it to him, or how did he get it to him?
I can't remember.
Okay. Were you paid for working for Investigator Sanders as an undercover?
I was,
And do you know how much you were paid?
I can't remember.
Did it depend on the deal?
It did.
And who set the price? I mean, who told you what you were going to get paid?
The detectives.
Were you paid for testifying today?
No.
I have no further questions.
Close out. So, to kind of go off that, so obviously you were paid, confidential informant, correct?
Yes.
And did you have to sign a contract?
Yes.
You don't have that contract, correct?
No.
And you were paid depending on the job, is what you just testified to, correct?
Yes.
You were paid more for, fair enough to say, bigger jobs than for smaller jobs.
Right, yes.
Okay. Bigger jobs report people possibly being involved, you'd be paid more than if it was just a small time job. Is that correct?
It's more so like, children are involved or like school zones and stuff like that, more
Is it-
serious.
So the seriousness of, and I'm not trying to trip you up, and if you don't know, it's fine. But the more serious the drug transaction, if there's children, larger amount, multiple people, the more you would get paid.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about, I know you testified about this before, I just want to make sure I'm clear, how these transactions would work. So some you did by yourself, some you did with your husband Scott, correct?
Correct.
Every drug deal, you said you would be searched and your vehicle would be searched, correct?
Correct.
Now, you weren't searched in the same room your husband was searched at, correct?
I was.
You were, so you guys were in the same room, you guys were both being searched at the same time?
Just one at a time.
Just one at a time, okay. And you testified to some of this, I just want to make it clear. Who searched you on all of these drug transactions?
There was a couple of times, there was a lady officer. The other times, I was wearing leggings and I would just raise my shirt up to my right here, spin around, they check my jacket pockets, and my hair, it was up, and then search the car, but I mean, it was the girls search.
How long did it take?
I can't remember, it's been like 2 years ago.
That's fine, and I understand that. More than 5 minutes?
Yeah, it's definitely took, like, for the whole process, me and my husband, the car, I mean, it was probably roughly 30 minutes to an hour.
Okay. You can't tell me exactly what time we were talking about. As far as time. That's fine. Do you know which of these guys that we're talking about that you were searched by a female officer?
I cannot remember that anymore, I'm sorry.
But some of these you were.
Yes.
Some of these you weren't searched by the female officer. Who were you searched by?
The detective, I was wearing leggings, so you could tell that I didn't have anything, like, I had no pockets. They would check my shoes, and I would just pull my pants up tight, and pull my shirt right here, and spin around, and they would check my jacket, and my hair.
And we can't tell between November 1st, 6th, 12th, and 16th, which times you're searched by a female, and which time you're searched by a male, correct?
No, I can't remember what days it was the female, so
Do you know the female officer's name?
I do not remember her name, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do you know the male person you searched?
Yes, it was Detective Brandon
Okay,
Sanders.
so Detective Sanders, sometimes, but sometimes it was another female officer. Fair to say the female officer did more of a thorough search, correct?
Yes.
And I don't want to get into the specifics, but let's move into November 1st. In this, I believe it's been titled Kroger transaction. You know which one I'm talking about? Okay. So in this transaction, you're working with a confidential informant, correct?
Yes.
And the goal of this was to obviously buy substances off who you believe is what they have, correct?
Yes.
And you communicated with them, I believe there's exhibits through text message, correct?
Correct.
And you're communicating with person, at least just the person who believes Mr. Howard, correct?
Correct.
You don't have any conversation with Mr. Hertzler?
No, okay.
Not that day, of course. You don't have any communication with anyone else besides Mr. Howard, correct?
Correct.
So specifically when you're setting up this drug transaction you guys meet, and it sounds like there was some confusion about where to meet, but it sounds like you eventually meet at the hook, correct?
Right.
Is this the first time you saw this vehicle, or is this, you seen him drive this vehicle before?
I have seen it around town before with Wesley in it, but I, at that point, really didn't talk to Wesley before that.
It's fair to say there's no conversations, text messages that we see after this November 1st of any conversation you had with Mr. Howard, correct?
Right.
Even though clearly have a conversation, it seems to be a pretty lengthy conversation on the phone, correct?
Yes.
Now, in these searches, you mentioned your search, your vehicle search, you have an audio recording device. Were you ever drug tested before and after these?
No.
Now, you say in the video on 11.1 that you had done drugs earlier that day, you said that was a lot, correct?
Correct.
We have no drug tests to show that you weren't using them, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the dollar, and as far as the money that was given back, do you know if, you might not know, so this might not be a fair question, do you know if any DNA or fingerprints to Wesley Howard came back on any of that?
I do know, I didn't
Yeah, right, approach.
What is?
The exhibit,
Oh, yeah.
I just heard, I was gonna walk up here and then walk to the bottom.
Actually, can I approach the witness? Showing was the marked 6.
Now, this is the vehicle that you had testified to on November 1st, Mr. Howard was driving.
Yes.
You said it was familiar to you because it's tinted windows, correct?
Yes.
We don't have any pictures.
One that you said?
States Exhibit 50. States Exhibit 50,
Yeah.
no problem.
Yeah, I know there.
It's okay. So States Exhibit 50, the window tint was the interesting fact of that, correct?
It was.
And it's a white sedan beside that.
It was on rims, it was on, tires. I mean, it was pretty like, and car
Something
kind
you,
of.
so it was nice.
Yes, it was a nice car.
Do you have any idea that that was a salvage vehicle?
I have no idea what that, I mean, I don't know much about his title, his car.
Okay.
That's not sure.
And that's fine. And that picture here in States Exhibit 50, that's not from November 1st, correct?
It is.
It is from November 1st?
This is at Kroger's.
That's at Kroger's.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't take that picture, correct?
No.
Now, you said you saw that vehicle also on November 6th, correct?
Yes.
Now, we don't have any sort of picture from November 6th, correct?
No. It should have been on, video, but my husband obviously doesn't know what still. So,
It's okay. But you're saying that exact vehicle was at Mr. Hertzer's house on November 6th, correct?
it was,
And you didn't go out to see that vehicle, correct? You agree with me, you didn't see anyone driving that vehicle?
no.
You didn't see anyone besides, of course, Mr. Hertzer get out of that vehicle.
Correct.
The only time you saw that vehicle was up on a four-way monitor, I call it. TV split 4 screens, is that correct?
Yes.
You didn't, throughout the interaction on November 6th, mention while you were in the house, oh yeah, that's Wesley's car. There's no conversation with Mr. Hertzer about that being Wesley's car, correct?
Correct.
Now, moving on to the November 6th meeting in 2020. This one, you were also as a CI going to buy substances off Mr. Hertz, correct? And in this buy, you actually don't directly immediately contact Mr. Hertz, and we talk to it. Is it a Sheila?
It's
Cheyenne? I apologize. You talk to a Cheyenne to get you in touch with Mr. Hertz. At no point in time on November 6th do you have any communication with the person you believe to be Wesley Howard, correct?
Correct.
At this point in time, this is after November 1st, you had his contact information, correct?
Correct.
You never talked with him after this about any of those transactions, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your conversations on November 6th, these conversations go directly to Mr. Hertzer, correct?
Correct.
There's no conversations about Mr. Hertzer checking with Wesley Howard about any sort of drug price, correct?
Correct.
You're negotiating directly with him.
Right.
He or she's making all the decisions about cost, how much to pay, how much we're looking at, correct?
Yes, he just told us that that's what his due charge is, because we obviously had to sit and wait on his guy to bring us the stuff.
Okay.
And, by his word of mouth, that was what his guy was charging.
So based on his word of mouth, but there's no discussion about who this person is.
Right.
Now, in this November 6th video, did you use substances or drugs before that day?
No.
And when I say before that day, I mean the first few days before.
Right.
But you did use substances during that transaction, correct? Now, when was that in this video that we're looking at? Is that before Mr. Hertzer goes outside or after Mr. Hertzer gets back?
It was before.
So before he goes out to the vehicle, you were using substances.
Yes.
Okay. You know what substances you were using?
I believe it was methamphetamine.
Okay, and obviously you weren't testing anything, so it gave you the same higher effects that you would as far as methamphetamine. Did you do 1 line, 2 lines? Do you know how much you did?
Just one little one.
So after that, fair enough to say you're feeling the effects of methamphetamine. Is that fair? Okay. It was only after that time that you saw, allegedly saw Mr. Howard's vehicle.
Correct.
No one else saw Mr. Howard's vehicle besides you and your husband, correct? Is that a yes? I'm sorry.
Yes, yes, sorry.
That's okay. I do the same thing. Now, as far as this vehicle, you saw it on the monitor above there. I believe it was the tinted windows that you said you saw, correct?
Yes.
You did see a license plate.
No, because there was no front license plate on the car. It was only on the back and it was tinted over.
Again, you have no idea what was in that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Besides the tinted windows, from what you can see, nothing else besides obviously the white sedan tinted windows would give you the indication that that was Mr. Howard's car, correct?
The only indication besides the windows that gave me that idea was that I knew that was Wesley Howard's car.
Okay.
Because I had met up with him in that car.
Yeah, and on the November 1st, but what you could recognize on November 6th was just a white sedan with tinted windows, correct?
Correct, I could see him.
And on this transaction, you can't tell me how much you made on the November 6th transaction, correct?
I can't remember honestly.
Which would have made more if there were children there, correct?
I guess that I'd rather not be around children and stuff like that.
Understood.
I couldn't help the situation.
I'm not alleging that you brought children. I don't think anyone's saying that, but you got paid more money if there were children around and present during this transaction, correct?
Okay. So,
Okay. Now, after you left the residence, there's more to this video on the 116 that we didn't see, correct? After you left that video, you and your husband had a discussion about Wesley Howard, correct?
yes.
You remember him saying that he hates Wesley Howard?
I know that he did not like Wesley Howard. My husband is a real, he looks at me more like a property and not a spouse. So it's like anybody that I've ever dated or been with or hung out with, this guy, he just does not like. He's very, I don't know how to say it, jealous person.
But he was jealous just with Wesley Howard, not with Mr. Hertz or anything, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the next deal you testified to was the 11-12, like all in-drop deal, is that correct?
I think you said yes.
Okay. And you drive or in the passenger seat at that time?
I was driving.
Now, do you recall the specifics of those text messages on the 11-12 transaction?
Not the exact specifics, but I remember I was chit-chatting with him back and forth, and then following the pin drop.
Was there a conversation that you recall in the text messages that Mr. Hertzler was a date, correct?
Yes.
And that he was on his way back from his dude's house a date?
I'm assuming.
Okay. And you testified before about you're aware of, just based on your history, how drugs transactions work.
Yes.
Fair enough to say, is Gabe known to have more drugs?
Objection.
costs it.
Now, in these text messages, who you believe was Mr. Herzler, the conversation regarding how much to pay, that was directly from Mr. Herzler, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There's no hesitancy in quoting a price? Correct.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. No, I'll get back to you, let me check with somebody else, correct?
Correct.
Phone number associated with Mr. Herzler is direct, telling you exactly how much he could sell you for how much money, correct?
Right.
There was no, hey, we'll do this, we'll do that, it's I do, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as this drug transaction, obviously you wouldn't know if there was any prints or DNA recovered on these drugs, correct? You're not involved.
Right.
Now, there was conversation about being taxed on that price, is that correct?
Yeah, that's just the way my husband talks. He thinks he's a professional.
Negotiating down the price.
Yeah.
Obviously you were involved, but you were physically there, correct?
Right.
Okay. And there was mention there that Mr. Herzler wasn't making any money off that, correct?
Correct.
But that he was coming back from his Jude's house in Dayton while the prices were being negotiated, right?
Correct.
Yeah, man, one second. You guys broke my clock. Moving back to the, actually not moving back, going to the 11-12 drive. Were you driving or was Scott driving?
On the very last one,
The very last one, yes.
I believe my husband was driving because my brakes were going out on my car.
Mhm.
It was like a hit and miss.
Couldn't stop.
Yeah.
He wanted to drive and said, okay.
We could stop, but it was just a little bit harder to brake.
And as you stand here right now, you can't say if you were searched by a female officer 1 time, 2 times, or a dozen times, correct?
It was a couple.
It was a couple times. So if you had stated previously that you were only searched by a female 1 time, that would be incorrect.
I believe so. I believe it was, I can't remember, it's been 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure it was.
Do you remember saying before that you were searched only once by a female officer?
No, I object.
I think that's exactly.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further question.
I'd like to start first with your initial contact with Detective Sanders. That meeting took place before you usually did, correct?
Yes.
And was that with you and Detective Sanders, or you and your husband and Detective Sanders?
When I first met him,
Yes.
it was me, my husband, and the detective.
Okay. And is that when he discussed the contract with you
Yes,
and everything would be expected of you, correct?
correct.
Do you remember if this contract was 1 page, 2 pages?
It was a couple pages long, I believe.
Okay. And did he read it to you word for word?
Yes, and that he allowed me to read through it.
Okay. Did he give you a copy of it, or did he hand you his copy?
He handed me one to sign.
Okay. Did he ask if you wanted a copy?
I can't remember.
Okay. And did your husband sign the contract at the same time?
No, my husband was already working with him before that, and my husband asked me to help him,
Okay,
and that's when I got involved.
okay, so let me ask you, I'm sorry, I don't remember. When you met with Detective Sanders, was your husband there to go over the contract with you, or was it just you and Detective Sanders?
It was me and my husband and Detective Sanders.
Okay. And this contract had in all of the do's and don'ts, is that correct?
Correct.
What you could do, what would be expected of you if you're going to do undercover work, how you would be paid. Speaking of the payment, you testified you participated in 4 deals, is that correct?
What is it?
You participated in 4 deals. There was we're called the Kroger deal, and 3 deals allegedly involving Mr. Berger, correct?
Yes.
Were you ever actually paid yourself?
Yes.
Which deals were you paid for? Do you know?
At the end of every deal, we would go through a process and then we would get paid, at the end of every deal.
Okay, when I say you, I mean you specifically. Was money ever handed to you, or was it to your husband?
It was to me and to my husband, but I know like my husband will always end up taking my money anyway, but.
Okay. Okay. And you really don't have any recollection as to how much you were paid, is that correct?
I really can't remember honestly, I know it varied, but it was, maybe like 200 or, 100,000. I really honestly can't remember.
Okay, so 100 or a couple hundred, is that right?
Right.
Is that about an average price, would you say?
I'm not really sure, I don't know.
Okay. And this occurred, the payment occurred after the deal had been made, you were doing your post-deal process?
Yes, it was after the deal and after everything had been done over, and they had gotten everything back from us at the very, very end before we would leave them. That's when we would get paid.
That's when the money would come out, is that correct? They were asking you to sign a receipt for any of that money
Yes,
every time?
yes.
Now, in the contract, when we discussed payment, it talked about payment in money, correct? Was there anything in this contract, if you recall, where payment would be in the form of helping you out with a case if you were in trouble or anything like that?
Yes, and I was not in any trouble. My husband was, and that's when my husband was working with them, and that's when he asked me to get involved. I had no trouble, no probation, nothing.
And I understand you testified that you weren't in any kind of trouble, but it was in the contract as a form of payment. Is that correct?
I'm unsure, but I believe.
Okay. And you were never offered a copy of this contract by Detective Sanders, correct?
I did not get a copy, no.
Okay. So beyond payment, some of the other things that were discussed was your safety, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that beyond just reading the contract, Detective Sanders wanted to make sure that you were safe, correct?
Yes.
And that's a big deal because what you're doing is dangerous work, correct?
Right.
In fact, he told you you could walk away at any time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And also, beyond your safety, one of the things that been testified to, I believe, that he stressed, break no law, correct? Don't use drugs, correct?
I can't remember if that was in the contract or not, but I'm not sure.
Even if it wasn't, he stressed that you can't use drugs, correct?
He said that you shouldn't, but in case of like, really does really have to, if it's like, he didn't tell me to use drugs. He never did.
Okay.
It was just in that situation of when we did do a line, it was out of nervousness. This guy, obviously, I could have thought was a most mom guy. Like, no offense, I don't want to get offended. I'm already nervous because it is very nerve-wracking and scary.
Well, since you touched on that, it's been testified to you several times. Now, you did a line on November 60th, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that to Detective Sanders immediately after that.
Yes.
Did he respond to that? Did he say you shouldn't have done that?
He just said that, he trusted that we did what we had to do. He wasn't proud of us. It wasn't, he gave us suggestions on how to act like we're doing it and not do it.
Okay.
Just so we would be like better prepared next time if we ran into that situation.
Okay. But on this particular occasion, you did do a line, correct?
Yes.
And that's breaking the law, correct?
Yes.
And you were never charged with anything regarding that, correct?
Right.
Did he ever make a statement to you like, well, we're going to let this one pass because you're working for us?
No, he never said nothing like that to me.
So it really wasn't discussed, correct?
Right.
And you've also testified that you were still using meth at that time, but it was intermittently?
It was just here and there. At that point, I was trying to clean up my life. It was just, my husband sticking around was not a very good influence on me.
Okay, so starting with the Kroger deal, which was your first deal, that was by yourself, correct?
Yes.
Skylar wasn't there. And the last deal on November 16, how many times did you use meth other than the one line you did with Christopher, recall?
I believe it was just the one line with Christopher, because I was desperately trying to be able to get that point.
So you believe that that was it, but you're not completely sure, is that correct?
It's been 2 years ago, so I honestly can't remember day by day, 2 years ago, honestly.
Is it fair to say that in every one of these deals that you were nervous?
I was.
Okay.
Everyone.
And I think on the Kroger deal, you had the audio and video recorder, correct?
Yes.
But there was no video from that deal, correct?
Right.
Did you turn that off yourself?
No, I left it in my car because I was really nervous. It was awful big, and I didn't want to get caught and be in some type of harm.
Okay. And the reason you left was because you were nervous and scared.
Yes.
Nervous and scared on November 6th.
Yes.
Did Detective Sanders tell you anytime you're nervous, you're scared, walk away, correct?
He said that you can back out whenever.
Okay. But you never did, correct?
I didn't because I told my husband that I would help him.
Were either you or your husband employed at a regular job, like during your Kroger deal on November 16th?
Yes, I was actually working. I told Mr. Howard that I was working in the video. I was working at Pleas, which is an auction company down by Eastgate.
Okay. During the deals on November 6th, 16th, and the other deal that you were involved in, I don't know, the 9th and 12th, were you wearing the audio and video recorder with Skylar?
Yes. You
You were wearing or Skylar was?
On which day?
Yeah, on the other 3 days that you were involved, who was wearing the audio and video recorder?
My husband had the video and I had the audio.
Okay. So there wasn't two sets, like a set of audio and video for you and a set of audio and video for him, correct? And it's your testimony, you're not currently having charges pending, correct?
No, no, sir.
So law enforcement, or specifically Detective Sanders and his group, are not helping you deal with any pending charges you currently have, correct?
No, sir.
That's all you want. Correct.
Ms. Al, did you take drugs with you before you did any of these deals?
No.
Didn't have them hidden somewhere that Investigator Sanders didn't find them?
No.
Didn't have them in your bra?
No,
Did you ever see Skylar take drugs out of his clothes at any of these deals?
no.
How long did these searches of your person, Skylar's person in your vehicle take each time?
It was roughly, sorry, it was roughly, 30 minutes to maybe an hour, prepping and searching and getting everything ready.
Do you feel that you were thoroughly searched by investigator Sanders?
I do, because I wore leggings all the time, and at that point, like I said, turn all the way around, I would lift my bra out to make sure nothing fell out, and my jacket pocket, ready to be searched, my hair, my shoes.
Now, let's talk about State's Exhibit 50. State's Exhibit 50 has been identified as a white Ford Corvette. Had you seen that car before November the 1st?
Yes, I've seen it around town here and there.
And who had you seen, or who was the driver of the vehicle when you've seen it around town and here and there?
Melissa Howard, I've seen it get out of it a couple of times.
Mr. Memmerman just talked about the tinted windows of the car, but are there other things that you noticed about that car that made it stand out to you?
Yes, the rims, when it says the low profile tires, tinted lens plate cover. I mean, pretty much like the down car.
Is there something on the front of that car that's significant? Like a different color piece on the front of that car?
It's black.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It's black on the front.
So, on November the 6th, did you see that car pulling?
Yes.
Now, November the 6th, prior to Hertzler going outside, did he say anything to you and Skylar?
I remember I know he said he was waiting on his dude, and then, when his dude's out there, he said, I'll be back.
Did he say his dude was there?
Yes. Whenever the car pulled, when you could see it on the TV monitor screen, when it pulled in, he said, I didn't see her, I'll be back.
When what car pulled in?
This one.
When that car pulled in? Now, prior to November the 6th, did you have any idea that Wesley Howard was involved with Christopher Hertzler?
I had no clue.
Prior to November the 6th, did you know Chris Hertzler?
I think the first few of them. And so, no, I did not know him. I don't even really know Cheyenne. That's up.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 28 through 33. You've identified these already as true and accurate depictions of your phone on as well. You want to show me in here where it says, okay, State's Exhibit 30 specifically. Who is who?
Here the green is the black.
Okay, so this top message, what's that say?
Waiting on the day when I just left, so give me some time to get home. I'll only do when to come through, but I got it.
Where does he say, and that's this person talking?
Yes.
Where does he say he's at his dude's house and waiting?
He doesn't say his Jude's house.
So when Mr. Marmon said that, that wasn't true.
Yes.
During your conversation, if you can recall, during your conversation with Mr. Hertzler in the November 12th deal, did he tell you where he was?
He said he was in jail.
That's the text message. But when you're talking on the phone during the deal, did he tell you where he was? If you can recall.
I believe he was walking. I can't remember honestly.
That's fine. On November 12th, the pin deal or the stop sign deal, who was driving in that deal?
I was.
You were driving then?
Yes.
So is that the deal where the brakes went bad?
No.
Okay. Ms. South, you've been asked a lot of questions about how much you were paid and searched and this and that. Without going into detail, are these the only two defendants that you've assisted in drug investigations for?
Yes.
These are the only two that you've worked on?
Yes. Oh, no. Sorry.
Okay, so have you assisted?
Yes, Your Honor, we approach.
I assisted in other ones as well.
Other investigations?
Yes.
Ms. South, do you work now?
Yes.
Do you get paid at the end of the week for your work?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Armentrout went into great length about you and Sanders discussing using drugs during this. Is that correct? Do you recall that?
Yes.
If you can recall, what was Investigator Sanders most concerned with when it came to you?
Just, pretty much our protection, our safety, so everything will be safe.
And did you feel unsafe at Mr. Hertzler's house on November the 6th?
I did. I felt uncomfortable and nervous, and if somebody completely new, I've never met him, I didn't know, how serious he was in the drug thing, and, if it's sort of a big person or not,
And is that why you used the line of meth?
It is.
At any point, did you or Skylar shut off the audio or video recorders during these deals?
No, never.
You said that you were trying to get clean then, and you are now. Can you tell us, is it easier to be clean when you're working for Investigator Sanders?
Is it easier to be clean? Yes.
Why?
It's just easier being clean, period,
Let me ask you this way. Was it easier to get clean when you were working with Investigator Sanders?
No, absolutely.
You have
Overruled.
Absolutely.
It was.
And why is that?
Working with law enforcement, you're not obviously wanting to be high around them, coming to work for them, you don't want to be high because that's another scary thing, if you're doing drugs and when you come and work with an officer, it's like, drugs taken care of as it is. I would be thinking, oh God, we're going to get arrested today, but
We're not trying. No further questions?
All right, we're stepping out. Next witness.
Investigator Randy Sanders.
You just want to. You raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear that the testimony about to give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. I do.
Can you state your name for the record?
Randy Sanders.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
Where are you employed?
I've been investigating with the Ohio County Prosecutor's Office.
How long have you been employed with the prosecutor's office?
Since the end of December 2019.
How long, I'm sorry, what are your job duties there at the prosecutor's office?
Assistant investigations with other departments and work with part of the county task force, the 23 police crime task force.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
4 years.
May I approach? I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 59 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
I see the listing of training and experience and work.
Have you taken, during your employment as in your time as a law enforcement officer, have you taken specialized trainings in illegal narcotics investigations?
I have.
Tell us about a few of those, please.
Starting in the late 1980s, I took a basic drug investigation course through Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy, and then through the Governor's Office of Criminal Justice Services, I took trace on the basic and collection and analysis of drug information and intelligence, and then took an advanced course in the same from Office of Criminal Justice Services. It took a few meth lab, a couple of different meth lab trainings, including got my clandestine lab certification in safety from DEA in Quantico, Virginia. I've done search warrants, investigations, emergency eyes from different task forces. I've also done a
It does say that stipulates the act for investigation, drug investigation.
During your role in law enforcement, working specifically in illegal narcotics investigations, have you worked as an undercover agent?
I have
Meaning, tell us what that means.
actually went and worked with CIs and worked without CIs and worked in places actually buying dope from people.
Through your role as an undercover and staying current with today, have you become familiar with drug words or words that are commonly used only in the drug trade?
I have
Who is a person's dude?
person that didn't have dope from.
What is a ball?
Ball is an 8 ball,
What is an 8 ball?
3.5 grams of whatever.
So when they're talking about a ball, they're referring to an amount.
Yes, so weight.
What is a zip?
Zip is an ounce.
If someone says they're being taxed, what are they talking about?
To be taxed is talking, is paid too much.
What does it mean if someone asks another, are you good? Are you good?
You have to available. Person.
In 2019 and 2020, were you working with CIs on undercover drug operations?
Just a what?
When you decide to work with a civilian, not another officer, but a civilian on an undercover drug operation, is there a procedure that you go through at the beginning?
There is.
Tell us about that.
You got forms where they have to be signed up. We call their information, check to see what their statuses are, any cases they might have pending in any, whether it be municipal case or a felony case, and then we go over our rules with them. There's a set of rules that they got to go by whenever they're working with us. We go over a form with them about how we're going to collect evidence as far as audio, video, cameras, and what's gonna happen with those, that they're available to be used in prosecution cases. And then we have where they actually use a fake name for when they sign their receipts for money. And we do that because their sign-up sheet, we tell them when we get it that it's not available to anybody, it's not on a computer system or anything, it's locked up somewhere else. So the only people that has access to any of our stuff would be the auditors and from the money we pay out. So we can list a fake name, and then on the back on the card we have to put their thumbprint. So if there's ever a question, we know exactly who that money went to, and we go over when they're gonna, sign the card, what's got to be on it before they sign it, that has to be filled out before the sign, and then we have a questionnaire that pretty much the state passes down to us for using federal money, and then we got a list of questions we have to go over with them, and after that we discuss what's going to go on from that point after they are signed up.
Do you talk with the CIs about using drugs?
Absolutely.
And what is that discussion?
Well, the discussion starts in the rules. I mean, they're in the rules. We tell them they're not privileged to violate the law while providing services for them. We go in and tell them, we discuss the deals and how they're going to go. We understand that they're in pressure situations, and we tell them the same thing that undercover officers are told when they go in and do deals. Don't put yourself in situations where you have to do this. If you happen to get where you feel trapped in one, and it's your safety, that decision's up to you. That decision's up to you at that point. You need to do what you need to do to stay safe.
So when you were working as an undercover officer, is that what was told to you?
Absolutely, yes.
And that's in regards to using drugs while you're in a bind. What is your paramount importance with these CIs? The most important thing?
Keep it safe.
Now, typically, do you work with people that use drugs?
Yes.
Why?
We start working with them. They're in one drugs and one here. And that's part of the rules. We're not going to keep using drugs after we start this. We're done.
Well, why do you have to use those kind of people?
That's the kind of people that are already there. Most of I can't go to Hillsborough and walk up to somebody and buy drugs. And most people, that's not an option.
Now, in your 40 years of experience, do the CIs typically go back to using drugs once you're working with them?
Some do. They don't make it all. The ones that stay with us, and we're usually most of those either work with us until they're clean, or they stay clean, or even if we offer to work something out for rehab or something, and after they're the whole works, because that's what it takes for some of them to get off.
Does the kind of drug they're using make a difference on that?
It does.
Okay, like for what? Like for example, what?
It's real hard for us to work with somebody that's hooked on fentanyl. They only use every day, and it's really hard. Usually, what we do there is they can get a shot that lasts for like 30 days to get a starter program, and a lot of times when they're in jail and they're working with probation, they get the shot.
Jack, Your Honor.
Overrule.
Do you pay the CIs for their work?
Yes, some of them we do.
How does the payment process work?
The way it's been the last couple of years through the task force is, anything, felony 3, 4, or 5 is $100. Felony 2 or above is $200.
So,
Or extenuating circumstances, which.
like what?
Like, do something major that ends up, going to take it all day or lasting several days or end up, getting like a bunch of drugs that leads to more investigations and search warrants.
So do you encourage the CIs to have kids at the buys or to buy in a school zone or anything like that?
Absolutely.
Until the deal is over, do the CIs know how much they're getting paid?
Never not to be telling usually. They get it figured out after a while. What the different levels of felonies are, what it takes.
So am I correct in saying that the pay scale is based on the level of felony?
Correct.
So the higher the felony, the higher the pay.
Correct.
Now, when you begin working with the CI, how do you decide who you're going to buy from?
They give them, we ask them who they already have been buying from, who they might know, and that's where it starts from. They give us a list of people that they can buy from.
And do you pick a particular person for their first deal?
Usually we tell them the first deal we do, just pick the easiest deal they can do, easiest thing that they can do, so they get used to the way we do things and the whole procedure, and so it's going to be pretty much the same every time.
When you're doing a deal with undercover, do you immediately arrest the target as soon as the deal's over with?
No.
Why not?
Consider investigation would be over. CI would be able to buy anyone.
Would that put the CI in danger?
Would.
Now, before a CI does a deal, is there a process that's followed?
There is.
You follow the same sort of process basically every time?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
CI search vehicles to search if they have a vehicle. Then we give them money after we photograph or report the money somehow that we're going to use every single deal, and then we give them audio video recorders and discuss then where the deal's going to happen, how it's going to happen, and who's going to what they're going to do before, where we're going to be afterwards. Details.
Now, after a deal is complete, is there also a process that is followed?
Yes.
And you follow basically the same process every time?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
They get out when they turn evidence over to us, the drugs and audio, video. We can source them, vehicle if it's there. We record the interview with them. What transpired during the deal.
It's good. October of 2020. Were you working with a CI named MJ Goldman?
Was, yes.
And did you go over the CI procedures that you've already spoken about with MJ?
I did.
Did he advise you that he could purchase methamphetamine from Steve Debo?
He did.
Take me through how that deal was arranged.
Let me know they talked to Steve Debo about setting something up. So we talked about it probably a week before it was actually set up, about how he was going to set it up, about he had some guys in Portsmouth that wanted to move some dope down there where they could make some money, and so we would buy a little bit larger amount, and that's what I talked to Steve Debo about.
Now, the Portsmouth guys, were you aware that this was the story that was being told?
I was, absolutely.
May I, Coach?
Hey.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 130 and 131 for identification purposes.
Yes, 130 is cash expenditure voucher. This is the money that we spent for the purchase of the drugs along October the 9th, from Steve Dino, West Hatter.
And I also handed you State's Exhibit 131. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is our surveillance report. It's a, where we actually keep track of basically try to keep track of times and what happens as the deal transpires.
And our State's Exhibits 130 and 131, records that are prepared and kept in the ordinary course of business for the task force.
They are.
Now, prior to MJ and Detective McGarvey meeting with Debo, did you go through the pre-deal process with MJ?
Yes.
Now, tell me, what were you doing that day?
I was assistant with surveillance, and I was to monitor the audio and video, which was going to be carried by Detective McGarvey and MJ and McGarvey's car.
Now, when you say you're monitoring the audio and video, are you watching it and hearing it live?
Yes.
So, but you're not on Johnson Street with them?
No.
So, where were you?
I was on South High Street, parking lot, mostly at Ponderosa that day, parking lot, and watching on my iPad.
And were you able to see the Holtfield parking lot from where you were?
Was.
And is the Holtfield parking lot in Highland County?
Yeah, it is. Hillsborough,
What about the Johnson Street address that MJ talked about? Is that in Highland County?
Yes, it's in the city of Hillsborough, Highland County.
Following the deal, did you observe, let's back up, during the deal, were you made aware of the Jaguar?
Yes.
How?
Detective McGarvey, we were actually watching, sitting in the parking lot of Ponderosa where I could see the front, and I've seen Detective Butler had seen Steve Debo leave his house, who was watching Steve Debo in his big Ford registered maroon 250 truck. See him pull in and park at Holtfield, and then right after that, the Holtfield got busy. It was just a few minutes before 5 o'clock, and the line for the I remember the line for the coffee was like clear out to the road, and there were a bunch of people there, so we kind of lost track of them. So the next thing I knew was when I seen Steve Debo's face pop up on my iPad that told me he was at the window of Detective McGarvey's car on Johnson Street. And we were all connected, myself, Detective Ainsmore, and Officer Butler were all connected through the telephone, so we could talk back and forth. So I noticed as soon as I seen Debo on the iPad that it was there, and as soon as the vehicle left, Detective McGarvey described the vehicle, color, and what street it went down. And a few minutes later, I seen the Jaguar come down South High Street. Then, at that time, I had moved across the street, just pulled up to the gas pumps at Holtfield, so it'd be on the lot. And the Jaguar pulled in and pulled up right next to Steve Debo's truck in the parking lot, up against the wall on the south side of the building.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 8 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that? And what is that?
It's a state Jaguar that seen that day.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 122 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a photograph that I took from after I pulled out of the gas pumps and drove by the back of the behind the Jaguar, trying to take the license plate number due to tinted cover on it. We couldn't read the license plate number, so I went across the street to Ponderosa parking lot And I took this photograph from, Ponderosa parking lot.
And who's
Should
in,
have been over there.
What,
who's in that photograph?
Steve Debo and West Howard.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the two of them as they appeared on October the 9th of 2020?
It is.
Now, after you took that picture, tell us what happened.
Okay, directly after I took this picture, I drove up and drove by closer, so I could get a better look to make sure we could ID everybody. And then shortly after that, I see the Jaguar pull away after they got back in there. He got back in there. Howard got back in the Jaguar, and Debo got back in the truck. Howard pulled out toward the back, and I let Detective Andrew know that he was coming that way. And so Detective Andrew started following, told me he was following the vehicle, and I drove up my street then to the center of town, made a right. By the time I made a right, I could see the Jaguar already went out East Main Street. So Detective Andrew stayed behind the Jaguar, followed him out, went out 50. I followed behind Detective Andrew ways out 50. Went until we got to North Beach Road. At that point, we pretty much figured he was going to his house on the trail. So I cut across North Beach, and Detective Andrew stayed behind him, and I went across and come up North Shore, and Detective Andrew went around, and he was a little bit ahead of me. I believe he went by the house first. Told me the Jaguar was sitting in the house. And then I drove by the house at 7221 Living Trail and saw the Jaguar back up to the front porch of the residence there.
Now, at some point in the fall of 2020, were you put into contact with Skylar South?
I was.
And what was the purpose of meeting with Skylar?
I received a call from an officer that Skylar South had been released from jail and served his time, and was interested in working undercover for money.
Did you also meet with Rebecca South?
Later I did, yes.
And what was the purpose of meeting with Rebecca?
To sign her up as a CI and go over the rules and stuff there.
And you did do that?
I did.
Now, did Rebecca or Skylar provide you with the names of Chris Hertzler or Wesley Howard?
Wes Howard, not Chris Hertzler.
And was Wesley Howard someone that you were familiar with?
He was.
Was on November the 1st, did Rebecca set up a deal with Wesley Howard?
She did.
And how was the deal arranged?
Through her Facebook text message, and she also ended up talking with him on the phone.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 60 and 61 for identification purposes. Tell us first what 60 is.
60 is the surveillance report from November 1st.
And 61?
Is the cash expenditure voucher on the money showing we ended up spending $150 on the deal for the purchase 3 paintball methamphetamine from West Howard.
And were these reports 60 and 61 created and kept in the ordinary course of business for the task force?
They were, yes.
Now, prior to the deal, was Rebecca searched?
Yes, she was.
Was her vehicle searched?
Yes.
And following the deal, did you meet with Rebecca again? Or was Rebecca searched again?
Yes, Detective follow her out from the deal and met with her. Was pretty much part of most of the way through by the time I got there.
Where did the November 1st deal take place?
At Kroger's on Harry Sauter Road, Hillsborough, County, Ohio.
What county I'm sorry, said it in the answer. Now, during the deal, and we heard on the video, Rebecca reads off a license plate number.
She does, yes.
Did you hear that at the time?
I did.
How did you hear it?
Listening to her, the audio live.
So you're listening to her live as the deal's taking place?
Yes.
And did you record that license plate number somewhere?
Yes.
Where?
On the surveillance log.
And what was that number?
JFW 9731.
Did you run the registration of that vehicle?
Yes, we did.
What does that mean?
We ran an administrative location that really discussed that through dispatch at Hillsborough Police Department through Ohio Leads. And we also ran it through the Attorney General's law enforcement gateway website to see who the registered owner of the vehicle was.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 81 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that? What is that?
This is a certified copy of the current title to the 2011 Ford Taurus SHO.
And who is it registered to?
Holly Howard.
And do you know who that is?
Supposed to be Howard's mom.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 50 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's the 2011 Ford Taurus SHO. That's registered to Holly Howard.
And that picture, where was that picture taken?
The parking lot of the
And how was it taken?
at the time, Rebecca went to do the deal. She was also given a camera besides the audio recorder. She was also given a video camera, and video camera was laid on the dash, and this was a picture that come off of it as the car drove by, and she went, and then she got in the car to do the deal with just the audio and not the camera.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of that car on November the 1st of 2020?
It is.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked the State's Exhibit 53 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's the dollar bill that turned over to Detective Butler.
Was that dollar bill following the November 1st, 2020 deal? And did you send that to BCI to have it tested for anything?
No.
Why not?
They won't test any for trace evidence anymore for drugs.
What about fingerprints?
They won't test all bills for ratings.
They won't test.
They won't test money.
They won't test money for anything.
Fingerprints or DNA.
On November the 6th of 2020, did you again work with Rebecca and Skylar on a deal?
Yes.
And how was this deal set up?
Set up, that one was set up, we met, like, a little after 4 in the afternoon to, she told us they had a deal set up with, Shiloh Party. And, when he met with us, he was still talking to her about the deal. And I could see the text messages, they were talking back and forth. And, it kept just getting put along. She said she had to get the note from somewhere, and then she said just direct me to go to the house beside Charlotte Davis Motors, Brown House beside on 5th Street.
What, were you familiar with Chris Hertzler prior to November the 6th of 2020?
No, I wasn't.
And what was your role that day?
Surveillance.
prior to the deal, did you go through the pre-deal procedures you talked about with Skylar and Rebecca? Going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 111 for identification purposes. I'm sorry, not 111, just 11 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That's a photograph of the use of purchase on 11/6.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 63 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a cash expenditure voucher for 11/6, from, at the time, we just knew his name was Chris, after the deal, and, for $280.
Is State's Exhibit 11 a true and accurate depiction of the buy money that day?
It was, yes.
And where were you parked in a location close to the house? Where were you parked?
I was part of the community parking lot,
What is the address of Chris Hertzler's house?
705 North High Street, Hillsborough, County.
From your location at Wendy's, could you see the driveway and house of Christopher Hertzler?
Yes, when I first pulled in, I could see the whole thing, the whole driveway, back of the house and everything. Then, after I was there a short time, the neighbors pulled in the state. So I guess shared driveway, beginning of it, and so the car, there was a car that was blocking like back forward. So I couldn't see it all.
Going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 64 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is a surveillance report that we generated for the deal on November 6th, 2020.
And State's Exhibits 63 and 64, records that are kept in the ordinary course of business for the task force.
They are, yes.
Now, did you see Skylar and Rebecca enter the house?
I did, yes.
And what time was that?
They entered at approximately 5:18 p.m.
When the deal is taking place, are you able to hear and see what's happening?
I was, and I could hear, I couldn't see that. I could hear, just had audio, and I was hearing it through Detective Butler's phone. When we were talking, he was actually monitoring the audio, but I could hear the audio through his phone while we were talking.
At some point during the audio, did you hear Hertzler say something about his dude?
I did.
Did he say his dude was there?
Yeah, he did everything he did, and when he said that, I've already seen the West Howard plate, 2011, Taurus SA2 forward.
Based on your training experience, when someone says their dude is there, who are they talking about?
The person is complying to do.
And you saw a vehicle pull in?
Yeah.
Did you record that on your surveillance report?
I did. This is this is information I passed to the Detective Butler, who actually writing this thing.
What time did the vehicle pull in?
It's approximately 5:27 p.m.
And when you saw the Ford Taurus, when you saw that car, did you recognize that car?
I did.
How?
Because we just seen it on 11/1, and it's like Ford Taurus. It's kind of black pearl on the front end. The window tint is actually like blacked out, where you can't see inside. The rear license plate is tinted, making it so you can't read the license number. Like normally most cars when you're in another vehicle.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 111 and 112 for identification purposes. Do you recognize these?
I do.
What is that?
That's the 2011 Taurus SA2 that talked about the very first November 6th.
So is this the car that you saw pull in the driveway on November the 6th?
It is.
What time did the Ford Taurus leave the driveway?
Approximately 5:32. He was there for about 5 minutes.
What time did Rebecca and Skylar leave?
They left at 5:37.
So following the deal, what happened?
In, that backup with, Rebecca Skyler and, went through the, search and the, interview.
They turned, I'm sorry, did they turn, substance over to you that's been identified as meth?
They did, yes.
Did they also provide you with, the audio and video recordings?
They did, yes.
I'm gonna hand you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 12 and 13 for identification purposes. Do you recognize those?
I did.
And what is State's Exhibit 12?
This picture actually taken off the video. When we watch the video, we see we take a photograph off the video, so we got it. That's what this is.
And who's in that photograph?
This first look.
And State's Exhibit 13?
Secondly, it's a photograph off the video, and again, this person.
Now, were you aware that Skylar and Rebecca snorted a line of meth during the deal?
I wasn't afterwards, yes.
What did you think about that?
We went over that, why they did it. They told me that they would, well, Rebecca told me she was afraid. Let you know, there's Skylar, he a story that he had, tried to take it, got it in his mouth, and, tried to wave it out.
Are State's Exhibits 11, 111, 112, 12, and 13 true and accurate depictions of the scene as they appeared that day?
Yes, ma'am.
On November the 9th, did you again work with Skylar on a covert drug operation?
We did, yes.
And where was that deal to take place?
Yes.
And how was that deal arranged?
You, Rebecca and, or, sorry, just Skylar, and, through, messages, phone.
Where is KFC located?
Shaw County Avenue, Westboro, Highland County, Ohio.
Going to hand you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 15 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that? What is that?
It's money, they're going to use for the deal with KFC.
Next, I'm going to hand you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 69 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I believe.
What is that?
Cash expenditure voucher for that deal that shows in the end we spent $300 to purchase that revenue for this first one.
I'm next going to hand you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 70 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a surveillance report from the deal.
And are State's Exhibit 69 and 70 records that are kept in the ordinary course of business for the task force?
They are. Yes.
What was your role that day?
Surveillance.
At this point, were you doing more than just sitting still watching the deal take place?
I was.
What were you doing?
The deal was set up, we thought it was going to go at the house, so I went up and sat on the house, and by like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I sort of got busy where I couldn't see the house because of the cars on North I Street, so I got out and started moving. When I drove by the house at approximately 3:23 p.m., the Herschler's sort of green-looking Mercury Milan was going from the driveway, which I seen it when I was watching.
So what did you do when you realized the car was gone?
I talked to Detective Butler first, and a short time later, Detective Butler called me or told me that they received that he's received from a call or something from Herschler that he was going to be 40 minutes and be ready, and he was going to meet at KFC. So then, and by that time, we decided that Chase Herschler was, didn't know maybe regular from West Howard, so I drove from there down to 7221 Woodland Trail in Harnett County, Ohio, and I drove by the residence. And when I drove by, the vehicles were there with the Jaguar and the white Taurus SHO. And so then from then I started back toward Hillsborough on 50, and I was coming back. I passed the green along, and I knew it always said Kurtzman's driveway, so I turned around and I followed it back to where it went in the turned down Hill Road and went into the subdivision back there. I waited a little bit, and I waited a couple minutes, drove around by 7221 Woodland Trail and the Mercury. The lawn was parked in the driveway of West Howard's residence there. So I went back, time that was like 4:28 p.m. at that time. I drove back out to 50. A couple minutes later, the detective Butler calls and said that heard from Ursula, and he had a note, was on his way back. So I waited on 50 till the Mercury Milan went by me. I stayed back a good ways because I drove by a couple times. So, and I just sort of followed in with 50 from a long distance away. I got in town that right as I drove by KFC, it was right at 455. I looked over and I seen Skylar South walking over toward Ursula's car as I drove by.
At what time did you see the Milan parked in the driveway at Wesley Howard's house?
About 4:28.
And at what time were you advised that Hertzler had the dope and was on his way back?
Approximately 4:33.
So how long was it from the time that you saw the Milan at Howard's house to him advising he had the dope?
I'm sorry, I missed it.
How long from the time that you saw the Milan at Howard's house to Hertzler advising he had the dope?
Well, 5 minutes.
Now, after you saw Skylar South in the KFC parking lot with the Mercury Milan, what did you do next?
I drove up and that's when Detective Butler called me and said that it was short $20. It was supposed to be $300. So I'd already passed UDF. Detective Butler's following the CI, following Skylar, so he followed into UDF. And by the time I got turned around and back up toward UDF, it was already done. And Detective Butler told me they were leaving back out to the meeting spot. When I left, and I drove back out North High Street. I drove by 705 North High. The Mercury Milan was parked back in the Searcher's driveway, 705 North High Street.
Now, following the deal, did you again, you and Detective Butler meet up with Skylar South?
We did.
And did you follow the after deal process?
Yes, Detective Butler, yeah.
Did you receive the audio and video recording from Skylar South?
We did, yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review that?
I have, yes.
And who was on that video?
Skylar South and Christopher.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State Exhibit 72 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
And where did you get that?
It's a download from the original video from the Kiowa that they're doing.
Before we get to that, how long is this? 20, 30 minutes? We're at 10 to 12 minutes now, about 2 hours. We want to finish up the preliminaries and then before we finish up lunch.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the video from November 9th, 2020?
It is, yes.
At this time, we would move to admit and publish the same.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
All right, same release of the rule. the, exhibit is submitted and report published, and, that's been sent to you, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And, again, and because the length of the witness, we'll go ahead and, recess now, sit and get interaction with the water, not break. We'll take a break for lunch. It's 10 to 12, so we'll be back, we'll get started by 1 o'clock. Actually, started at 2, 1 o'clock, we'll be, 10 till, no later. Now, during the break, remember the instructions of the court, not to discuss the case with anyone, even among yourselves, not to form any opinions or try to obtain any other information about the matter for other means. Don't permit anyone to talk with you about it, don't post anything, on any social media about the case, don't read anything, listen to anything, watch anything, if there is any, reports on any, broadcast or print media. And again, we'll be back at, about 10 to 1 or shortly thereafter, so we'll start at 1.
Please rise. Jurors are excused.
I am ready, I just want to ask.
I guess I can't tell the one over there.
Sorry? No, it's not broken. No, I silenced it. Oh, that's all right. All your girlfriends. Yeah, I wish. No, I don't.
We might need a minute.
You need a minute, Mr. Armstrong?
Mr. Wagner, I don't know. Dan. Yes, to answer your question.
Yeah.
Please rise. Thank you. All right, back on record after the lunch break. This is our church work. To continue with the examination with us. Stand break. Again, by cell phones.
You're on, can you stay here, we're gonna take video.
Oh, yes, okay, that's fine. Yeah, we were at the point where the video exhibit 7, if you believe it is going to be published. We may proceed with that.
Yes, it is.
Brian. 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 I'm pulling out Tennessee, HZW 7755.
HZW 7755?
Yep, it's a mercury in my line. Same color as my Fusion.
Where's he at?
He's heading down toward this house. He went left out of KFC.
Where are you at?
Just made a left out of KFC. Creeping.
Okay. Leave this on now? Yep. Okay. I think I got the job at the Southern Line Bridge. Oh, I think I'm right behind the job.
Yeah, I see you back here.
Yep, I got it.
He didn't want to talk much. He threw the stuff down in the console and pointed for me to put the money down in the console.
Did you get over here?
Yeah, I walked all around the car.
Okay. Okay. Alright, just keep the line open, I'll see you out there.
Alright, see you out there. And I told Caleb, I told him, give me like like 40 minutes. She's in a hurry. Well, we still got daylight, as long as transactions are done. Brian, we got a problem. He just asked me, said, hey, bro, you're showing short. That's right, the last time we gave him 300.
Oh, did we really?
Yeah, he said I'm a UDF, so I just passed him. He said UDF. I can cover it. You hear me? I'm gonna pull their payments. If not, I'll have a fuck up a bunch of shit.
Okay, yeah.
Alright.
Hey, shit, why you over there, man? Jesus Christ, this fucking.
I didn't know either. I thought last time I did, he's right at Wilson Creek. Yeah. We got him on camera. We got cameras. Brian,
Yeah.
I'm pulling IGDF. He was right there at the counter, paying for something.
Okay, well, hang on just a second.
Alright,
Bill, where did you hang on?
alright, we're slowing down.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
Find a place to pull on the west side of the road for a second.
Alright,
Let me catch up, like, there's a light.
alright.
Yeah. Back there, yeah, there.
I'm gonna pull over AT&T.
Okay.
Right on the left.
Investigator Sanders, I'm gonna hand you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 16 for identification purposes. Or you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a photograph taken off the video that we just saw from inside the Nigerian market.
And State's Exhibit 17, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a photograph taken off the video of the parking lot of KFC.
And what's the photograph specifically show?
This is the back of the Mercury lawn. It shows the license plate number HCW7755.
And how did you get these two pictures?
From the taking photos from the video while playing on the computer screen.
Now, once you had the license plate number of the Mercury Milan, did you run the registration for it?
Yes, we did.
And what did that mean?
We checked the registered owner of that license plate vehicle.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 82 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, do.
What is that?
It's a certified copy of the her title, the Mercury lawn.
And who is it registered to?
Stacy Kersler.
And who is Stacy Kersler?
Chris Kersler's wife.
Now, are you familiar, or back on November the 9th, were you familiar with what is known as FRS connections?
Yes, I am.
And what is it?
It's a school. FRS runs it. The school actually has, actually, Hillsborough City Schools has classes in there. I wasn't aware of it until I drove by it. And there's a playground in the back of the school. This is actually on the 124 side. And I've seen it for, yes, I never paid attention. And last year I seen kids playing it several times. Why check this?
And when you say you checked to see, did you investigate the location of the school?
I did.
And why did you do that?
See if the deal occurred within 1,000 feet of that school.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 14 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is this?
This is a GIS map from the map office in Highland County that they sent over a request showing the distance between the school property and the parking lot at KFC.
Is this a certified copy of the map?
It is.
And as we look at it, which is FRS and which is the FRS school and which is KFC?
If you're looking at it, if you're looking at the map, FRS is in the red. You can see the school parks in the front, the playground back here, and KFC's up on this end to the right.
And did the map office indicate the distance between the two?
It did.
And how far is that?
825 feet.
Colonel Jackson did that.
What? Jay, what?
Yeah, go John.
And Investigator Sanders, are states exhibits 15, 16, and 17, the three pictures you identified, are these true and accurate depictions of the scene as they appeared on November the 9th?
They are.
On November the 12th, did you again work with Rebecca and Skylar South in a covert drug operation?
Yes, I did.
And how was this deal arranged?
Once again, through messaging, Facebook.
And where was the deal to take place?
It was to take place at Rocky Ford Lake.
And who was involved in the deal that day?
Rebecca and Skylar were the CIs that were set up to do the deal. Detective McGurvey from Fayette County was with me, and they made contact with Chris Hertzler to purchase the drugs.
And what was your role that day?
I pretty much did most of it because Detective McGurvey was just there to help out.
Did you go through the pre-deal procedures with Rebecca and Skylar?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a previously been marked as State Exhibit 34 for identification purposes. We're going to go through all these. 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39. Do you recognize these?
I did.
And what are those?
This is money used for the drug purchase on November 12th at Hickory Trail.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State Exhibit 75 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's the cash expenditure voucher for the deal on November 12th, 2020 for $600 from Chris Hertzler.
And State Exhibit 76. Do you recognize that?
I do. This surveillance report that kept for the times and whatever that.
Are 75 and 76 documents that you keep in the ordinary course of business for the Highland County Task Force?
They are.
And when the deal began, where did you drive to?
Skylar and Rebecca sent a copy, I guess, forwarded the pin copy to me on my phone, and so I see where the pin was in Hickory Trail, showed it up on Hickory Trail, so I followed them until they turned on Hickory Trail, and I drove on downhill road toward North Shore Drive.
Now, during the deal, are you able to listen to the audio as the deal's taking place?
Yes, I was.
Now, so if you were able to monitor the deal, were you able to tell when the deal was over with?
Was, yes.
And what did you do at that point?
Once the deal was over, they started it back in Skylar started to pull off. It started to get slow, and I drove through the subdivision, across Woodland Trail, and I passed 7221 Woodland Trail. The Mercury lawn was parked in a driveway. There were West Howard residents closest to the road. There were several other cars there in the driveway that night.
Why is there no video of the deal like we see in the, like the 9th or the 1st or not the 1st, but the 9th or the 6th?
That is video. I was actually monitoring the audio and video together on that deal, but it was dark, there's no lights there at Hickory Maple Trail, and the screen was just black almost the entire time.
Now, I'm going to show you what's previously been identified as State's Exhibit 85 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is this?
This is the subdivision that that Woodland Trail is in, which shows the only entrances to the subdivision be Hickory Trail off Hill Road and Acorn Trail off of Northwood Drive.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time we would ask for permission to publish this to the jury so that Investigator Sanders can demonstrate what happened during the deal.
Objection.
Hey, Investigator Sanders, could you approach here and show us the different markings on the map and what you did and what the CIs did?
This is Hill Road here. The following CIs down Hill Road. They turned up Hickory Trail. I come on down this way, away while the deal happened. And as soon as the deal was complete, I drove down this way up across Acorn, come back by 7221 with the trail up here. That's when I saw the car and drove back out and got behind it. We're back at Chicago. The road.
Could you tell us what's the approximate distance between the stop sign at the intersection where the deal occurred and Wesley Howard's home?
Between a quarter mile and a half mile.
And how long did it take from the time the deal was over with? I'm sorry, how long did it take from the time that Hertzler told the CIs he was on his way to Hertzler for Hertzler to arrive to them?
Just a couple of minutes.
And after the deal, how long from the time the deal was completed to the time that you saw Hertzler's car back at Howard's home?
3 minutes.
Our state's exhibits 34 through 39, which are the pictures of the money. Are those true and accurate depictions as they appeared that day?
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about the deal on November the 16th of 2020. Did you work with Rebecca and Skylar again on that day?
I did.
And how was that deal arranged?
By messaging.
And where was the deal to take place?
At Chris Mercer's house, 705, as you read Hillsborough, County on it.
Let me go back. I'm not sure if I asked, and I want to make sure I do. The stop sign in the deal on November the 12th, what county is that in?
County, Ohio.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked. The state's exhibit 78 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
This is money that they give November 12th. Sorry, November 16th.
78. What deal?
November 16th deal with Sisters.
And I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as state's exhibit 79. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the cash voucher. Money is still on that deal. $300 rounds of meth from prisoners.
And state's exhibit 80. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the surveillance report that we kept for the transaction.
And our state's exhibit 78 and 79 true records that you keep in the ordinary course of business. I'm sorry, not 78 and 79. 79 and 80. Are those records that are kept in the ordinary course of business with the task force?
Yes, they are.
Now, were the before deal procedures followed, the search and all of that, was that followed for this deal?
It was.
And what was your role on this day?
To get surveillance.
And were you able to monitor the deal as it was taking place?
I guess we were.
Now, after the deal, did you again meet with Skylar and Rebecca?
Good.
And did you follow the after deal procedures, the searching and things of that nature?
Good, yes.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 123 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
That's a video on that deal with November 16th, and it's Christopher's sort of photograph.
And State's Exhibit 124. Do you recognize that?
Yes, again, it's a photograph of the video that we took off the computer screen and played a video of Christopher's his deal with 1116.
Our State's Exhibits 78, 123 to 124 true and accurate depictions of the scene as they appeared on that day?
Yeah.
Now, if you recall, we watched that video earlier today, and during the video it goes black and pink. And it's all black or all pink throughout a good portion of the video. What is that? What causes that?
CI covered the camera.
Based on your training and experience, why do CIs cover cameras?
When they get worried.
Did something in particular happen at that deal that was concerning to you?
Yeah, they were discussing I guess, Lexi had talked about, Skylar and what was going on. Maybe he was working for the police, and that's why he covered it.
Now, the cash expenditure vouchers that you've identified, those only often have one suspect's name rather than two people's names on. Why is that?
Most of the time, we just put the person's name on and we gave the money to.
I'm going to go back and pull State's Exhibits 63, 69, and 75. Yeah, State's Exhibit 63, 69, and 75.
Yes.
What three deals are those? What are those in the whole?
Those are deals from 11/6, 2020, 11/9, 2020, and 11/12, 2020.
And can you tell from looking at those cash expenditure vouchers how much money was spent during those three deals on methamphetamine?
I can.
How much?
There's 600 on the 12, 280 on the 6, and 300 on the 9. $1,180.
On September the 14th of 21, did you apply for a search warrant for 7221 Woodland Road?
I did.
Who lives at that address?
Wesley Howard and Samantha Kirsten.
And what sort of items were covered by the search warrant?
Documents, records, and items that might be kept long-term from drug transactions or by a drug trafficker.
Did you assist in performing the search?
I did.
When you arrived at the house, what time was it?
Approximately 15 after.
In what county is 7221 Woodland Trail in?
County, Ohio.
What did you do upon arriving at the house?
Sheriff Burr and I went to the front door. JB, investigator Bowen, went to the rear. And first, sheriff knocked on the door. Waited a few minutes, and then I started knocking on the door. And a loud matter yelled the word to the sheriff's office, and we had a search warrant. Did that repeatedly. And talked to JB, who's at the back door, told him to go ahead and kick the back door in after we waited so long. He couldn't get the door open, so he come around the front door, tried to kick the front door in, tried to break it in with the shoulder, couldn't get it in. Then he went to there was air conditioner in the window on the front porch. He tried to get in and out. It was like all taped into the window. It was just in. So he went around the back, and that's how they entered the back window. And by pushing out the air conditioner and busted the window when they did get it out.
Prior to him getting rid of the air conditioner, could you see anything in the house?
No, all the windows were covered up with plastic or secret. We could look through the windows trying to get somebody's attention. Couldn't see inside the house at all.
About how long did you wait before Beatty made entrance through a window?
It was 10 or 15 minutes.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 83 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is a back window in the house at 7221 Woodland Trail.
Now, was there anyone inside the home when you entered it?
There was.
And who was inside the home?
Gary Osborne, Leslie Howard, and Smith.
And where was everyone located?
By the time I got in, I see Chris Bowen walking with Leslie Howard from the bathroom, and the other two were in the bedroom. I did not enter the bedroom, so I couldn't see exactly when they ran inside the bedroom.
Do you see Wesley Howard in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please claim that for the court?
Stay here with me in the black shirt.
Please let the record reflect the witnesses identify defendant Howard.
Or
Who is Samantha Kirshner?
that's Leslie Howard's girlfriend.
And who is Derek Osborne?
He was somebody that showed up at the house shortly before that we arrested on another warrant at the house.
That time, did you ask Wesley Howard how long he had lived at the home?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
He said he really went there and just stayed there sometime with his girlfriend.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 87 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
That's a empty bag that investigator Bowen retrieved from the trash can in the bathroom off the bedroom.
Is that the same bathroom that Mr. Howard was found in when you arrived?
It was, yes.
How many bedrooms are in this house?
3, only 2 were being used as bedrooms. The other one was just had all kinds of different things in there.
What were the other 2 bedrooms?
Well, the master bedroom, which is on the south side of the house, which is where everybody was at when we got there. The other bedroom is like a child's bedroom on the north side of the house.
And how do you know that this is a child's bedroom?
There was toys in the bedroom, there was a kid's clothes in the closet, and there was a sign on the wall that said, had a name, Maddox.
And I hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 88 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I did.
And what is that?
This photograph of the room that we just talked about, and the portion of the house in the bedroom.
And State's Exhibit 89, do you recognize that?
There's a picture of the bedroom, the sign I was talking about, this says Maddox on the sign.
And finally, State's Exhibit 90, do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
Yeah, there's a closer picture of the sign on the wall in that room.
During the search, did you assist in the search of the master bedroom?
I did.
I'm can hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 91 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a photograph of the top left dresser drawer inside the master bedroom.
And specifically, what are you taking a picture of in that?
Center digital scales.
What in your training and experience is the significance of set digital scales like that?
The way the drug transactions.
Do you have skills like that through your work as an undercover?
I do very much for yes.
During your search of the house, were safes or lock boxes located?
They were.
How many safes were located in the defendant's home?
There was a safe and 2 lock boxes, I believe.
Did you open and search them?
We did.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 93 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a photograph of one of the lock boxes.
And State's Exhibit 94, do you recognize that?
That's another picture of the same box.
State's Exhibit 95.
That's a picture of all the items that Bryce took them out of the box, spread them out.
And State's Exhibit 96, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's a new number in the lock box.
In this lockbox?
Yes.
And what does the note say?
It says, baby, here's a perk in your cigs. Have a good day at work. I love you so much, baby. Yours truly, Wes.
What's a perk?
Percocet.
What's a Percocet?
It's oxycodone is the drug it actually is. It's a pill prescribed requires a prescription by the doctor.
Did you locate any money in that box?
I did.
Do you recall how much?
It's $76.
Next, I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 97 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's a picture of the safe inside the closet in the master bedroom.
That's a different safe than the one you just identified?
Yes, this is a larger safe.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 98.
Picture inside the safe.
And finally, State's Exhibit 99.
Pictures items from inside the safe.
Now, during your search of the safe that you have pictured in State's Exhibit 97, did you locate any car titles?
Did.
Going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 100. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's the title is the 2011 Jaguar.
And State's Exhibit 101.
It's title to a 2005 Cadillac in the name of Wesley Howard.
Were you aware that Wesley Howard had that Cadillac prior to finding this title?
I was.
How?
Earlier this summer, I drove, I was driving down Woodland Trail. I saw a Cadillac, maroon Cadillac coming toward me from the area of 7221 Woodland Trail. And as I passed it, I noticed the windows were blacked out. I couldn't see who was inside it. I looked back and I could see the license plate was covered with a dark tinted license plate cover. So I went back to the office and through the auditor's law enforcement gateway website, I read Wesley Howard and found out that he did have a 2005 Cadillac Rotary color registered.
Did you locate any money in that safe?
Yes, we did.
Do you recall how much?
$1,100.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 1 and 2 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what are those?
Those are keys to the Jaguar.
And do you recall where that key was found?
Yes, it was found in the living room on a end table beside the couch.
Next, I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 1 and 3 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
A set of keys that contain the key to the Chevy Malibu. It's part of the driveway.
And where was that located?
Exactly where the photo was taken out on that stand right by the front door.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 56 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a rental agreement between Moses Sponsel and Wes Howard.
And where was that found?
It was found under a bed in a clear tube.
Did you locate that or did someone else?
Chris Miller did. It's right there.
You were with him when you found it? And what did Investigator Bowen do with State's Exhibit 56 after locating it?
Actually, he turned it, handed it over to me, and it was in a clear envelope. I saw the envelope.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 57 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's a wallet with that's the arrows like.
And State's Exhibit 58. Do you recognize that?
I do. That's got a picture of the wallet showing the sea money inside.
And was that money counted it?
It was.
And who counted it?
Investigator Bowen.
Did you watch that?
Yeah, it was there.
Do you know how much was in that wallet?
$909.
And did you see what Investigator Bowen did with, oh, I'm sorry, scratch that. I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 104 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
That's a shoebox. It's got, there's several small flip over spiral moves.
I'm going to hand you, and I'm not asking you to open this, but hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 114 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is this?
That's the notebooks I took out of this shoebox, which come out of the closet and is called a spare bedroom.
Okay. And in your training experience, have you seen notebooks like that in houses before?
Yeah.
And did you review those notebooks prior to them being placed in that bag?
I looked at a few of the pages, and it showed like names with numbers, and that'd be like somebody's name. Like I see Clayton Senior and Click Junior, and then like line out and like I don't remember what it was, but they were like 60 or 120, just numbers outside.
And based on your training experience, what is that?
That's the money people owe us for drug that's been referred to.
Have you experienced that in past investigations?
I had numerous times.
And did you recognize any of the names in the notebooks?
Yes, the two I just mentioned, Click Senior, Click Junior, I did. And I also see what it was. The one that was in one page, it was Kyle, and the next page it was Carl.
Do you know Kyle Clark?
I do.
How?
Actually, you're getting when I was in jail at one point.
Do you know him from buying and selling drugs?
Objection.
Yes, I do.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 105 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a money generating box. So it's the spare bedroom at the top of the closet.
The sign on the floor was previously been marked as State's Exhibit 106 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That is the actual box of money generating that I found. Spare bedroom in the closet.
And what is the significance of finding a money counter in this kind of investigation?
Yeah, I don't see it. Investigation for been looking at larger deals that handle lots of money.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 107 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that? What is that?
Photograph the outside at 7224 Woodland Trail, which shows that one of the cameras in the outside.
And State's Exhibit 108, do you recognize that? What is that?
This is the inside of the kitchen at 7224 Woodland Trail, looking into the kitchen over top of the cabinets.
Based on your training and experience, what does the surveillance system say to you?
In a house we're looking for drug evidence, so we often see cameras. They want to know who's coming to the door, and what's going on outside their house before they let people in.
Next, I'm going to hand you a previously been marked as State's Exhibit 109 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
Picture of the Jaguar back at the house.
And State's Exhibit 110, do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
Another picture of the Jaguar behind the house the same day.
Were you familiar with that Jaguar prior to that day?
I was, yes.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 100 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a, that's a title for the 2011 Jaguar.
And where did you locate that?
Inside the house.
And is the title, State's Exhibit 100, match the car in 109 and 110?
It does, yes.
Is, where else, in any, have you seen the car in 109 and 110? Had you seen that many prior dealings with Mr. Howard?
I have.
And what date?
October 9th, 2020, the deal started in Fort Johnson Street.
Did you request copies of the prior transfers of this vehicle?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 115 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the title for the certified copies of the title for the Jaguar.
According to the title, who owns the Jaguar?
As of the time we picked up the title, it was the
And who's that?
Wes Howard's girlfriend.
And prior to Samantha Kirshner owning the Jaguar, who owned it?
Wesley Howard.
And how much did he sell it to Samantha for? I believe that would be on the front page.
Pardon?
I think that's on the front page.
Correct. It was gifted.
Next, going to hand you what's previously been marked as 112 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is the Taurus SHO that was parked behind the house. This is photo behind the house. It's in the with the tree.
I don't.
Were you familiar with that car prior to that day?
It was, yes.
And how are you familiar with it?
That was a car that Rebecca bought drugs out of on November 1st, and that was the car that was showed up at Chris Richard's house on November the 6th.
State Exhibit 111. You recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's another photograph of the Taurus that they sent down over the day we did the search warrant at the village room.
Next in hand is previously been marked as Exhibit 81 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's a certified copy of title for the 2011 Ford Taurus SHO.
And did you request copies of the prior transfers of that vehicle?
I did.
Going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 118 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
A certified copy of the transfers going back on the 2011 Ford Taurus.
And who owns, as of the day that you requested those, who owned the Ford show?
Holly Howard.
And prior to Holly Howard owning it, who owned it?
Belinda Merriman.
And prior to Belinda Merriman?
Wesley Howard.
How much did Wesley Howard sell it to Belinda Merriman for?
0.
Do you know who Belinda Merriman is?
Yes, it's Willis Howard Grandma.
And who is Holly Howard?
Wes Howard's mother.
How much was, strike that. Going to hand you what's previously been marked. The State's Exhibit 113 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is the Chevy Malibu that was located at 7221 the day we did the search warrant with the trail.
Going to hand you what's previously been marked. The State's Exhibit 117 for identification. Sorry, 117 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is the title to the Chevy Malibu, showing the owner's the owner at this time is Samantha Christian.
And according to the certified copies, who owned the Malibu prior to Samantha Kirshner?
Wesley Howard.
And how much did you sell it for?
0.
Now, during large-scale drug investigations, why do you make it a point to run title searches on vehicles?
And try to find connections, where stuff comes from, and then people like to hide their assets, and so they put it in other people's names, or they just get it registered in somebody else's name, so that if they're seen driving through town or something, and a cop runs their license plate number, that it's going to come back to somebody that is not easily recognizable as a drug dealer.
Now, during this investigation, Was there anything in particular that you noticed about the vehicles that Wesley Howard was operating?
Walked up to the mountain was blacked out windows, and all of them had tips on the license plate, the rear, license plates that were regularly backed in. Residents, so you couldn't see the plate if we drive on the road.
You talk about the tint over the back plate. Could you see through that?
Some of them you could see. The Jaguar, you could barely see through the door. You had to almost walk up to it.
Did you also request tax records in this matter?
I did.
Why did you do that?
I didn't believe that they held up their jobs.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State Exhibit 67 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is the tax returns, certified copy of tax returns from the Ohio Department of Taxation on Chris Hursler for the years 2018 through 2004.
And according to the certified copy, were there returns filed in those years?
No, there wasn't.
Next, I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State Exhibit 68 for identification purposes. Do you recognize those?
I do.
What is that?
Here, this is a copy of the Ohio Department of Taxation request on Wesley Howard's tax information for the years of 2018 through 2020.
And according to that, did he file taxes in those 3 years?
No, he didn't.
And finally, State Exhibit 73. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what is that?
That's the return from the Ohio Department of Taxation, certified copy of the Samantha Kirshner's tax returns for 2018 through 2020.
And did she file taxes for those periods?
No.
Now, during your search of the house, were cell phones collected?
There was.
About how many?
We brought 8 back because other several were at the house we didn't take.
Were you surprised at how many different phones you found during the search?
No, there's common wars and search warrants, drug search warrants, and find lots of phones.
Why?
People switch phones all the time, and a lot of people take them and trade for loot.
During your search, you recovered money, is that correct?
Yes, we did.
Did you compare the serial numbers from any of the money that you located in the house to buy money used during these separate purchases?
Part of it I did.
And were you able to match any of that money?
No.
Why not?
Just happened. We done a search warrant like 10 months after we done these deals.
So did you expect to be able to match it?
No, we didn't even list it in the search warrant. We expected to find our file.
Were you surprised during the search that you found no methamphetamine?
No, we wasn't there. Once again, we did, because of the time when we wasn't doing it, we knew that they suspected our CIs that were working. That's why we ended the operations, so we didn't know whether there would be drugs in there or not.
Taking you back to where Mr. Howard was found in the house when you first arrived, you identified a picture of a Ziploc bag on the floor.
Yes.
Based on your training experience, what does that indicate to you?
Had somebody in the bathroom put something out the toilet. One of the trash can, one of the other. It was a large bag.
Has that happened to you in past searches?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 87. And again, how much time passed from when you initially announced yourselves to when you actually were able to make entrance to this house?
At least 10 or 15 minutes.
Now, based on your training and experience, is it common for dealers to hide their money and drugs at a location separate from where they live?
Oh, yes, we see it. I've done it all kinds of places, and a lot of times we don't find it.
I'm going to refer just to the pictures and ask, are states exhibits 57, 58, 83, 87, 88 through 91, 93 through 95, 97 through 99, 102 through 104, 105, 107 through 110, 111 through 113, all true and accurate depictions of the scene as it appeared that day?
It is.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as States Exhibit 84 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that? What is that?
It's a picture of the Jaguar in front of the house, 7221 Woodward Trailer.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the Jaguar as it appeared?
It is.
Investigator Sanders, about how many deals to purchase meth have you done in the last 2 years?
Last 2 years, pretty close to 400.
And what is the most that you have paid for a half ounce of methamphetamine in Highland County?
$680.
And what deal was that?
The deal was West Ireland.
Based on your training and experience, what is the typical amount that a person uses in a day of meth?
That totally varies by their tolerance and how long they've been doing it. Start out using just a small amount. Most of the time, most of the users just spend $2 a day, like between $10 and $50.
And would that be about a tenth of a gram?
Or more.
What are the common ways that you have found that meth is transported from seller to buyer?
Mostly when they're selling it in bags, either the twisty bags or a Ziploc bag.
And is that how you were able to purchase it in this case?
It is, yes.
Did you send those bags to BCI to have them fingerprinted? Why not?
We've done that in the past over the years, numerous times, and they don't want us to send the bags. They will on special occasions, not the bag ties that you see twisted up and wrinkled. They have these Ziploc bags in it. We've never gotten any back that had fingerprints on them, unless they were a large Ziploc bag, whether the thicker ones.
What about DNA?
They wouldn't even, BCI will not even do DNA for us, even with a drug case unless it's a special request.
Now, was Wesley, skip that. In the various pictures that you've already identified where you took still pictures or videos, do you see the person portrayed in those pictures that you identified as Chris Hertzler in the courtroom today? Can you please point him out for the court?
Judy in the white shirt.
Please let the record reflect the witness identify the defendant.
Sure.
Investigator Sanders, did you target Christopher Hertzler when you started this investigation?
No, when you were we looked.
What about Wesley Howard?
No, we didn't target him. Only in the one deal with where Rebecca said she could do the other deals. He showed up as part of our surveillance where that he was part of something we had going on with somebody else.
1 moment, Your Honor. State finish with this.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Sanders, my name is Brandon Morgan. I just have a few questions for you. Just through Your Honor. Detective Detective Sanders, you said at the search warrant, you recovered some phones, correct?
That's correct.
And one of those phones was attached to Wesley Howard, correct?
I'm sorry.
You said one of those phones was connected with Wesley Howard, correct? Do you remember? Do you know if any of these phones had numbers associated with Wesley Howard?
I never saw the phone numbers on phones.
Okay. Did you ever attempt to run any sort of forensics on any phone numbers of Wesley Howard?
I did.
Did you review that?
I did.
So on, I'm just going to step through, I guess, date by date. On the October 2020 deal, what was your capacity on that?
October 9th deal?
Yeah, the October 9th, 2020. I think there's only one in October. Yeah. Were you in surveillance?
Yes, and I was monitoring the audio video from undercover car.
And this deal was set up between undercover officer and Steve Depot, correct?
The deal was initially set up between CI, MJ, and Steve.
Thank you for correcting me. This was CI and Steve Depot, correct?
Yes.
While that deal was being done, did you see Wesley Howard inside?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, maybe it might not. I'll try to speak up. During the drug transaction with Steve Depot, the undercover officer, and MJ, did you see Wesley Howard inside of it?
Inside, I see him get out of the Jaguar at the hole.
You didn't see him get out of anywhere during that drug transaction, correct?
I was after we followed him from the drug transaction.
Okay.
Actual transaction back to the plot.
Moving on to the 11-1 deal, I believe it's the Kroger deal. Do you remember that one?
Yes, I do.
You were doing surveillance on that one, correct?
I do.
And there was statements made by Rebecca that this $1 bill was used by Wesley Howard to ingest methamphetamine, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't send that bill to BCI to be tested for meth, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't test to be, you didn't send that bill to be tested for DNA or anything, correct?
That's correct.
I believe you mentioned was it due to budgetary concerns, time concerns, or what exactly?
No, budgetary concerns for us. I mean, what we think we need to do, but BCI will not take money. Money's so circulated throughout the U.S. and they tell us, okay, it's touched by so many people, and they will do fingerprints, DNA, or they will need to test it for drugs.
So they won't do anything with that.
No.
I just want to make sure I was clear. Now, there was conversation about searching Rebecca South. Did you search Rebecca South?
I did.
Did you search her on all these transactions, or which ones did you search her on?
I think all afterwards on one with Wesley Howard. We're probably talking about back.
So you searched on all of them except for one that Brian Butler, correct?
So, yes.
Okay, so you're understanding no female officer ever searched Rebecca South.
Not any deals.
The deals we're talking about, correct?
Deals we're talking about this page.
Yeah, I'm not talking about any of the deals.
Yeah.
Okay. On the 11-6 deal, you're working surveillance again, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, where were you located?
Let's see if I was at witness.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't observe Wesley Howard's vehicle on 11-6 pulling Chris Hertz's residence, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did it.
Correct.
Okay. How were you able to tell it was Mr. Howard's vehicle?
Until I see the vehicle before 11 o'clock time, I knew that blacked out windows, brawl in front, there's the Pleas stage show. All around town every day, that's like the only one I've seen that looks like that around, with the top on it and wheels.
Understood. And you have, you've already been amended the evidence, your surveillance reports. Those are completed by you, correct?
By me or somebody that was with me. That's what I told them. They're part of our regular reporting system that we do.
And in these earlier transactions, the October 2020, I believe it's October 9th, 2020, correct me if I'm wrong, in the 11-1, in those surveillance reports, it is reported that you've observed Wesley Howard's vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
In the 11-6, 2021, it doesn't say that, correct? Do you remember?
On the surveillance report?
Yes.
I did, on one of them, there's two separate reports in that day because Brian Butler kept one and Chris Bowen kept one. And the one that Brian Butler wouldn't say that I saw him that day because he followed Rebecca after the deal. The one that Chris Bowen was with me in the car, Kev, would show that we followed West Howard from the vehicle from Kroger's and to the Murphy's Oil Mart at the Walmart parking lot and drove by to try to ID him in the car. Couldn't obtain a license number and just see the walk by with the hoodie up over his head. ID.
Okay. You're a man, Coach?
Right. There's a lot here. And what is the mark is stated 64.
Now you said there's two surveillance reports, but I only see one admitted into evidence. What do you? Is that their surveillance report, or do you have another one that we don't have?
This one is the one that Brian Butler did. This is 11-6. No, this is the only one for 11-6.
That's the only one for 11-6.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought we was talking about before the 11.
Oh no, I'm talking about 11-6.
Talking about 11-6. Okay, this is the only one for 11-6.
Okay, and maybe I should ask my question again. Maybe that wasn't clear. It's okay. There's a lot of 11s. So on 11-6, did you observe a white vehicle that you identified as Wesley Howard's vehicle pulling into a driveway?
Yeah.
Okay. And in your prior surveillance reports, the one on 11-1, the one on October 9th, which makes more sense now that you're talking about those, you had written down that these were Wesley Howard's vehicles, correct?
I don't know if I wrote it down, but they were Wesley Howard's vehicles.
Okay.
I wasn't doing it. Either day I wasn't doing the writing because I'm driving.
Okay. But you'd agree with me on 11-6. It doesn't say that that's Wesley Howard's vehicle, correct?
And it doesn't.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'll grab that from you on the approach.
Okay.
So I'm just hold on to it the whole time. Now, on the 11-9 deal, you're also working as surveillance, correct me if I'm wrong?
That's correct.
And on the 11-9 deal, the contact that you could see between Mr. Hertzer and Mr. Howard was their vehicles being at Mr. Howard's residence before the transaction, correct?
That's correct. After I followed it there.
And that was before or after the transaction?
Before the transaction.
You didn't see, you can't tell me who's inside that house, correct?
No.
you can't tell me what conversations or what texts or phone calls were going on inside that house, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to move on to the November 12th. I believe we've been using it as the pinpoint buy.
That's a lake.
Yes, thank you. So, on the 11-12 buy, you'd agree with me that there's no phone calls between Mr. Hertzer and Mr. Howard that you can see, correct?
I heard that the phone call on the wire is the audio is happening.
Yeah, and maybe I'm making it clear. I'm talking about between Mr. Howard and Mr. Hertzer.
Mr. Howard's call there.
Okay. In fact, records you reviewed, there is no phone calls between these two on that day, correct?
Too small.
Yes.
There is.
There is?
Yes, I don't recall what time, but, you know, once I reviewed, there was calls almost every day from, between Howard and Hertzer.
Okay.
During that time period.
We don't have those in evidence.
No, we don't.
But you're saying you're pretty sure that there probably was something on the 12th.
Like phone calls?
Phone calls.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, the only contact that we can see on this 11-12 deal is that after the drug transactions take place, you see Mr. Hertzer's car at Wesley Howard's house, correct?
That's correct.
And you said there's a lot of cars there, correct?
There's several cars there.
You can't tell me if there was a party.
No.
You can't tell me if there was any sort of get-together going on at the house, correct?
No.
You've reviewed the pictures of the text that actually are in evidence. And you have, here's that Hertzer was coming from Dayton, correct?
At some point earlier, yes.
So, moving on to the search warrant itself. Now, that occurred on September 13th, correct?
On September 14th.
14th. You said it took a while for y'all to get into the house, correct?
It,
Like 10 to 15 minutes?
yes.
So you note yourself as police. Did you hear any movement going on in the house?
No.
So you didn't hear anyone? You didn't hear anyone?
No. Where I was at.
You didn't hear anyone talking? You didn't hear any crashing or anything until you guys actually went in the house, correct?
Yes.
Now, there was some discussion here about what you would see in drug houses with drug traffickers, correct? And you mentioned the money counter was something you'd see with somebody who's dealing with high cash flow, correct?
Correct.
Do you know that money counter was put up in a bedroom, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know if it was ever used?
I never checked it. I don't know if they got it. I'm sure of that.
Okay. You're sure it has, but you've never actually checked. Okay.
The box has been open
Okay.
several times.
And when you say high money or high volume, safe to say that's more than the 2,000 that you saw at the residence, correct?
I would expect people would have more than $2,000 going through their house before they would have the money. Absolutely.
Correct. And I believe you were testifying earlier that, in your experience, they would have a place where they would live, and then you'd have another place where you would hide your money and drugs. Will you testify to, correct?
I've seen that.
Okay.
I've seen that lots of times.
But you don't see that in this case, correct?
We never found any other place. We never looked at anything like the 7221 Interfere.
Gotcha. As far as the vehicles themselves, there's some time spent on vehicles. These are not new, fair to say, not new cars, correct, that were bought from West Owner?
No.
These are salvage titles, right?
I know some of them. I don't recall which ones exactly. Started out with the salvage titles, but there was some.
When you were in the home of Mr. Howard, did you see any evidence of any interaction or any business dealings with Mr. Hertz or Mr. Howard?
When did I see?
So maybe I'll rephrase the question.
I think I understand, but I'm not confident.
That's okay. It was a bad question. I'm going to ask it correctly. When you were at the house, you didn't see any notebooks or any communications between Mr. Howard and Mr. Hertz, correct?
I did see one of the notebooks that had Chris in it, but I don't know. I
You don't
can't
know
say
which
100% for sure.
You don't know which Chris it was. In fact, getting into the notebooks, you can't definitively tell me what these notebooks were actually used for, correct?
No, I just know what I've seen them used for in the times I've seen them in the past.
In the past.
Yes.
As far as the surveillance footage, did you check to see if there was surveillance footage that was working at Mr. Howard's residence?
I didn't know.
So we don't know if this camera.
No, I don't know.
As far as the taxes, it's my understanding that these they just weren't reporting taxes?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said that could be indicative of them not having a job. Is it also fair to say that they could just be not reporting taxes?
I would say that's unlikely, but yes, because I was by his house numerous times in 2021.
So you said it's unlikely that he would just not be skipping out on taxes. Lastly, there were no drugs found at this residence, correct?
There was on Derrick Osborne.
Okay. And that was personal use from Mr. Osborne, correct?
Yes.
You mentioned there was a plastic bag that was found in the bathroom trash, correct?
That's correct.
Ziploc bag?
I'm sorry?
It looked like a Ziploc bag, is that correct? Now, you believed that drugs could have possibly been in that bag, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever test that?
No.
One second, Colin. I have nothing further on, thank you.
Next, send back to Rebecca again for a minute. We recruited her. We talked about the contract. Is it a 1-page or 2-page contract?
Either 6 pages.
6 pages.
Yes. It's not actually a contract. The first page is like a sign up where we just have the information requirement. We don't enter into any kind of written contract with anyone. So just looking at that, we would be going through the prosecutor's office and the defense attorney, not between me and somebody that's, yes.
So for those 4 or 5 pages, is it all your protocols, how your system works when you're doing narcotics investigations?
That's very little of that. Mostly rules. One page of it is the definition of the traffic that I read to them and make sure they read it and understand it line by line. Then we get a set of rules that make sure they understand they're not out there violating the law. They're not supposed to tell anybody they're working for us, and different things that have been set aside, passed down because somebody comes in from here.
Okay. So it clearly says in there they're not violating the law, correct?
It does.
Is the form of payment discussed in this non-contract? Is how they're going to be paid written down in there any place? Okay. You do have to sign it though, right?
Yes. Yes, that was part of that's in there. There's part where they, there's a section in there where they use a fake name to sign up and stuff like dollars, you can see. And then on that page, there's also a place for their fingerprints, so that when we get them signed and put your fingerprint on it, it matches to what we got to sign paperwork.
You discussed with them various forms of payment. What I mean by that is Some are paid by cash, like we heard here, correct? And another form would be if they're in trouble and you help them out with a case, correct?
Yeah, and that's worked out before it gets to be looks like between the attorneys.
Sure. And that could be either a case that's already pending, or because of your job, you may be aware of charges are getting ready to come, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Would you agree with me that when you go undercover work like this, it's dangerous business?
It is.
Okay. And would you also agree that in this statement of understanding you have with these CIs, that their safety is probably the most important thing?
No, it is a good question.
Okay. And heard Rebecca testify earlier, and that specifically referring to the November 6th deal now, that she was nervous. And she was nervous, I think, on the Kroger deal, and I think the other deal she said that she was nervous. You were monitoring the November 6th deal, correct?
That's correct.
And monitoring just audio only?
Yes, audio.
Okay. And you'd also said, I think, in your initial meeting with the person, situations can come up. You can't condone them breaking the law, but every situation is different, correct?
That's correct.
But in this particular one, she and Skylar both went ahead and did this line, which is breaking the law, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Rebecca testified that she was nervous and just went along with it. But you were monitoring this on audio, correct?
That's correct.
Did you hear anything in that audio that gave you pause for concern, like something bad's going to happen here? I better get up there.
I never even knew they got a line until afterwards when Skylar, because the audios we're using phones, and the audio you can't hear everything that's going on. I mean, you hear you hear this. Well, afterwards you can go back and listen to it close, and you can understand everything a lot better, see a lot better. But as it's happening, you don't always hear everything, and I didn't want to caught that until after the deal was over.
Right, and I'll agree with that. You didn't know that they'd done the line until after. So up until that point, you didn't hear anything going on during that deal that, again, gave you pause to concern, correct? Or just general concern? Okay. And obviously, the reason for these drug operations is to prosecute people that are dealing drugs, to get drugs off the street, correct?
To get drugs off the street, absolutely.
Okay. And to get them off the street in your operation within the law, correct?
That's correct.
Are you the one that handled payment in all these deals, or did Brian probably handle any of the payment too?
No, I handled all the things.
Okay. And does that occur immediately after the post-deal proceedings?
It does.
Never a day later, always on the same day?
Unless I have to run out of money.
Okay.
Yes. It's always the same day.
And you don't want people using drugs while they're doing these operations, correct?
That's correct.
But you knew at least that Rebecca, I think she called herself sort of a part-time addict at this point in time. Like maybe she wasn't using it every day, but she was still using, correct?
No, she wasn't using it at the time she started, and I believe I didn't heard any different than that today.
Okay. Did you test her at any time?
No.
It's all right.
You're right.
Investigator Sanders, Mr. Burns asked you about a review of phone records. Whose records did you review?
Leslie Howard.
And were you able to find contact between Mr. Howard and Mr. Hertzberg?
I was.
And how often was that?
Almost daily during the time period. October, November.
Again, I'm sorry.
2020, yes.
Again, Mr. Mormon made asked about not sending that dollar bill to BCI. Why did you not send the dollar bill to BCI? They won't take it? Going to the 11-6-20 deal. Do you recall the deal I'm talking about? Did you see the car that pulled into the driveway?
I did.
And whose car was that?
That wasn't Howard's car.
How can you be sure that was Wesley Howard's car?
Because he pulled in the Taurus SHO, the black girl on the front, the blacked out windows, the dark cover on the rear, the wheels on the car, and the top of the car, his little, say, I don't know what it's called now, like the top or whatever, I don't know what it's called now.
Would you agree that the car is unique?
Absolutely, I've not seen something like it around town, I drive almost every day.
Going to the 11-9-20 deal, the KSC deal, can you tell me what happened just before Hertzler arrived at Howard's home? Were you notified about Hertzler's, where he was headed? Just
Before my mother called me and told me that he was going to be about 40 minutes before he would have the dough, and then that's when I drove down to the lake, and on the way back, that's when I passed the Hertzler's Mercury Milan, turned around and followed it back, and saw it at the house, and then like 5 minutes later, my mother called me and told me that Hertzler called and said he was on his way back, and I was on 50 at that time, and then a couple minutes later, I see Hertzler go by, or a few minutes later, I see Hertzler go by, and I followed him back into town.
So 5 minutes after you saw Hertzler's vehicle?
Yes.
What happened?
Butler called and said he had to go on his way back, and it was a few minutes later when I passed him 50, and I followed him back into town.
You started to answer, and I think it's moved on, but what makes you believe that Howard was unemployed, other than the taxes?
I drove by his house like once we got doing the deal, I drove by his house several times, and even in the summer of 2021, I drove by his house several times. I would see both vehicles there that I used to see either in front or the back.
When you say you drove by the house several times, are you saying like several times in a month, several times in a week, several times in that year?
I was down there. I was trying to lake a lot. I went past that house. We drive past the house regularly. I wouldn't be every week, but numerous times over the fall of the summer.
When you were working with Rebecca and Skylar, were they working to work off charges or to make money?
They were working strictly to make
money. Do you have training and experience in your 40+ years of people who have been on meth, who are actively intoxicated with meth? And at any point, did you see any sign that Rebecca needed a drug test?
No, we kept probably longer than usual. Because our after deal takes a while. Anyway, like your review, after they took it, we looked to see how long it would happen. And then it takes a while for us to do all this stuff. We search them, we search the vehicle. And we take the photographs, you pull up on their phone, photograph, and take the photographs of the different things, do an interview with them, and everything, like located in some part of our car, and we gotta get stuff out and take our time, and this is depending on where we're meeting at, and a lot of times we'll be out there for 40 minutes, probably 40 minutes usually, doing the after deal stuff, get everything done.
Would it be fair to say that you were working with Rebecca during that time period almost on a daily basis? on almost a daily basis?
Almost as talk to her on almost a daily basis.
And at any point during that time that you were working with her, was she under the influence that you could tell?
Other than what day she told me she was, and she still did.
That one day being November the 6th? No further questions.
All right, raise it down. This is your last witness. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a break. This one's gonna be a little bit longer. I'm gonna have to leave the courtroom for this break, need to do some things on the record for some legal purposes. Then come back and, this point is 20 till 2:40. So be back at, 5 minutes after 3. We're done, you can come back, not gonna, just go way outside. I think we'll be done. So, they say 25 minutes. And, council will be 5 minutes and recent, compliance, with these, legal, things that need to be. Okay. Remember the instruction of court, I think we're getting very close to completing the case as far as evidence is concerned. And, I don't, discuss it with anyone among yourselves, or anyone who, after, your presence and all the other instructions I've given you. Thank you.
Please rise.
Alright.
I apologize.
Alright, that's all right. Okay, back on record, statement first word. Now, state calls last witness, we,
Yes,
ready for right now.
the state is moving to admit its exhibits 1 through 131, with the exception of 116, 129.
Wait, exception of 116, okay, 129,
And 86.
and 86.
That's correct.
Okay, well, 86 is blank, and the other two I did not have for minutes, so I wasn't losing my mind. I thought maybe I missed something. All right. Any objections to any of the exhibits, Mr. Morgan?
Your Honor, I would just note objections for the record to the surveillance reports, exhibit 60, 80, 131, just object, the hearsay, Your Honor, looks like somebody else is filling out these forms, and you would stand on it.
I believe they were identified as business records that are kept during the time that the deal's taking place and kept in the ordinary course of business or task force.
Objection to the rule will be admitted.
I let that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your objection. Sure. I hear you. Okay, Mr.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. We would just renew our objection as to, I know they were already, was, we would just renew them as the states and takes.
ESB case.
The tape, yes, sir.
And the objection about lack of foundation of about it.
Correct, Your Honor. And we would
Same
also.
one in the court.
Yes, sir. As far as the surveillance video from the GSI office from KFC to FRS, I understand the state's arguing that's a certified copy of the public record. There was no one here to lay a foundation of how these measurements were made or how this is, there's no, just because it's a public record doesn't mean necessarily comes in, Your Honor. There's no one here to say how they did this, what device they used, how it's measured.
Well, these are records that are kept for enforcement business. I'm quite familiar with the procedure, the basic things, you know, like telephone lines, gas lines, and everything else, and it's all right there in the records. All right. Any other objections? All right. There's that. Now, Mr. Morgan, would you make any motions?
Yes, Your Honor. For the record, obviously, Mr. Howard, you're moving for a motion in Rule 29. We believe in light most favorable to the non-moving party. In this case, being the state, they have failed to establish the requisite elements for the count one, as far as the counts 2 and 3, 4 and 5, 6 and 7, they failed to establish any evidence related to complicity on those, and we'd stand by that argument.
All right, on behalf of Mr. Richard.
We'd simply join in that motion, Your Honor, on the same basis.
Yeah, Mr. Thomas.
Your Honor, at this point, I believe that reasonable minds come to different conclusions. There is evidence of each element of the offense established, and as such, we would ask that the court allow us to go to a jury and for that jury, for a jury to make that decision.
Right. Well, the court is of the opinion that there's a lot of evidence in this case, and the court can make a decision today on the first case, which is not the proof of thing, so it's a question of jury evaluating the testimony, the evidence, now, Morgan, are you going to put on any evidence?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you discussed this with your client, you were aware of that.
I did, with Your Honor, I did discuss before the trial began. We're not presenting any evidence or any witnesses.
All right. And Mr. Burr, put on any evidence?
One moment, Your Honor.
All right.
You're all right with that. I think I made a mistake. Also on the evidence list, State's Exhibit 25 is still in my folder, which leads me to believe it was not admitted. It was not identified.
Actually, that is correct.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, which exhibit is that?
25, it's on the front page of 5.
2586, 2916 or not.
4% of the pension.
Alright, and then, so rule 29 is a new budget.
We would renew pay the same.
Same. Alright, this is what we do. Alright, now, housekeeping that, so, what I'm gonna do then is break through again. There's copies of the amendments of the revised, instructions, I'll give it to your, this will close. In the meantime, I noted that the indictment, count 1213 says, and the evidence all set tonight, bringing for forms the,
The state would move to amend that to be the October 9th.
The court will, allow that, just rule 6, won't be evidence. And there's no prejudice clause to the defendant, but actually I would like to power. Plus, the jury instruction says on or about anyway, so it doesn't matter. I should be okay.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, and we talked about this in chambers before we came back at the lunch break, is that on the verdict forms, counts 2 to 13, I have included amounts only for the purpose, and I added that to the instruction that only to assist the jury in reaching a determination as to count 1 if they find either defendant guilty of any of those counts. And chambers indicated that they have a problem. We'll try to help the jury and make their deliberations easier if there's a verdict guilty in any of those counts. Any objection to that proposal from Mr. Boyd?
No, Your Honor.
Mr.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Now, was there any request? I know I sent you the instructions last week, the first draft, and then did make a few changes. Just I'll suggest that a few other minor tweaks here today and yesterday. Was there any requests or any big instruction beyond what I've already indicated we would give?
Not from the state.
All right. This goes to Mr. Fisher first. This one goes to Mr. Clerk. And, here's how I go ahead. Give your instruction above.
No additional instructions for us, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let me go through and try to point out where I made some changes. I made a couple of changes where I changed like these two and things of that nature was not really significant. Did include the accomplished testimony about Mr. Devo. And what I'm going to do, counsel, I'm going to, when I instruct them on counts 2 and 3, I'm going to go through all the definitions and elements. And then what I'm going to tell them is all those definitions apply equally to the even number of counts and the odd number of counts. And then I'm going to read the elements on each count, but not reread the definitions, just to speed things up. So, is there any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Okay. Did make the correction, Mr. Count 12, 13, date. Pointed out the original error. I think it's a special clarification issue. I think that the instructions that I'm talking about major change I made was count 14 on the specification. Power. I did indicate, I think the second paragraph down, I added language to state the first allegations of vehicles derived from conduct and violation count 1, and then the state's argument at 2011 were cars was used in counts 2, 3, and 10, 11, and then also the 11 February counts 12. My correct those dates of those allegations.
Yes, Your Honor.
I understood the evidence to be that. And then when Tim and Mr. Warren brought up about values, and, it's actually the second, instruction after the break, where I talked about the verdict forms. And starting on page 60, what I say there is that I normally don't tell the jury what order to consider verdicts. Sometimes they go chronologically or numerically, other times they go according to what they think is the easiest. But in this case, they can't come up with verdicts in count one until they read verdicts in this counts 2 to 13 to determine if any of those counts have been proven, and if so, what the value after that is up to get the $1,000 threshold. And so I did add language, I believe, on page 60 there at the bottom, where it specifically said it has to exceed $1,000 as to that. And I also point out that the odd even counts are not cumulative. And so what I did is I added language there that said the value of only one of each even on the count, which you found even daily maybe you can calculate the quote. And then I also added there that find the guilty of any. Well, I didn't put aggravated possession or see page 61 there at the bottom of the paragraph. I had that in my sentence. This total must be calculated as each event separate. And then I also noted that I indicated in Chambers about the alleged value on the verdict form for the purpose of assisting you in calculating the value of the substance sold and possessed for the purposes of determining whether it's count one whole. If you found one or both, then guilty of committing those counts for no purpose. Okay. And I just happened to go through, and I'm a little OCD about this, but there's a lot of headings at the very bottom. I don't like that. I'll not the formatting, so I'll go through and change that when I get to the jury. But for instance, page 20, second edition binding verdict is guilty right at the bottom of the number. Although I say I got some cases up the bottom, so I will go through and reformat this so we can get into that. Better. All right. Now, that being said, are there any objections to the jury instructions?
Not from the state.
No, from Howard.
No, from personally, right.
And I've also circulated both verdict forms and you received a copy of the verdict forms, Mr. Morgan?
Yeah.
All right, and you guys each got copies? No, I thought I had that.
We don't have anything, Judge.
You got a copy of the verdict jury instructions?
No.
Did you get a copy?
No.
Oh, he gave each, he gave
Yes.
okay. He only made 2 copies, all right. All right.
I think he may have been Mr. White. He gives you guys.
Oh, you guys get 2 copies on there?
I just got one for each case.
Yeah.
I didn't get one. It's fine.
All right, now, he was going off my instruction number. Very forms for the state, first and. All right, anything else then? All right, no, I'm gonna give them, give that goes then.
Both of them?
All right, I'll go ahead and I'll go make another copy of this for you to follow while I'm reading them. And then, so I'll reformat it, get everybody the final copy, which is good. So, 3:04, actually right on time, but, let me get off, have it brought in, and I'll come back out and get it.
All right. Please rise.
Yeah. Are you guys, do you have any exhibits that you like to say about that?
No.
Someone has a very point.
Just make this mandatory and change it to some forms so you can relax for a few minutes, we can get underway again. Bathroom, okay. We'll check the bathroom.
Please rise. I can you see, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence has been completed, and the purpose of our longer recess was there was to deal with the exhibits and the exhibits that were offered and admitted. There were 3 or 4 here. Can't get the counting in order. There will be some that will not be. You won't find that we're not there. They weren't on, and so they're so you won't necessarily have every single number. The state was arrested, and the understand they have that Mr. Howard, you're not offering any evidence, that's correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
On behalf of the person who's saying that.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So that completes the evidence, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going to proceed with instruction. What I can tell you is, I didn't want to give you a heads up too early because I wasn't quite sure. Greg, I haven't figured out yet, but this is where we had, I want to wait. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the case to you this afternoon. It'll probably be 4:30 or so, maybe 4 to 5, and then we'll talk about deliberation at that time. So we'll have a break at some point before deliberations start, or give you the final instructions. At that time, you'll be able to use your cell phones, call, let anybody know, home, or got any plans tonight. If you're not, you may not be able to make it because you'll be deliberating. And then also to tell you that during deliberations, you won't be able to have your cell phone because during deliberations, the only communication you can have outside the courtroom is through the bailiff or so bailiff like your cell phone. So go in your car or something like that, that you'll keep in a bag, secure it for you, and return it to you after you're done. So with that, I'm going to proceed with the instructions on the law will apply to the indictment. Then we will hear the closing arguments of the attorneys. Then after that, after a break, then I will give you the instructions, final instructions on how to deliberate and to reach verdict as to the various counts. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the evidence. It's the duty of the court to instruct you now as to matters of law. Court and the jury have several functions. To decide disputed facts, the court will provide instructions of law. It's your sworn duty to accept these instructions, apply the law as given to you. You're not permitted to change the law or to apply your own conception of what you think the law should be. All criminal cases begin with filing an indictment. The indictment informs the defendant that he or she has been charged with an offense. The fact that it was filed may not be considered for any other purpose. Defendants entered pleas not guilty to the charges, which is a denial of the charges, and puts an issue all the essential elements of each offense. Defendants are presumed innocent until their guilt is established beyond reasonable doubt. Defendants must be acquitted unless the state produces evidence which convinces you beyond reasonable doubt of every essential element of any one or more of the offenses that have been charged in the indictment. Now, reasonable doubt is present when after you have carefully considered, and compared all of the evidence, you cannot say that you are firmly convinced of the truth of the charge. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. Reasonable doubt is not mere possible doubt, because everything relating to human affairs, or depending on moral evidence, is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof of such character that an ordinary person would be willing to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her own affairs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you are the sole judges of the facts, credibility of the witnesses that were presented, and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility of the witness. You apply the tests of truthfulness that you apply in your daily lives. These tests include the appearance of each witness on the stand, their manner of testifying, reasonableness of their testimony, the opportunity they had to see, hear, and know the things concerning which they testified, their accuracy of memory, their frankness, their lack of it, their intelligence, their interest, and bias in it, together with all of the facts and circumstances surrounding the testimony. Applying these tests, you will assign to the testimony of each witness such weight as you deem proper. You're not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because that witness was placed under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony. You will determine what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. Each witness was subject to direct examination by the party who called them and to cross-examination by the opposite party, or in this case parties. And during the trial, counsel were able to inquire into matters that did not relate directly to issues before the court. Those questions and answers were permitted for the purpose of helping you to determine credibility and the weight to be given to the testimony for no other purpose. When certain witnesses testified, evidence of their prior criminal conviction was introduced to attack the credibility of those witnesses. You may consider the prior criminal convictions of any witness when assessing that witness's credibility. It's not necessary that defendants take the witness stand in their own defense. They have a constitutional right not to testify. The fact that the defendants did not testify must not be considered for any purpose. You have heard testimony from Stephen Depot, another person who pled guilty to the crimes he alleged defendant Howard committed on October 9, 2020, charged in counts 12 and 13. An accomplice is one who knowingly assists or joins another in the commission of the crime. Whether Stephen Depot is an accomplice, the way to give his testimony are matters for you to decide from all the facts and circumstances and evidence. Testimony of an accomplice that is supported by other evidence does not become inadmissible because of its simplicity, moral turpitude, or self-interest, but the admitted or claimed complicity of the witness may affect his credibility and make his testimony subject to grave suspicion and requires to be weighed with great caution. It is for you as jurors, in the light of all facts presented to you from the witness stand, to evaluate such testimony and determine its quality and worth or its lack of quality. Now, generally, a witness may not express an opinion. However, one who follows a profession or special line of work may express his opinion because of his education, knowledge, and experience. Such testimony is submitted for whatever assistance it may provide to help you arrive at a just verdict. However, as with other witnesses, on you alone rests the duty of deciding what evidence should be given to the testimony of the experts. Determining its weight, you may take into consideration skill, experience, knowledge, veracity, familiarity with the facts of the case, and the usual rules for testing credibility, determining the weight to be given to testimony. And I should say his or her. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that was all of the testimony that was received from the witnesses and any exhibits that the court has admitted in evidence during the trial. Evidence may be both direct, it may be either direct, or it may be circumstantial, or it may be both. Direct evidence is testimony given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts to which they testify. It includes, of course, exhibits admitted into evidence during that trial. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts, which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience you may upon. To infer or make an inference is to reach a reasonable conclusion or deduction of facts which you may but are not required to make from the other facts which you have found have been established by direct evidence. Whether an inference is made rests entirely with you. Now, when considering a circumstantial evidence, you may not draw one inference from another inference, but you may draw more than one inference from the same facts or circumstances. So, in other words, you can't stack one inference upon another to reach a factual conclusion. If the circumstances create inferences that are consistent with either acquittal or guilt, then the defendants must be acquitted, unless the inferences in favor of guilt rise to the level of proof beyond reasonable doubt. The absence of direct evidence of a person's guilt, circumstantial evidence by itself, may justify a finding of guilt if the circumstances are entirely consistent with the defendant's guilt, are wholly inconsistent with any reasonable theory that he is not guilty, and are so convincing as to exclude any reasonable doubt of guilt. Now, where the evidence is both direct and circumstantial, you must decide whether the combination of the two types of evidence overcomes the presumption of innocence and convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that a defendant is guilty. Evidence does not include the indictment, the opening statements, or closing arguments of counsel. The opening statements, closing arguments, as the court has indicated previously, are designed to assist you with their evidence. Any statements that may have been stricken by the court to total disregard or not evidence must be treated as though you never heard them. You must not speculate why the court sustained any objection to any question, or what the answer to that question may have been. You must not draw any inference or speculate on the truth of any suggestion that might be included in a question that was not answered. A number of exhibits have been introduced and testimony relating to them have been introduced and admitted into evidence. You may consider whether those exhibits are the same objects and same conditions as they were originally, and you will determine what weight, if any, the exhibit should receive in light of all of the evidence. Now, the laws of count one, and again, this applies to both defendants, as they are both charged in count one. The law under which the defendants are charged in count one of the indictment is entitled Engaging in a Pattern of Corrupt Activity. It is numbered Revised Code Section 2923.32A1. This law states in pertinent part as follows: a person employed by or associated with any enterprise shall conduct, participate in, directly or indirectly, the affairs of the enterprise through a pattern of corrupt activity. Where you find either of the defendants guilty of engaged in a pattern of corrupt activity, you must find beyond reasonable doubt that on or about the period of October 30, 2019, continuing through January 1, 2022, in Highland County, Ohio, the defendants, while employed by or associated with any enterprise, they conduct, participate in, directly or indirectly, the affairs of an enterprise through a pattern of corrupt activity. Now, each charge has what are called essential elements. The essential elements of the offense of engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity as charged in count one of the indictment are as follows. that the defendants did, one, while employed by or associated with an enterprise, two, conduct or participate in, directly or indirectly, the affairs of that enterprise, three, through a pattern of corrupt activity, and four, the offense occurred in Hyde County on or about the period within the dates alleged in the indictment. Ms. Ripper, you're making notes. If you would put those notes out, you can't, you're not permitted to do that. I should have said that beforehand, so I'd be glad to do that, so that's on me. Okay, now, it's not necessary that the state prove that the offense was committed on the exact date as charged in the indictment. It's sufficient to prove the offense took place on a date reasonably near the date of claim. Now, before you decide whether the state of Ohio has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all of the essential elements of the offense with which the defendant is charged, you must first decide whether this is the correct county in which this trial should be held. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that all or any part of the offense charge was committed in Hyde County, Ohio. Now, the term enterprise means any individual, sole proprietorship, partnership, limited partnership, corporation, trust, union, governmental agency, or other legal entity, or any organization, association, or group of persons associated in fact, although not a legal entity. Enterprise also includes illicit and lawful, as well as licit, lawful enterprises. Conduct means to direct. Participate means take part in, and is not limited to those who have directed a pattern of corrupt activity. Participating encompasses those who have performed activities necessary or helpful to the operation of the enterprise, whether directly or indirectly, without an element of control. The term corrupt activity means engaging in, attempting to engage in, inspiring to engage in, soliciting, coercing, or intimidating another person to engage in any of the following: conduct constituting any of the following offenses: aggravated trafficking in methamphetamine in violation of Revised Code 2925.03, or aggravated possession of methamphetamine in violation of Section 2925.11. When the proceeds of a combination of violations or value of contraband or other property illegally sold or possessed in a combination of violations exceeds $1,000. So, what that means in terms of what does total value mean? It's not necessary to find that either defendant is guilty of all counts of aggravated trafficking of methamphetamine or aggravated possession of methamphetamine alleged against each of them in the indictment in order to find either guilty of engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity. However, before you can find that either defendant engaged in corrupt activity, must find that the state proved beyond reasonable doubt each defendant is guilty of at least 2 counts: aggravated trafficking of methamphetamine or aggravated possession of methamphetamine as alleged in the indictment, and that the total of the proceeds or value of all the methamphetamine illegally sold or possessed of all of the counts of which it found each of the defendants guilty exceeds $1,000. Now, the term pattern of corrupt activity means 2 or more incidents of corrupt activity that are related to the affairs of the same enterprise, are not isolated, and are not so closely related to each other, connected in time and place to constitute a single event. A finding of pattern of corrupt activity requires proof of at least 2 incidents of corrupt activity by each defendant within 6 years of each other. For purposes of this element, the offenses of aggravated trafficking and methamphetamine charged in the even number counts 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and aggravated possession of methamphetamine charged in the odd number counts, which are 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, are alternative counts and not cumulative. So that means that each aggravated trafficking and methamphetamine count and the immediately following aggravated possession of methamphetamine count are considered one instance. So in other words, 2, 3 is one incident, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so on. Now, if you find that the state proved either defendant guilty by proof beyond reasonable doubt 2 or more violations of aggravated trafficking and methamphetamine or aggravated possession of methamphetamine that occurred on different dates as alleged in the indictment, those findings alone are insufficient to establish a pattern of corrupt activity. Again, the state must prove beyond reasonable doubt at least one of those violations was related to the affairs of the enterprise alleged and is not so closely related to any other pattern of corrupt activity as connected in time and place to constitute one offense. Now, if you find the state proved beyond reasonable doubt all the essential elements of the offenses charged in count 1 of the indictment, the verdict must be guilty as to such offense according to the crime. Find the state failed to prove beyond reasonable doubt any one of the essential elements of the offense charged in count 1 of the indictment, the verdict must be not guilty as to such offense according to the crime. Now, the defendants are both charged in count 2, aggravated trafficking. The law under which the defendants are charged in count 2 is entitled aggravated trafficking methamphetamine under the revised code, section 2925.0381. This law states in pertinent part as follows: no person shall knowingly sell or offer to sell a Schedule 2 controlled substance in violation of section 2925.0381 of the revised code. Where you can find either defendant guilty, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt on or about November 6, 2020 in Highland County, Ohio, defendants did knowingly sell or offer to sell methamphetamine, a Schedule 2 controlled substance in violation of section 2925.0381 of the revised code. The essential elements of the crime of aggravated trafficking methamphetamine was charged in count 2 of the indictment are as follows: that defendants did 1. knowingly, 2. sell or offer to sell 3. methamphetamine, Schedule 2 controlled substance, and 4. that the offense occurred in Highland County on or about the day alleged in the indictment. Now, I've previously instructed you about the time in count 1, and that instruction applies to all the other counts. I'm instructing you on what's called venue, which is the state has to prove that the offense occurred on or any part of it was committed in Highland County, Ohio. So those definitions will apply to each count. In fact, I won't reread them 14 times. Now, a person acts knowingly, regardless of his purpose, when he's aware that his conduct will probably cause a certain result, or he's aware his conduct will probably be of a certain nature. The person has knowledge of circumstances when he's aware that such circumstances probably exist. Proof of motive is not required. Presence or absence of motive is one of those circumstances bearing upon purpose or knowledge. For an act is a crime, a good motive and purpose is not an offense. Since you cannot look into the mind of another, knowledge is determined from all the facts and circumstances and evidence. You will determine from these facts and circumstances whether there existed at the time in the mind of the defendant, each defendant, an awareness of the probability that the defendant's actions will cause a certain result or be of a certain nature. Now, various chemical compounds subject to governmental control are called controlled substances and are placed into various categories as scheduled by the Ohio Revised Code. Methamphetamine is a Schedule 2 controlled substance under the law. Sale includes delivery, barter, exchange, transfer, or gift, or offer thereof, in each such transaction made by any person, whether as a principal, proprietor, agent, servant, or employee. Offer means to present for acceptance or rejection. So if you find that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the essential elements of the offense charged in count 2 of the indictment, your verdict must be guilty as to such offense according to your finding. If you find that the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any one of the essential elements of the offense charged in count 2 of the indictment, your verdict must be not guilty as to such offense according to your finding. Now, if you find either defendant guilty of count 2 of the indictment, you will then make an additional finding beyond a reasonable doubt as to the amount of the methamphetamine that was involved. You will determine whether the amount involved was equal to or exceeding bulk amount, less than 5 times the bulk amount. If your finding is not guilty as to the defendant, you will make no finding on that issue. Under Revised Code 2925.01, bulk amount of methamphetamine is 3 grams. Now, count 2, there's a second additional one, and that is if you find either defendant guilty of count 2 of the indictment, you will then make an additional finding beyond reasonable doubt as to whether that offense was committed in the vicinity of a juvenile. An offense is committed in the vicinity of a juvenile if the offender commits the offense within 100 feet of the juvenile or within the view of the juvenile, regardless of whether the offender knows the age of the juvenile, whether the offender knows the offense is being committed within 100 feet of or within the view of the juvenile, or whether the juvenile actually views the commission of the offense. If your verdict is not guilty, you will not make any additional finding on this issue. Alright, now, those instructions that I just gave you on count 2 find all the even numbered counts. And so I'm not going to reread each one of those, but I will go through and tell you that as to count 4, the, both defendants are charged with aggravated trafficking in methamphetamine. And before you find either defendant guilty, well, again, that law is titled aggravated trafficking in methamphetamine. It's number revised code 2925.381. It states the part of the person shall not only sell, rob, or sell, subject to controlled substance violation, section 2925.381 revised code. Before you find either defendant guilty of count 4, you must find beyond reasonable doubt that on or about there were 9 2020 Adams County defendants did normally sell, rob, or sell methamphetamine, schedule 2 controlled substance in violation, again of section 2925.381 revised code. The essential elements of that offense is exactly identical to count 2, except the date. And all the instructions I gave you regarding that count apply as to the definitions. Now, there are different there's a difference in additional finding in that case. In count 4, if we find either defendant guilty of the indictment, we can then make an additional finding beyond reasonable doubt, again, as to the amount involved. So that's the same as in count 2. That is determined whether it was equal to or exceed bulk amount less than 5 times bulk amount. And if the finding is not guilty, then you make no such finding on that. And the definition is the same like law. Now, as to that count 4, that's the one that alleges that the offense took place in the vicinity of the school. So if you find either defendant guilty of count 4 of the indictment, you will then make an additional finding beyond reasonable doubt whether the defendant committed the offense in the vicinity of the school. And if the person is not guilty, they'll not decide that issue. The offense is committed in the vicinity of the school if the offender commits the offense on school premises, in a school building, or within 1,000 feet of the boundaries of any school premises, regardless of whether the offender knows the offense is being committed on school premises, in a school building, or within 1,000 feet of the boundaries of any school premises. School means any school operated by a board of education, any community school established under Chapter 3314 of the Revised Code, or any non-public school for which the State Board of Education prescribes minimum standards under Section 330107 of the Revised Code, whether or not any instruction, curricular activities, training provided by the school being conducted at the time of no offense is committed. School premises mean either the following: parcel of real property in which any school is situated, whether or not any instruction, extracurricular activities, or training provided by the school being conducted on the premises at the time of no offense is committed, or any other parcel of real property that's owned, leased by Board of Education school, governing authority of community schools established under Chapter 3314 of the Revised Code, governing body of non-public schools, for which the State Board of Education prescribes minimum standards under Section 330107 of the Revised Code, and where some of the instruction, extracurricular activities, or training in the school is conducted, whether or not any instruction, extracurricular activities, or training provided by the school is being conducted on the parcel of real property at the time of criminal offense is committed. School building means any building in which any of the instruction, extracurricular activities, or training provided by a school is conducted, whether or not any instruction, extracurricular activities, or training provided by the school is being conducted in the school building at the time of criminal offense is committed. Now, count 6 charges both defendants with aggravated trafficking, and again, those elements are all the same. Before you can set the date, but the law in which they're charged is again titled in count 6 is titled aggravated trafficking methamphetamine, number of Revised Code Section 2925.381. It states the first part as follows: no person shall knowingly sell, rob, or sell schedule 2 controlled substance violation, Section 2925.381 Revised Code. And as to count 6, before we find out who the defense guilty was found beyond reasonable doubt, that on or about November 12, 2020, County, Ohio, defendant did knowingly sell, rob, or sell methamphetamine, schedule 2 controlled substance violation, Section 2925. Again, those elements are all the same, and all the instructions definition they gave you apply to count 6 as well. There are no additional findings on count 6 if there is there is an additional finding in count 6 that would be as to the bulk amount. Now, I said it would be that there something. Now, as to count 8, that charge, is to, well, let me back up. You count 1 through, 7 that the defendants are charged, with. And as to those counts, the defense may be convicted of counts 1 through 7 either as a principal offender or as an accomplice, which is known as complicit. Where you find either defendant guilty as an accomplice in counts 1 through 7 in the indictment, you must find beyond reasonable doubt on or about the date set forth in those counts in the indictment. In Highland County, Ohio, the defendants normally aided or abetted another in committing any offenses set forth in counts 1 through 7 in accordance with the instructions regarding each of those counts. The definition of knowingly that I read to you earlier and the instruction on motive also apply to the complicity determination. Aided or abetted means supported, assisted, encouraged, cooperated with, advised, or incited. The state must still prove that the essential elements of those offenses set forth in counts 1 through 7 were proven by proof beyond reasonable doubt as set forth in the instructions regarding those counts. There is no charge with, there is no defense to a charge of complicity. No person whom the defendant aided or abetted has been convicted of principal offender. However, the defendant cannot be convicted as an accomplice unless the principal offense in count 1 through 7 was actually committed. Now, count 8 is to the defendant, Christopher Hurst or Holmes. And it is also the same as count 2 and the other even counts. Aggravated trafficking methamphetamine under the same section. And I won't reread that definition again because you've heard it now 3 times. But if you find defendant guilty, you must find beyond reasonable doubt that on or about November 16, 2020 in Highland County, Ohio, the defendant did normally sell or offer sell methamphetamine in Schedule 2 controlled substance violation section 105. Elements are the same as to the other even number of counts except for the date. All of the definitions that I've read you regarding those accounts also apply. And if there is a finding of guilty as to the first of count 8, then you make additional finding beyond reasonable doubt as to the amount of methamphetamine that was involved, which would be again whether it was equal to receiving bulk amount less than 5 times bulk amount, and all the definitions of the second structurally even that were applied. And then the second additional finding of that is also that if you find him guilty of count 8, you make additional finding, second additional finding beyond reasonable doubt whether the offense was committed in the vicinity of the juvenile. Again, the same instructions I gave you regarding that finding. Now, count 10 applies only to the defendant Howard. And again, it's the same as the other even number of counts that were explained to you in the instruction one, and that is that it's aggravated trafficking methamphetamine, same section number. And again, before you find the defendant guilty, you must find beyond reasonable doubt that on about 31, 2029 in Ohio, that defendant did normally sell or offer sell methamphetamine in a controlled substance violation section 195.31. The essential elements of count 10 regarding Mr. Howard are the same as the other even number of counts except for the different. All the other instructions that I read apply there. If there is a finding of guilty, then you will make an additional finding beyond reasonable doubt as to whether the amount of methamphetamine involved was over a bulk amount, was 5 times the bulk amount, the same instruction. Count 12 then also applies only to Mr. Howard, and again it's the same charge, aggravated trafficking methamphetamine, same section number. And before you can find the defendant guilty of that offense, you must find beyond reasonable doubt on about October 9, 2029, in Ohio, the defendant did normally sell or offer sell methamphetamine in controlled substance violation section 195.31. Again, it's the same, except for the date that's held before. All the instructions I gave you, the other even number of counts apply there. additional finding if there is a finding of guilty of the offense. So those are the even number trafficking, aggravated trafficking charges. Now, the odd number charges in the indictment are aggravated possession of methamphetamine. And so I will read the instruction on that offense on count 3, which both defendants are charged. Remember, basically, we have 6 pairs of charges here, 6 days. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13. I got that right. And those are all paired together. And so, count 3, that the law under which they charged, count 3 is entitled aggravated possession of methamphetamine. It's under the Ohio Revised Code, section 2925.11a. That law states the first part of the person knowingly obtained, possess, or use a controlled substance. Where you find either the defendant guilty of aggravated possession of methamphetamine, was found beyond reasonable doubt on about November 6, 2020. County, Ohio, defendants did knowingly obtain, possess, or use methamphetamine, subject to controlled substance. Now, the essential elements of the crime of aggravated possession of methamphetamine is charged in count 3 are as follows. The defendants did 1, knowingly; 2, obtain, possess, or use; 3, methamphetamine is scheduled to controlled substance; and 4, if the offense occurred in county on or about the alleged. Now, the instruction they gave you about time and venue of where the place where the offense must be shown to occur apply. We've also read to you the definition of knowingly earlier regarding implicit instruction, and that also applies to this. And the same thing with motive, previous definition applies. Possession of a controlled substance is an essential element of the offense of possession of drugs as charged in various counts of the indictment. Possess or possession means having control over a thing or substance that may not be inferred solely from mere access to the thing or substance through ownership or occupation of the premises upon which the thing or substance is found. Possession is a voluntary act. The possessor knowingly procured or received chemical or was aware of his control thereof for a sufficient period of time to have ended his possession. The person has possession, he knows he has the object on or about his person, the places where it's accessible to his use and direction. He has the ability to direct and control his use. More persons may have possession of. Together they have the ability to control, exclusive of others. Ownership is not necessary. The person may possess and control property belonging to another. The definition I made of a controlled substance also applies to that. And as to the count 3, if you find either defendant guilty of count 3 and make additional finding beyond reasonable doubt as to whether the amount involved was equal to or exceeding the involved amount, but less than 5 times involved. If your verdict is not guilty, the defendant not make that finding. Now, count 5, both the defendants are charged in that. And again, the same instruction I gave you on count 3 will apply here. The charge under the same statute, aggravated possession of methamphetamine under Revised Code section 2925.1a. It reads no person shall knowingly obtain, possess, or use a controlled substance. And 4, you find either defendant guilty of aggravated possession of methamphetamine. Find no reason doubt that on or about November 9, 2029, the Ohio defendant is known as obtain, possess, or use methamphetamine is scheduled to controlled substance. And again, the elements of the offense are the same, except the date is different. And then the same definitions that I previously read to you apply, and the same additional finding as to moral amount applies if there's a finding of guilt. Count 7, then both are charged in that, and with aggravated possession of methamphetamine, the same, I've already read to you the definition of that, where you find either defendant guilty of aggravated possession of methamphetamine, was found beyond reasonable doubt on about 12. 2029 County Ohio offense is normally obtained possession of methamphetamine scheduled to controlled substance. Essential elements are the same, except for the 4th, which is that the date was different. Again, all the instructions, the definition of previously read regarding that apply. And if there is a finding of guilty, either defendant on count 7 and then the additional finding, whether what the amount is involved. And complicity applies, I instructed you on complicity earlier, it applies to the aggravated trafficking or counts 1 through 7, or the engaging in pattern drug activity count 1, and then the counts 1 through 7, the complicity applies to the operators as well as the even counts of the indictment, as I instructed earlier. Now, count 9 then is aggravated possession involving against Mr. Hurt's home. And before you can find defendant guilty of that offense, you must find robbery down on November 16, 2020, Iowa. He didn't only sell off or sell methamphetamine to control substance violation section 29.5. Otherwise, the essential elements are the same, except the date before is different. All the instructions and the definitions I read to you about counts 3 and 5, 7 and 5, or 3 and 5, apply there. Okay, that's the count 9. Count 7, both of those. But count 9 is just so let's go by 10 minutes and 7. Okay, now, count 11 is Mr. Howard only. And that charge is that before we find that deal with that charge, which is aggravated possession about November 16, 2020, Ohio. Defendant not only obtained possession or use methamphetamine scheduled to control substance. Again, the elements are the same except the date. And the same findings that we did, additional findings for guilty as to the amount. And then count 11, again, is the same aggravated possession. And where you find defendant guilty of aggravated possession of methamphetamine, that count is final. One, Ohio defendant, possession or use methamphetamine scheduled to control substance. Again, the elements are the same except the fourth element, which is the date, everything else is the same. And count 13, and is against Mr. Howard only, is aggravated possession, and where you find guilty of aggravated possession of methamphetamine, and that count is fine number down on 9, 2020, Ohio, obtained possession of methamphetamine. Otherwise, all the elements are the same except the count or except the fourth one, which is the date, everything else is lost. All right, now, there is a specification count 14 only applying to Mr. Howard. And if and only if you find Mr. Howard guilty of one or more of the counts of the indictment against him, will deliberate a finding in count 14 as to whether the defendant owns a motor vehicle subject to criminal forfeiture. The state claims that defendant Howard's right title interest in 4 motor vehicles is subject to forfeiture. It alleges that 4 motor vehicles were derived from, directly or indirectly, or realized in conduct of violation of the first count. The state also alleges that 2011 Ford Taurus was used in the course of, intended to be used in the course of violation counts 2, 3, and 11. It also alleges that the 2011 Jaguar was used in the course of, intended to be used in the course of violation counts 12 and 13. Further proof upon the state regarding specification is different from criminal offenses. And that is that it's by a preponderance of the evidence, not beyond the fact, which is the burden that must prove that he's guilty of aggravated trafficking, methamphetamine, or aggravated possession of methamphetamine, or engaging in pattern drug activity. Now, preponderance of the evidence is the greater weight of the evidence. That is, the evidence you believe because outweighs or overbalances in your minds the evidence that's opposed to it. A preponderance means evidence is more probable, more persuasive, or greater overpowered. It's the quality of the evidence must be weighed. Quality may or may not be identical with the quantity of the greater number of witnesses. determining whether or not the vehicles are subject to forfeiture and been proven by preponderance of the evidence, you should consider all the evidence bearing upon that issue, regardless of who produced it. If the weight of the evidence is equally balanced, or if they're able to prove which parties has the owner's estate and not proven, vehicles subject to forfeiture. Now, in each of the counts, and I read this for the first count only, I believe, but as to each count, as to each defendant, if you find all the essential elements of the offense being committed by that defendant, as charged in that count indictment, you must return a verdict of guilty. If you find any one or more of the essential elements have not been proven, as to that count, as to that defendant, your verdict has to be final. Now, you'll decide the question of the guilt or innocence of each of the two defendants, and consider that evidence after each of them, as though they are being separately tried. And you must state your finding as each defendant influenced by your verdict as to the other defendant. Now, if you find that the state proved beyond reasonable doubt all the essential elements of any one or more of the offenses charged in separate counts in the indictment, your verdict must be guilty as to such offense or offenses according to the findings of any case. And if you find that they failed to prove, state failed to prove beyond reasonable doubt any one of the essential elements, any one or more of the offenses charged in separate counts in the indictment, your verdict must not be guilty as to such offense or offenses according to your findings. Now, the charges in each of these counts and each additional finding applicable to each of the counts charged are a separate and distinct matter. And you will consider each count and each additional finding and the evidence applicable to each count and each additional finding as separately. And you must state your finding as to each count, each additional finding as to each defendant, uninfluenced by your verdict as to the other case. So, to summarize, the defense may be found guilty or not guilty of any one or all offenses charged against that defendant in that first count in the indictment. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty lengthy. There's a lot of charges there. Put your mind at ease. You will get my final version of what I've read to you to take with you or have with you during your deliberations. After I make all the little changes, I always find typos and misspellings here when I go through this, so I'll make those corrections before you have that with you. But you'll be able to refer to that. And so, for those of you who might be worried how I'm going to remember all this, we know that, and so that's why we'll give you a copy of this, so that you'll have it, be able to refer to each count as to what the elements are, and what the definitions are, and what the findings are, if you have any difficulty. They'll be there to assist you, so just put your mind at ease, because it's complicated. It's hard for me to organize it in a way to in a way that I hope will be clear, and so having it with you in writing will certainly assist you. Okay, and I promise you my final instruction won't be here long. At this time, we will hear the closing arguments of counsel. Now, the burden of proof is on the state of Ohio, and so because of that, they have the right to go first, and then also last. And each defendant will present their argument. The state will present its opening portion of the argument. The defendant will present theirs, and then the state will have argument. So with that, I'll turn it over to the state. Collins?
Defense counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I first want to thank you for your time and attention to this very complicated and detailed case the last 2 days. As the judge said yesterday morning, we are one of the few countries that uses a jury system to decide guilt, and it only works with citizens like yourselves who take your service seriously. And for that, I want to thank you on behalf of law enforcement agencies involved, and I'm sure defense counsel as well. As the judge said, I have 2 opportunities to address you this afternoon, so I'm going to keep the first closing short. In the fall of 2020, investigator Randy Sanders met with Skyler and Rebecca South. Both wanted to work with investigator Sanders, and investigator Sanders was willing to use them as CIs or undercover civilians to purchase methamphetamine. Investigator Sanders went over the process of finding meth with both of them, and then Skylar and Rebecca told Investigator Sanders the names of the people that they knew that were selling meth. Now, also in the summer of 2020, Investigator Sanders met with and was working with MJ Baldwin, and MJ started working as an undercover CI. Investigator Sanders went over the process of finding illegal substances with MJ, and MJ provided Investigator Sanders with names of people that he knew to be selling illegal substances. In October of 2020, MJ made contact with Stephen Debo and told Debo that he needed a large quantity of meth and that he would need a supplier to supply his Portsmouth people for a while. Now, we know that this was a made-up story. MJ was playing a role, but Debo told you that he went to the one person that he knew could fulfill this need, a large quantity of meth for a while. And that one person was Wesley Howard, and the Holtfield deal was arranged. On October 9th of 2020, Wesley Howard met Stephen Debo in the parking lot of Holtfield. Stephen Debo then got into Wesley Howard's Jaguar, and Wesley Howard drove to Johnson Street, where he met with MJ and Detective Ray McGarvey. Stephen Debo testified that he took the drugs from Wesley Howard, got out of the car, walked up to MJ, handed MJ the drugs. Detective McGarvey handed Steve the money. Steve turned around and asked Wesley for scales. They didn't have any. Steve returns to the Jaguar and hands Wesley the money. Wesley and Steve go back to Holtfield, where Investigator Sanders takes a picture of them in the back of the car looking at a speaker or something. Detective McGarvey handed Stephen Debo $680 that day, and Stephen Debo and Detective McGarvey states Exhibit 92. On November the 1st of 2020, Rebecca made contact with Wesley Howard and asked to buy a ball, or an 8-ball, and the Kroger deal with her. Howard drove his white Ford Taurus show to the parking lot. Rebecca got into his car, and you heard the recording of that this morning, the deal that takes place in the car, where Wesley Howard says, she says, don't judge me because I'm an addict, and he says, I can't judge you, I'm the one selling it, how do you think I paid for this car? Rebecca counts out the money, she hands him $160, he gives her back 5 and 5 ones, but only after he snorts a line of meth off one of the $1 bills. He also hands her State's Exhibit 10, the meth from that deal. On November the 6th of 2020, Skylar and Rebecca told Investigator Sanders that they could purchase meth off of Shaylin McCarty. And they go back and forth with Shaylin, and she sends them to her guy. Now, this person is Christopher Hertzler, and she tells him, this is the house, and here's where it's at, and just go there, that's my duty. Now, and this is the cartoon deal, the deal where the cartoons are playing on the TV through almost the entire deal. This is that, the first deal at Hertzler's home. They arrive, they have to wait on Hertzler to get there, he lets them in, and you'll remember this is the deal where Rebecca says, hey, I like your shoes, man. You see this for a moment, these red shoes that Christopher Hertzler's wearing. They go in, they're kind of sitting around, they're talking, kind of some nervous chatter for a while. Hertzler says, I gotta wait on my dude to get here. He asks if Skylar has money, and then there's a surveillance video. The TV screen is actually right above the television screen in the living room. And on the surveillance screen, Rebecca told you that she sees a white car pulling, and she knows this car. It's extremely unique. Investigator Sanders said there's one of these cars around. Rebecca said it's pimped out, that's how she referred to it. But it's a white Ford Taurus show that she bought dope out of on November the 1st. It has special rims on it, it's low profile, it has a black bra in the front, the windows are so dark that you can't see in it at all, and it has a license plate cover across the back that you cannot read the license plate. It's a very distinct car. And it's been told now by several people It's very recognizable, it's very unique, and it's Leslie Howard's car. That car pulls in. When the car pulls in, Hertzler says, hey, my dude's here. Then you hear Skyler count money out. He goes outside. 5 minutes later, he's back in the house, and 5 minutes after that, the CIs are out the door. And they are out the door with State's Exhibit 2. Also, what you remember from that deal is that Rebecca told you that there was at least one boy in the house. When they walked in, he was behind the curtain. You could see him speaking things through the curtain. But when Christopher Hertzler was outside getting the dope from Leslie Howard, this boy walks into the room, and we know this because you can hear Skyler talking to somebody, and he says, hey, does anybody, can we smoke in here? Ask a question. We know he's not asking that of Chris Hertzler because Chris is outside getting the dope. And Rebecca told you the direct evidence is that she was asking one of a teenage boy in the house. Skyler then set up a deal with Hertzler on November 9th of 2020, and this is the KFC deal. Hertzler told Skyler, you go to KFC and I'll meet you there. First I have to go to the Met. And they're texting, their text messages. So Investigator Sanders by this time was suspecting that Leslie Howard was supplying Chris Hertzler with the meth because he showed up in the deal before. So Investigator Sanders positions, he goes by Hertzler's house a few times, and when he sees that the Mercury Milan is gone, he drives out toward the lake where Leslie Howard is. Hertzler sends a text message to the south and says, hey, I'm headed to get it, I'll be there, you head to KFC. Investigator Sanders is coming back toward Hillsborough, passes the Mercury Milan, turns around, follows it where? Leslie Howard's house. 5 minutes later, he sends a text message, Hertzler sends a text message, I've got the dope, I'm headed there now. Or I've got it, I'm headed back now, something to that effect. So 5 minutes after he gets in the house, Howard's house, he's sending the text, I've got it now, I'm headed back. And he drives to KFC. Investigator Sanders follows him to KFC and literally sees Skyler getting out of the vehicle that he was in, and getting into Christopher Hertzler's vehicle. And we know it's Christopher Hertzler's vehicle because Investigator Sanders saw him, Detective Butler saw him, ran the license plate number, and it comes back to the squad. And this is the deal where Investigator Sanders realizes that they're pretty close to the FRS Connection School. So, and you know this is a school, Tim Davis has told you, he's the superintendent of Hillsborough, they run it, has an approved Ohio Board of Education curriculum that they cover there. And so Investigator Sanders goes to the GIS office, the map office in Highland County. He has them print a certified copy of the map, the distance between FRS and KFC. It's 825 feet. You don't have that map, so it's 14. Skyler gets in the car and deals super fast. We watched it today with Investigator Sanders. He puts the money, there's a pointing, and so he gets it to the floor, or tells Skyler to take stakes to the floor. You remember this deal seems special though because Skyler paid Hertzler $280, and he gets a text from Hertzler within minutes of leaving the deal that says, hey, he's shorted me $20. You know, it's supposed to be $300, and then they go to UDF. Skyler goes to UDF, where Hertzler is inside of UDF. He walks in and he has $20, and you have the pictures identified by Investigator Sanders of Hertzler's face in UDF when Skyler walks in to hand him the $20. And then on November the 12th, Rebecca and Skyler again contact Christopher Hertzler. Now, this is what's been referred to as the pin drop or the stop sign deal, because they're sitting at a stop sign when the deal occurs out by the lake. Hertzler sends Skyler a pin, it's a location on the map, and Rebecca drives to the location basically, and she's sitting at a stop sign, and they wait until Hertzler comes up behind them. He says, I'm gonna be there in a few minutes. He arrives 3 minutes later. He tells them on the phone, I'm on Hickory Trail. Hertzler arrives from the direction of Woodland Trail. Skylar gets out of the vehicle, gets in with Hertzler. Hertzler hands Skylar State's Exhibit 6. Skylar hands Hertzler the money. I believe we're at $680 perhaps for this deal, or $600 for this deal. And remember this deal as being the one where Skylar decides he's going to complain about the price that we're paying for the net. And he says, you know, you're taxing me, dude. I understand you've got to make some, but this is ridiculous. And Hertzler's response is, I'm not making anything off this deal. And he's like, well, I know who your guy is, and he's taxing me. If he wants to make some more money, he tells him not to charge me so much. This is outlandish. Hertzler's response is, yeah, I hear that complaint from a lot of people. Now, the deal is over. Investigator Sanders, remember, they're monitoring this as it's happening. They're watching it and listening to a lot as it's happening. So he knows the deal is over. He directs Skylar and Rebecca, you drive slowly down Hill Road, you wait on me. He has a hunch. He drives back around because, as he showed you on the map, this deal takes place here. You go back, he said, went back the way you came. There's only two ways. You're either going this way or this way. So, Investigator Sanders, on a hunch, he goes this way and goes by Howard's house. And who's back the way he came at Howard's house? Christopher Hertzler. Now, the total amount of money spent on the net from the deals on 11/6, 11/9, and 11/12 is $1,108. You guys don't have to take my word for it. There is testimony about it. And you'll have the cash vouchers. You can have that yourself in those 3 days. Those are counts. It's important for counts 2 through 7 in the indictment, the amount of money that was spent on those 3 days. On November 16th, Skylar and Rebecca set up was, we now know to be the last deal. This is the Are You Working for the Cops deal, where Hertzler openly accuses them of being paid informants. Now, obviously, nerve-wracking. But, again, Rebecca told you the direct evidence was that there was a child in the room, the black curtain. You can see through the curtain, you can see their feet, and she testified that he was there. Again, they buy meth. States Exhibit 8. Skylar gets the money, gets the meth for $300 and a key. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is no question that both Howard and Hertzler worked together to supply a large quantity of meth to Skylar and Rebecca, to MJ through Steve Debo, and to Rebecca directly. Howard and Hertzler are both guilty of trafficking or selling methamphetamine. Now, obviously, if they're selling it, they possess it. These two work together as associates. The direct testimony was that they have daily phone contact. They work together as associates. They're furthering their drug business. The first 7 counts made more than $1,000. It was $1,180. And they are guilty because they are guilty of aggravated trafficking of drugs for that amount of money. That amount of drugs, they are guilty also of engaging in a pattern of corrupt activities.
Thank you. Afternoon, members. State, in their opening statement, said, follow the back. All the drugs followed. Shied away from that in the closing argument because none of which was bad. What we have here is an association of small alleged drugs. But the state wants to try to gather up in order to try to make some sort of money. But focus on is what the judge instruction, law, what we have to consider. You have to consider each count separate. You have to deliberate for each count. It's a difficult thing to do. I understand. You're going to take each case, the facts associated with that count, and you've got to weigh those. It's not a 50-50. What you have to do is you have to weigh it beyond a reasonable doubt. Obviously, you can go about beyond a reasonable doubt since jury selection. Yes, sir. And obviously, beyond a reasonable doubt is proof of such character that an ordinary person would be willing to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her cases. So, looking at each one of these elements, if you think, well, you know, the state did prove something, but, you know, I can see it the other way. That's not guilty. If you think, well, I kind of like what the state's saying on this count, but, you know, I can see another interpretation. It's reasonable that I can see somebody else think different. That's enough. It's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And see each count. You can't say, well, I didn't like what Mr. Hertz or Mr. Howard did in that previous transaction, so I'm going to let it stale. You know, he's probably doing this because I'm thinking of the other things. You've got to take each fact as submitted in evidence. So let's go through this. Now, I'm going to go chronologically. It's going to be different than my count, but let's start with Steve D. Now, you're going to be instructed. It's on October 9th, 2020. The Steve Debo body, you're going to be instructed on how this testimony. Mr. Debo is charged with crime. You've got to weigh that with great caution. Now, he might not think he got a big deal. But obviously, he testified that he had a plea agreement. The plea agreement is for probation. Part of that plea agreement is for him to cooperate by testimony. There's not one person who's getting indicted, there's two. And Jay Baldwin. And he's getting paid for this. Now I want you to look at the evidence. There's a lot of text messages. There's recording. There's phone calls. Not one phone call, not one recording, not one text message. Now you can see, you can hear, you can have any conversation about anyone else besides Steve. Leslie Howard's not going to be discussed. The other person that saw Leslie Howard during that drug transaction, allegedly MJ Baldwin, which seems pretty convenient, considering he understands that that's the focus, as he testified, that's the focus of why he was there. And the other person there, Detective McGarvey, working undercover, Jason, that the goods he was cracked. And that's why you've got to take this with great salt. You've got to weigh the truth. Then we move into the November 1st. That was the first deal we saw with Rebecca. Now, Rebecca herself wasn't searched by a female officer. She said she didn't do drugs, but again, we don't know. And she was never tested. What she's going to testify to is that she saw Leslie Howard in this vehicle that bought her life. She bought her life. you're gonna see text messages allegedly coming from Wesley Howard. Members of the jury, that's going to be only fine. Throughout the state's theory of the case, but you're gonna see anything like that. You're not gonna see anything like that with Mr. Hertzler's files. You didn't see anything like that with Steve. Now, of course, the state wants to add that in there to make it think, well, Wesley Howard's a bad guy. You can't do that. You can't take believe what your feelings are as far as a person and make it override the facts. So let's get into the initial facts. The state brought it up clear. It's the 11.6, 11.9, 11.12. That's their enterprise right there. $1,180. $3. The only time you're going to have any testimony about Mr. Howard's involvement is going to be, well, I saw cars associated. And this is circumstantial evidence. Now, the state is going to tell you, yeah, you can consider circumstantial evidence. But you got to take into account who's testifying to it and what inferences you draw from this. Again, it's the state's theory in the case, as I said in my opening statement. They came up with it. They believe Wesley Howard is drug related. Well, let's look at the first one. It's 11.6.20. You're going to see text messages from that line. Give me no conversation about Wesley Howard. Give me no conversation about what Wesley Howard's coming. Give me no text messages that you're going to see between Mr. Hertzler and Mr. Howard. But the interesting part is that now we know that the state of Ohio reviewed phone call communication. In those 130 exhibits, we have 0 that show any contact with Mr. Hertzler and Mr. Howard. All we have is Detective Sanders saying, well, I think they're calling me like every day. Well, we're not going to see that. Because that's not an evidence. What we also aren't going to see was brought up in the state's closing argument, statements, conversations from scholars. Never testified. Never subject to direct cross-examination. The state still wants you to take evidence of what this person you've never met said into consideration. The only connection on the 11.6 bond is Rebecca South saying, well, I saw a car, and I think it was Wesley Howard's car. Didn't see Wesley Howard. We go out and check. And specifically, what we're looking at here, Rebecca South says after she's existed. What's most important here on affairs, the only connection Mr. Howard has in the 11.6 transaction is the word somebody was high on methamphetamine at the time they made this observation on something. You've got to take that into consideration if that's the most important thing. We're going to move to the 11.9.20, and that's the KFC. And again, this deal was set up with Mr. Hertzler and Rebecca Skylar South and out, never seen it. But, the interesting one on that, is there is no connection. The only thing they have is in the servicer at his car at Wesley House. They want you to infer, unless they have it there, they want you to infer that there was a drug transaction that took place there. They want you to infer that they're working some sort of enterprise, and that he picked the drugs up from there. I'm sure the jury has one inference too many. All the others. What we also need to consider is the last deal in this enterprise, the 11/12/2020. The members of the jury, there's absolutely no connection of this deal to Wesley House. You heard Rebecca South. She said, yeah, Chris Hertzler was coming back from Dayton. And he was coming back from Dayton to do the deal, and that's why he did the deal. Talking about his youth from Dayton, which is what Rebecca South testified. No testimony about Wesley Howard being active. There's no text messages from the two of them about picking things up from Dayton. What's the evidence here? The only evidence here is that Mr. Hertzler, after this deal was at Wesley Howard's house. We don't know if Wesley Howard was at his house, and we don't know who was there, because obviously there was a lot that Deputy Sanders testified. Now, after all this, the state, in their attempt to follow the drug solving the search warrant. Deputy Sanders testifies when he gets there, he knocks on the door, announces to police, he doesn't hear any specific movement in the house. And once they get in, they find $1,000 or $2,000, a bunch of titles to some remote salvage cars, no drugs, no drug money. Now, Detective Sanders testifies, absolutely anything and everything in that house is related to drug trafficking. Plastic bags, related to drug trafficking. Plastic bags in the bathroom, related to drug trafficking. Notebooks with people's names, related to drug trafficking. Scales has to be drug trafficking. Money counter, we don't even know what's used, has to be drug trafficking. Anything in that house was related to drug trafficking, except for the amount of money found, the fact there was no drugs. Now, he said, well, that plastic bag, that probably had drugs in it. Fact is, they never tested. Fact is, they never tested these scales. Fact is, they never even decided to look at this money count. They just made the assumption because it fit their conclusion. What we have to look at is what's associated with this enterprise. The 10-9 deal, the state seems to be not associated with this enterprise. The 11-1 deal, not associated with this enterprise. The 11-16 deal, Mr. Howard's not charged with, not associated with this enterprise. And you're going to look at the amounts. $1,180. 11-12, you're going to see about $600. The 11-9 deal is about $280, $300. The 11-6 deal is $300. You're going to find valuation is up to $1,000. And it includes all three of these deals. That is, Mr. Howard's never seen any one of these deals. The only evidence on 11:09 and 11:12 is the fact that Mr. Hertz's car happens to be able to see how it is. Your association with somebody doesn't mean you're in a criminal enterprise. If you've done something bad separately, doesn't mean you're in a criminal enterprise with another person. The state had text messages. The state actually showed us some phone calls, maybe with time frames about, oh yeah, they called here, setting this up, and then Mr. Hertzer went over there. Maybe they would. Maybe they wouldn't have enough to find Mr. Howard complicit in these enterprises, especially the one from the moment to 12. But they don't. Because they want you to reach the same conclusion they did before they even started this investigation. Mr. Howard, some sort of drug supply. You follow the drug, you follow the money, you get back to him. Back at his house, where there is no drugs, not the money they're looking. Members of the jury, when you look at this case, you're going to have to take each count individually. And then you're going to look at each one of these counts and individually determine whether or not each of them, specifically in my case, Mr. Howard, is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Not, yeah, he was probably involved, not, yeah, I can see how he would be involved. Beyond any reasonable doubt. No reasonable doubt in your mind. Mr. Howard's involved. You may not like Mr. Howard. But when you consider the facts, you can see that the majority of these deals, there's not much. Now, when you look at the deal dealing with enterprise, it's not going to equal that $1,000. It's not going to be what you need to show it. Members of the jury, you set your personal feelings aside. You judge each count individually. What you're going to do, you take those into consideration. When you set personal feelings aside, I'm asking you to reach the only just verdict in this case. That's the fine. Let's say how.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 10-minute break. Now, I will take you back for 4:40. I think I will do optimistic about how to get you the case. I think we're looking at probably 5:36. We'll talk at that time about dinner break or how we're going to handle the game. But you do go ahead and make your call, like I said, to the fact that we're going to be deliberating at least for a portion of this evening. And won't be now we're in break. We'll discuss the matter with anyone. All the way, we don't have everything yet. We haven't heard the final argument of Mr. Hertz's counsel or the state. You haven't received the final deliberate. So don't discuss the matter in any way with anyone, including one yourself, or with anyone discussing the presence of the many persons involved. You can comment about it, or tell us anything anyone else heard your conversations, communications. We'll be back at 4:40.
Please rise.
listen here.
We're still getting back on YouTube, going public with it, so. Nope.
All right, we're back on record, and, not the closing argument for Christopher. Mike, are you going to do that?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, sir. Steve?
Collins, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for your time and being past today. I know this is not your voluntary decision to be here today, but as each council has said, the judge has, without you being here, an important process and also an equal and very just important function. As Christopher Surgery personally sits here today, ladies and gentlemen, he is presumed innocent. But that echo about this case time and time again, we really understand that. We're going to have to set aside the allegations where personal bias you may have the allegations. And look at the facts of the case, or actually look at the facts that are not. That being said, she addressed a very high burden she has. As your Army Trout and I here today, have to meet no burden. That would prove nothing. Everything is on the state of Ohio in this case we sit here today. That burden of guilt is beyond reasonable doubt. Not only in each count within the indictment, for each charge, but each element within the count. I ask you to remember that. You've heard the judge break down the jury instructions, and I hope it's better than me. I got lost about halfway through it. When you get a copy of that, you're going to break that down at the time. We ask you, and I know it's tough, it's late. Everybody wants to get on being honest, but we have a job. I ask you, look at each count, break down each element, and hold this comes to that version. Now, I'm not going to lie, I spent a lot of time typing up the fancy thing that I wanted to say. Counsel hit upon every point that I had. I fell down a lot of things he said. But I also think there's some things I want to bring out that applies to Chris that I think are very important. And I'll try to not duplicate what counsel has already addressed. Counts 2 and 3. So Chris rehearsal, trafficking methamphetamine, city juvenile. Ladies and gentlemen, where is Skylar South? We've heard that name echo dozens and dozens and dozens of times about this case. Never seen him, never even cross examination. This is the gentleman that contacted every single any informant, yet throughout this case, he's done numerous making transactions. Right here testifying. He is the only individual to testify directly. What happened with the making transactions? Now, in this count 2, the allegation, it says that there's purpose traffic methamphetamine in the city of Juvenile. If you watch this, there wasn't. You've heard Deputy Butler testify in court. He knows all the important facts. He noted ID Chris Hurst. He noted he saw the CIs walk in. He also noted he didn't see or hear any juveniles. Again, I point to Skylar South. He's not here to testify about money. He also had reported money. A lot of the things I'll try not to be a dead horse. We have no recovery. Let's move on to KFC. This one likewise. Again, maybe this again and again. This is an allegation of Christopher Hurst on 11/9/2020 traffic methamphetamine in the city of the school. You're on Route 50. We all know it. We all just hide it. We all know where it's at. But again, where is Skylar South? This transaction in Washington Street here, Deputy Butler testified to it. There's no money you see changing hands. You don't see that makes them change hands. Two people people actually this time can testify that what allegedly went on in that transaction, others out, is not here. An unknown individual who was not a big CI, I'll give the state that, they never said it was, but another individual who never came to testify. Again, money was not recovered from this alleged body. The lake. This occurred roughly, or not roughly, I apologize. It did, the allegations are, this occurred on November 12, 2020, in the Rocky region. Again, my name is going to go ahead and say, beat that dead horse. That's a very important part, I think, in this case. This transaction occurred at night with audio video surveillance. Guess who's wearing that audio video surveillance? Skylar South. Yes, who is yet to appear before us in this court and testify about the transaction. Skylar South. Ladies and gentlemen, again, the state has reported money to serial numbers. They put all these pictures out there. They introduce them as exhibits. This money is never recovered. Finally, not finally, counts 8 and 9. Again, this is an alleged transaction that occurred November 16, 2020. The homes of Christopher Hersler, again, allegedly were juveniles during the city. And we're missing someone here, ladies and gentlemen. That king just keeps on going, does it? There's Skylar South. He's not been here to testify. He's wearing the wire. He had the audio. He had the video. Officer Butler testified. The report indicated he never seen the film in the video. He never seen the money. One guy, bag man, handling the note, handling the money, you never heard of him. Also, we talk about juveniles being in this song again. Rebecca testified, don't quote me on this one, she saw feet. Is that allegedly what she said she saw behind the curtain? Again, Detective Butler, Officer Butler, watched the video, listened to the audio. All he said is he saw a curtain. Never saw a juvenile, never heard of juvenile. And yet again, we do not have money. Now, this is where I definitely agree, Counsel, Mr. Howard. Let's talk about this alleged enterprise drug activity. This is not a mafia kingpin. I think Miss Skylar South, or Miss Rebecca South, thought she used the word a cartel. That is not what we have here. Now, the state's going to try to sell you on that, but I think it's important to break down each aspect of this alleged enterprise, just like counsel. Let's look at 11-6. 11-6 of 2020, the alleged transaction is the only, and I say only, thing the state is trying to establish in this case is that a white vehicle pulled up that matched that of Wesley County. Yeah, no one sees who's in the vehicle. No one can ID who's in the vehicle. The evidence, as counsel said, over 130 different exhibits in this case. Executive Session testified they had phone records between these two gentlemen. Yet not one exhibit is introduced to you leading up to a phone call. Hey man, how close out are you? Hey, these guys are here with $300. Hurry up, they're going to walk out. There's no phone call, there's no text, there's no email. We have Deputy Sanders down at Wendy's, Butler driving around, yet no one has a picture, a photo, a video showing Wesley Howard, Christopher Hersler together on 11/6/2020. Now, apologize, I think it's 11 on 11/9. Again, this is the deal that allegedly occurs. This is part of the enterprise that the state's going to try to sell you. This is the alleged deal that happens down in KFC. The state, again, they're going to try to say that Wesley and Chris had some kind of transaction or deal going forward in the state, but they cannot establish any contact between Chris and Wesley Howard. Officer Butler testified, and he said he wrote in his notes, he ID'd the lone occupant of Christopher Hersler's car as Chris. He didn't say Wes was riding shotgun. They say he walked out of Wesley's house, saw him shake hands on the front porch. There's none of that.
Again, going back to these texts that they're very proud to introduce. We have text between the South, Chris, and other individuals. Not one single text, photo, email, Facebook message, anything is introduced between these gentlemen here engaging in pattern activity. 12th of November, Rocky Ford Lake. Again, they're trying to sell you when the enterprise is engaged in pattern corrupt activity. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not here. Actually, the CI testified, and according to Exhibit 30, Christopher Herschel, while in contact with the South, indicates he's contact with Bacon. He doesn't say, hey, I'm at Chris's house, swing over Wesley's house, and swing over by. No, he doesn't. Again, they have no proof that these two are engaged in any type of enterprise. Now, things where Chris Herschel had zero involvement. There is the alleged by, again, not even mention Christopher Herschel, between Wesley Howard and Rebecca South, 11/1/2020. Chris didn't orchestrate anything. He didn't drive by, hey guys, what's going on? Nothing. So I'm going to move on past that. There's nothing with Christopher Herschel in that case. Again, likewise, 10/9/2020, you hear Wesley Howard, Steve Debo, M.J. Baldwin, I think the detective from Fayette County. Nothing with Christopher Herschel. And he wasn't even down a whole field buying a tea. And this guy's nowhere in sight. There's no furtherance of an enterprise during that case. Again, I'm going to wrap this up. I would like to thank you sincerely for your time and participation here today. I want you to remember when we deliberate in a little bit. It's Christopher Herschel sits here. Again, there's your honor job. I have to do. State of Ohio will carry the burden in a little bit in the conference saying that in the final arguments. And I just ask you to look at the evidence. More importantly, the lack of evidence. And when doing so, bystander free, an ordinary person who rely on making the most important decisions in life. When you decide to marry a person, buy a home, have a major surgery, decide to make your life decision. When you do that in life, you gather all those facts. Not just some of them. Just don't gloss over some of them and say, well, I'm not sure, but I'll go ahead and make this decision based upon how much. You know, look at the surgeon. You talk to the doctor. You have multiple tests for him. Sometimes you get a second opinion. What I'm asking you to is to elevate this decision you make and make it with that same standard. I'm confident after you do, with all the evidence. Why am I confident?
Need to change batteries on the one.
I'm surprised you our batteries. All right, Ms. Miles, we have a state.
First, I'm going to start with addressing a few of the things that the defense counsel said that frankly aren't true. Mr. Warren wrongly assumed that he knew what my closing was going to be because of the brief closing that I give first, but he was wrong. I asked you in the opening to follow the money, follow the meth. I'm asking you now, follow the money, follow the meth. Our theory hasn't changed. I knew that this was evidence in this case. I didn't change my point. He also said this association between the two of them is not enough for engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity, but he's actually wrong. When you get your jury instructions, and if you remember the instructions that the judges read, association of two people, that is actually part of the definition of engaging in pattern of corrupt activity. So that association is enough. Now, there is no question, as Mr. Mormon promised in his opening, that you've seen evidence of Wesley Howard working on cars for cash. He promised you that in his opening, he promised you that you would see that, and there's been absolutely no evidence of that. In fact, when he tried to bring that evidence in from Mr. Debo said, no, I don't know. Wesley Howard's never had a job. He's never worked. I've known him for 3 years, been associated with him, bought dope off of him for 3 years. He's never worked. I have no idea what you're talking about. So that truly was promised and not brought into evidence. It's also been said that the only person that somehow magically saw Wesley Howard during the Holtville deal, which would be the October 9th deal, with Steve Debo, MJ, Detective Garvey, when Howard was driving the Jaguar, Mr. Morgan said the only person that magically saw him was MJ. That's actually not true. Mr. Debo testified and told you that he was riding in Wesley Howard's Jaguar with Wesley Howard, that Wesley Howard gave him the dope, that he gave Wesley Howard money. He was in the car, so Steve Debo saw him, MJ saw him, and then Investigator Sanders and Detective Butler both saw him. They saw them outside of the vehicle or after the deal was over at Holtfield, standing behind the Jaguar they had just gotten out of. And you can see them yourselves, because Investigator Sanders took a picture. It states Exhibit 122. You can see them in the picture. They're both standing there at the back of Howard's Jaguar. Steve Debo said, yeah, that's us, right beside Steve's big red Ford pickup truck. So, again, it's not really accurate what was said there. It's also alleged that the time for the pattern of corrupt activity was November 6th, November 9th, November 12th. You'll have the instructions, and it's not the time. The time actually is 2019 through 2022. And while it includes the 3 deals that we talked about there, it also includes other things. And there was other associations other than those 3 things. For example, do you remember Steve Debo telling you he was with Wesley Howard in the White Ford Tourist show when they went to Rite Aid and delivered meth to Christopher Hertzler during that time period? Also, do you remember Debo telling you that the reason that he tried to hook Howard up with MJ is because he owed him an $800 drug debt. And the only person, when MJ said, hey, I need somebody that can fulfill a large amount of meth to my guys in Portsmouth, they want a lot of meth for a long time, Debo said the only person I knew that could fulfill that amount of meth for a long period of time, Howard. Now, everybody, both defense attorneys that questioned Rebecca made a big deal about her doing a lot of meth during the November 6th deal. And was Investigator Sanders happy that she did it? No. But what was the number one, before everything else, the number one goal? Keep Rebecca safe. Rebecca testified that was what Sanders told her was, that's your number one priority, you stay safe. Investigator Sanders told during cross with Mr. Armstrong, said, is it fair to say this is one of your top, one of your number one priorities? And Investigator Sanders said, it is absolutely my number one priority, keep her safe. What they're doing is dangerous, there's no question about that. So, and what was her testimony? She felt afraid. She did not know this guy. On November the 6th was the very first time they'd ever heard of Chris Hertzler. They were sent there because he was somebody else's dude. She didn't know who he was. He's offering them over and over and over a line of meth, so yes, she finally does it. That's the end. Does that mean that the drug deal didn't happen? Does that mean she's a liar? No, it means nothing like that. It means that she was scared. It was the first time she ever met this person, and her number one priority, as it should have been, was for her to stay safe, and she did that. The end. Nobody here knows how they would feel if put in the same situation if they hadn't done that themselves. We don't know what they would do. Now, both Mr. Merriman and Mr. Wagner want to make a big deal out of Tyler Southcombe being here, but wondering where he is not evidence. So them standing up here and going on and on and on about him not being here, that's not evidence. If they wanted to know, they could have asked, but it would have been evidence. Additionally, Mr. South is not the only person that can talk to you about these hand-to-hand drug transactions. In fact, Rebecca sat in that chair while the videos were playing. He stopped it and she told you exactly what was happening as it was happening. And how did she know? Because she's sitting right there too. She's holding one of the reporters. She is right in the middle of it. So that's an inaccurate statement to say that Skylar is the only person that can testify to this. The next thing they were planning to pound on is, well, Detective Butler didn't see this. Detective Butler didn't see that. Detective Butler, was Detective Butler in the room? No. He's sitting in a car and a lot of times driving the entire time. Surveilling the house. He's watching live stream, but you saw the video. Is it a surprise that Detective Butler did not see everything going on that Rebecca saw? Sometimes the video is in the sky, sometimes it's on the ground, sometimes you can tell it's being covered up because, like at the deal on the 16th, when Hurst was accusing them of being paid informants, and everything goes black and pink, and Investigator Sanders said, well, what's happened is they're covering the camera up. Well, they're afraid. So does that mean that if the camera didn't see it, it didn't happen? Okay. Well, if a murder happens tonight and that's not on video, does that mean it doesn't happen and we can't prosecute anybody for it? No, it doesn't mean that. We brought a witness in, Rebecca. She was there for these deals. She sat on that stand. She took an oath that she told you what happened in these deals. Just because the camera didn't pick it up doesn't mean it didn't happen. And just because Butler didn't see it when you watch the video back doesn't mean it didn't happen. The direct evidence that was presented, the videos and the testimony of Rebecca, Investigator Sanders, of Steve Debo, of MJ, of Detective McGarvey, the direct evidence, the testimony and evidence is that these drug deals did take place. Now, Mr. Wagner makes a big deal about Mr. Hertzler not being involved in November 1st or October 9th deal. Now, we agree, that's why he's not charged with those counts. This is not a huge finding. Now, I'm sure that during this trial, there were things mentioned that were developed that were not developed, but left questions in your mind. But be mindful of the judge's instructions. There are often legal reasons for what we are allowed to share with you and what we are not allowed to share. Now, as the judge has instructed you, the evidence and testimony to be considered in this case is what you heard from the witness chair and the exhibits that were admitted into evidence. In considering the testimony and evidence, it's important to remember that nothing the defense attorney said in their questions is evidence. Only the answers from the witness stand are evidence. For an example, when a defense attorney asks a question and he puts in the question what he hopes the answer will be, that's not the answer. The answer is what the witness responds with. Now, for example, Mr. Norman repeatedly went after Steve Debo about what he's getting out of this. What are you getting out of this? You're getting some consideration. You've gotten something. What'd you get? What'd you get? His answer was like, I got 2 felonies and a $10,000 fine and put on probation. I got treated to pick our first offender. I don't know. I didn't get anything. I'm here to tell the truth. Period. Just because you keep repeating what you hope the answer would be does not make it so. The answer is, I got 2 felonies. I got probation. I got a $10,000 fine. I didn't get any special consideration. The judge is the one that sentenced me. Period. That was the answer. Now, also something that not just during the questioning, but also during closing is that Mr. Merriman again said that during the November 12th deal that Hertzler told Skylar and Rebecca, hey, I'm in Dayton with my dude, and then I'll be on my way. That is the testimony was not accurate. Again, you'll have the exhibits, State's Exhibits 30 and 31. This is not accurate. He says, I'm on my way home from Dayton. There is no mention of him being in Dayton with a dude or his dude. Then he says, can you come to Hill Road? and sends the pin. Where's Hill Road? Right down from Mr. Howard's house. So the reason I point this out is because just because they've said it in their question or they've said it in closing does not make it the evidence. The evidence is what you remember. It's what the witnesses testified to, and it's what the exhibits show. Now, one of your main goals, or one of your main jobs as a jury, and it's going to be especially important in this case, is to weigh the credibility of the witnesses. And you use the test that you use in your everyday lives for truthfulness. And you're deciding who's telling the truth every single day. You look at their appearance on the stand, their manner of testifying, the reasonableness of their testimony. You look at their opportunity to see, hear, and know the things they are testifying about. Look at their accuracy of memory, their frankness, their lack of frankness, their intelligence, their interest and bias. And you take that with all the facts and circumstances surrounding their testimony, and then you decide who to believe. Now, I'm just going to talk about a few of the witnesses that you've heard from over the last 2 days. The 3 experts from BCI, pretty dry testimony. They told you about the tests, they presented the meth, they told you what the weight was. What's real handy is they give you reports that tell you exactly how much it weighs, so that when you're making a decision if it's bulk amount, it says on there how many grams, and anything over 3 grams is bulk amount. That's what's most handy about the BCI and their exhibits. Superintendent Tim Davis testified, again, pretty straightforward testimony. FRS Connections is a school, period. And Mr. Herschler has children. He states that it's 125 through 128. Those would be the school records of the children that happen to be in the age frame of the kids that Rebecca described being in the house, teenage boys. Now, following Mr. Davis, Melissa Sponsel testified, and she was here basically just to tell you that State's Exhibit 56, which is the lease that Wesley Howard signed for the property at 7221 Woodland Trail. You know how that spills over. Advised when late on rent, pay this rent in cash, typically now and then she goes certified check. Now, next you heard from MJ Bolton. Now, MJ worked for about a year as a CI for Investigator Sanders. He purchased narcotics from various people. He advised that he made up a story about people wanting a lot of meth. The Portsmouth people told you that it was a pretend story. Investigator Sanders said, yeah, I was aware of what was going on. Again, Rebecca told you, when you're buying dope undercover like this, you're playing a role. You have to get the dealer to want to sell to you. Anyway, he makes contact with Steve Debo. MJ told you that he saw Howard in the Jaguar on October 9th. Now, again, the defense wants you to ignore his testimony and what he did and what he saw, and just focus on the fact that he's getting paid for his work. Well, we all go to work. We all expect to get paid. Even the defense attorneys get paid. Everyone gets paid for their job. If this is MJ's job, he should expect to get paid. If you work at Candlelight, you expect to get paid. You work at Hobart, you expect to get paid. You work at Walmart. Wherever you work, you expect to get paid. I don't understand why us paying our employees is such a big deal. But they would ask that you just don't believe him because he gets paid for his job. Again, MJ sitting in the passenger seat, taking the dope, handing over the money, looking out the window and looking at Howard and his Jaguar when they're talking about the scales. He's in the best position to see and hear and tell you and be able to relay what's going on. You heard from Steve Debo. Again, he was open with you. He said, yeah, I was a drug addict. I led women into trafficking and meth. He was also in the best position to see, hear, and know what was happening on October 9th. He's the one that the deal was set up with. No matter how much Mr. Morgan wants you to believe that he got some great consideration for his testimony, the evidence is it's just not true. I mean, his testimony was, I didn't get any consideration. I got 2 felonies. In fact, the reason that Mr. Debo, if you remember, set up the deal between MJ and Howard is because he owed Howard something. He owed him $800 in drug debt. He owed the state nothing. You heard from Brian Butler, again, relate to you what he did during these deals, the searches, things of that nature. You heard from other law enforcement officers, Detective Antinor, Detective Garvey, everybody that was just there and they watched, they helped do surveillance on vehicles as we were following vehicles out past Howard's house and from different deals and things of that nature. You heard from JKB, who he's the one that entered the house when they moved open the doors. He busted through the window and got cut. It was only in the house a few minutes because he had to have medical attention to be on. You heard from Rebecca. Now, she's a recovering addict. She wasn't shy about that. She said she got 2 years clean. She was open with you about her addiction. She told you about it. She was open about the fact that she received payment for her work. She was literally present for all but one of these deals, sitting right there. She is in the best position to see and hear and retell what happened at these buys. She's actually there doing the deal. Now, the defense has made a big deal out of the fact that she's been paid for her work. But again, it's her job. But we all expect to get paid for our job. It doesn't mean that they aren't honest people. It doesn't mean that she's lying to you. It just means that she got paid. They want you to believe that she wanted children present. She wanted these deals to take place in the school zone to back net more money. But again, remember the testimony. It's Howard and Hertzler, and you'll see it in the text messages. It's Howard and Hertzler who say, "We here, we there. Hey, come to KFC. I've got the dough on the way." You know, they are the ones that determine where they're meeting for these deals. Rebecca had nothing to gain from her testimony. She wasn't getting paid for her testimony today. That question was asked. She didn't know bias. Nothing. This was just a job to her. And then finally, you heard from Investigator Sanders with over 40 years of experience, with a focus on covert drug operations and an expert in illegal drug operations. Again, Investigator Sanders kept detailed notes of his work, kept track of the audio and video recordings, kept track of the buy money, collected the evidence, and he relayed all of that to you. Best of all, it's there so that you guys can look at it yourselves. You can look at the reports that they kept, the surveillance reports, the cash vouchers, those kind of things. Again, he's in an excellent position to see and hear what's going on. He's watching it all. He's right there. When they come out, they talk to him. He keeps up with all the CIs. As Rebecca told you, it's much easier to stay clean when you're working with Investigator Sanders. Now, it's always interesting to see how the defense is going to blame the cops. Cops should have done this, the cops should have done that. They should have gotten satellite images. We should have the recorded phone calls between Howard and Hertzler. It's not possible. It's not happening. Let's ignore the six separate drug deals and the testimony that you have from that, from people that were literally there exchanging money for drugs. Let's ignore that. And let's just look at look what the cops didn't do. Because when all else fails, blame the cops. They didn't arrest Howard and Hertzler immediately after any of these deals. Of course, you know why. That would have blown Rebecca and Skylar's cover and would have put them in danger. That was the testimony. That's why they weren't arrested immediately. They didn't send that bag with the dollar bill on it. They didn't send the Ziploc bag to be tested. What was the testimony? No, we didn't, because BCI won't test it. Who are we going to send it to? BCI is who we send stuff to. If they won't test it, there's nobody else. Next is the dollar bill. Well, you didn't have it fingerprinted, you didn't send it to have it tested for drugs, and you didn't have DNA. Well, it's money. What was the testimony? So what's the evidence? BCI won't test money for anything because it's circulated so much. So that who knows how much DNA, fingerprints, or drugs might be on that dollar. They want you to, they're asking you to rise to that CSI burden of proof that we talked about in jury voir dire. They're wanting to make up evidence that's just not there, and if it's not there, well, it's the cop's fault that it's not there. We're just saying more what did happen. making a big deal about the fact that law enforcement focused on Howard Hertzler, but shouldn't law enforcement focus on the large-scale drug dealers? Howard made himself a target of Hertzler when he showed up at his driveway on November the 6th, and Hertzler said, hey, my dude's here, goes out to the car, 5 minutes later, he's back in with the dope. Howard could have made himself a target of Hertzler. Prior to that day, law enforcement had no idea who Chris Hertzler was. That's the evidence. That was the testimony. This was no targeted investigation. It just happened. When all else fails, it's the cops' fault. Frankly, it would make no difference what evidence was presented. The go-to defense is to ignore how bad Hertzler and Howard are and just blame the cops. It's the yeah, but defense that I talked about yesterday in jury voir dire. Yeah, I did this, but look what Rebecca did. She did the warrant. Yeah, I did this, but look what Investigator Sanders did. He reviewed the phone records and saw that we talked to each other, but he didn't give it to you to look at. The yeah, but defense. Yeah, we did it, but ignore that and look what they did. Look at the elements of the crimes charged. I'm going to talk first briefly about counts 2 and 3. And I call it the part 2 deal because during the deal, this is the November 6th deal at Howard or at Hertzler's house. There's cartoons playing in the background. Or not in the background, you can see them through most of the video because the TV's right in front of you. This is the first time that Rebecca and Skylar meet Hertzler. It's the deal where Hertzler offered them a line and they did a line and then. When they arrived, they had to wait for Hertzler to let them in. And again, while they waited, Rebecca told you that she saw a teenage boy in the house and that he went behind the black curtain. You can see the black curtain in the deal. And that fits with the age of Hertzler's sons based on states that it's 135 through 28. Now they had to wait because Hertzler told them, I've got a little meth on me, but not how much you need. You need more than I have. And he said, I'm just waiting for my dude to get here. My dude's bringing it. And we know from both Rebecca and Investigator Sanders that a person's dude is their supplier. So after a little while, Hertzler, he's watching the surveillance monitor, which is right above the TV in the living room. You guys can see that on the video. He sees a car pull in, he says, hey, my dude's here, you got it? Got the money? Skylar counts the money, he goes outside. Now, when he says, hey, my dude's here, Rebecca, Investigator Sanders, and Detective Butler all tell you the same thing. When he says, my dude's here, the car that pulls in is that very unique, one-of-a-kind, Ford Taurus show that belongs to Wesley Howard that only Wesley Howard can know to drive. It's a car that's extremely identifiable. And you'll have pictures of it. You've heard that testimony repeatedly, so I'm not going to beat on that testimony. And it's the same car that Rebecca said she just bought dope out of 5 days earlier. Now, as soon as the car pulls in, Hertzler says he's here, asks Skylar for the money, Skylar goes out, he comes back in with State's Exhibit 2, which is the methamphetamine. I'm going to ask you when you're deliberating to specifically look at State's Exhibit 64, which is a surveillance report from that time. 1737, I'm sorry, 1727, white car pulling in. And then he describes the car, white Ford Taurus with the windows and license plate backing out at 1732. So the car's there for 5 minutes. It backs out. 5 minutes later, the CI is leaving. So within 10 minutes of the white car pulling in, Mr. Hertzler saying, hey, my dude's here, give me the money, and then the car leaving, the deal is over with. That's pretty good circumstantial evidence, the fact that it came out of that white car. Now, obviously, when a person is selling methamphetamine, he's possessing, I'm not going to go through this elements. You must decide if this is bulking out of meth. And this is really easy, as I said before in these cases, because the DCI reports tell you how much is in each bag. So you just have to match it up to the deal. They tell you how much is in each bag. The jury instructions will tell you the bulk amount of meth is 3 grams. So anytime there's greater than 3 grams, that's greater than bulk amount. And on the jury, on the guilty form, we're gonna find them guilty, and it is greater than bulk amount. And the other thing that you must decide is if there were children present. The direct evidence is Rebecca, who is in the house at the time, saw children. And think to yourself this, there are cartoons playing in that house. Why are there cartoons? Kids watch cartoons. That's good circumstantial evidence that there are kids in the house. And the direct evidence is Rebecca told you. And think to yourselves this, Christopher goes outside to get the note from Wesley Howard. Skylar asks somebody, can I smoke in this house? People smoke in this house. And you hear the response. You know it's not Chris because he's outside. Who Rebecca tell you it was? It was the kid. He asked the kid. That makes sense. The state has proven each element of counts 2 and 3 beyond a reasonable doubt, with the additional finding that it was bulk amount and that it was in the vicinity of the juvenile. And as such, I'd ask that you find them guilty of that. Next, I'm going to talk about the KSC deal, which is counts 4 and 5. Now, this is the November 9th deal. Again, you have the text messages to review, States Exhibits 18 through 27. And, I'm sorry, 18 through 22. No, 27. Now, in these, what you're going to find is that Chris Hertzberg says, I'm headed to get it, and then he says, I got it, I'm on my way back. Now, it's important to remember the testimony and compare that to the exhibits, because the testimony is that Investigator Sanders sees him when he says, I'm headed to get it, I'll be there shortly, go to TSC. Steve Hertzberg passes him, turns around and follows him down 50 to Hill Road. He heads back to
bags that are remaining
his house,
because
Wesley
I
Howard.
know what's on that paper.
5 minutes later,
Even though they just-
after 5 minutes, within 5 minutes of getting there, he's texting Skylar saying, I've got it, I'm meeting you at KFC. Well, now the defense wants you to believe that means nothing. Well, yes it does. Every single time Hertzler meets up with Howard, within 5 minutes he's got the meth. Is that a coincidence? I think not. Again, you have the testimony and you have the map. This is 845 feet from FRS connections, which we know is a school because that's the uncontested testimony of Tim Davis. Now, something that's also specifically special about this deal is that we accidentally shorted them $20. So Skylar had to meet Chris Hertzler at UDF and hand him the $20, which was handy because, and you'll see this in the exhibits, the pictures of Chris Hertzler's face at UDF are perfect. And if they want you to say, well, you don't have any hand-to-hand of drugs, you don't have that on videos. Ladies and gentlemen, use your common sense. Why are we meeting these people in random parking lots, giving them money, obviously shorting them money, and then having to meet them at other places to give them the rest of the money? Again, there will be no question that when you look at States Exhibit 3, which is the BCI report from this deal, that this meth weighs 6.98 grams, and therefore is over bulk amount. And this was in a school zone 825 feet from FRS connections. I'm going to ask that you find them guilty with both specifications. Next are counts 6 and 7, and this is the deal. They refer to it as the pin deal. I refer to it as a stop sign deal because it took place at a stop sign. Hertzler sends Rebecca a pin. She follows it. He gets out, he pulls up behind them, Skylar gets out, they exchange the meth, and then Skylar starts complaining about the cost because the meth that they're buying is expensive. In fact, Investigator Sanders told you the meth that he bought from Wesley Howard was the most expensive meth that he's bought in Highland County in 400 meth bottles. And Skylar starts complaining to personally. You're taxing me. I know who your dude is, and your dude charging me too much, you're taxing me. I know you gotta make some, but this is ridiculous. Person says, I'm not making anything. And I know what you mean. I hear that complaint from a lot of people. Well, if you hear that complaint from a lot of people, it must be because you guys are selling dope to a person. He doesn't deny, person doesn't deny that he's getting this meth from somebody else. He agrees that it's expensive, and they have a lot of customers that are complaining about that. Then Hertzler leaves and he goes back the way he came. Now, investigator Sanders, by this time, yeah, you can follow your gut. You can follow a hunch, and he does. And he goes the direction. So the deal takes place here. Hertzler goes back the way he came. So he goes back. Investigator Sanders goes this way, right to Howard's house, and who's there within 3 minutes of leaving the deal? Hertzler. Again, within 5 minutes of being around Howard, there's meth. That's not a coincidence. That's evidence that he's a drug dealer and that he's supplying Hertzler with the drugs. Now, again, you must make that the additional finding that this is greater than bulk amount, it states in the 5 is the BCI report. It's going to show you how much meth this time, and it was 13.9 grams that time. So definitely greater than bulk amount of grams. Now it counts 8 and 9. And this is a deal with only Hertzler. This is the "Are you a cop?" deal. That's what I call it. He accuses them of being paid informants, and there's a big long discussion about Lexi and this and that. It's the last deal because Hertzler obviously was suspecting them of working with the cops, and their safety is an issue. They're done. Most of the deal was spent with Hertzler telling the 2 of them that he had heard that Skylar and Rebecca were working with the cops. Again, during this deal, Rebecca tells you there were young teenage boys in the home. They go behind that curtain and play video games or something. Now, you again must make the additional finding that the meth in this case was equal to or exceeding bulk amount. Look at State's Exhibit 7. It's going to tell you the BCI report, 6.87 grams. And again, you make the additional finding that this was in the vicinity of a juvenile because Hertzler's teenage sons, again, were in the home. Again, the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Christopher Hertzler trafficked in meth in the vicinity of a juvenile and possessed that meth on his original. Now next are counts 10 and 11. This is the Kroger deal, the November 1st deal, when Rebecca sets up a deal on text message and Facebook Messenger, and you heard the deal but didn't see it because she was afraid to take the video camera with her, so she reported it. The video camera got a picture of the defendant's very unique whiteboard for a show. But you heard the deal, and this is the deal where the defendant tells Rebecca, she says, "Hey, don't judge me. I'm an addict. I need this meth, blah, blah, blah." He says, "I'm not judging you. I'm the one selling this stuff. How do you think I paid for this car?" And then he does a line of meth and does it off with $1 bill. And she brought that $1 bill because for Rebecca, for some reason, the 8-ball is a lot cheaper than it is for everybody else. But for her, it's $150. So she only has 20, so she gives him $160. He gives her $10 and change to buy her 5 ones, and uses one of those ones for the store line and nothing. And you're going to see that. And she told you in the testimony, yeah, this is it because it's folded like a taco. You can see in the picture the rest of the dollar bills are folded in half, like we would expect to carry in our pocket. That one's folded like this, like a taco. The slit the crease is clear down the dollar bill rather than this way, it's clear down. It is unique. Again, you must make the additional findings that it's above bulk amount. Again, you will have the State's Exhibit 9 showing that it weighed 3.5 grams, so was greater than bulk amount. Finally, counts 12 and 13, and this is the Holtfield deal that started at Holtfield and ended at Holtfield, but the deal actually took place on Johnson Street. This is the deal that MJ set up with Steve Debo in order to start a relationship between MJ's Portsmouth people and Devo's supplier. You'll all remember that McGarvey was the driver of this vehicle. Steve comes over and he hands the note to MJ. MJ hands him the money. Steve turns around and asks Leslie in the Jaguar, "Hey, you got any scales?" No. Steve's testimony to you is that he got the meth from Wesley Howard, and then when he got back in the car, he handed the money to Wesley Howard. And obviously, Wesley broke him because Wesley doesn't go very far from his money or his meth. That's what Steve's testimony was. He stayed for his money where the meth was. And that fits with what you've seen in this case. Every single time. November 6th, he comes out. First Star has to bring him the money before he'll give him the meth, and then he brings the meth back in. November 12th, he's only, First Star's less than a quarter mile from Howard when that deal takes place. Wherever Howard's meth is, where his money is, he's not far from it. And wherever he is, the meth is delivered to RCIs within 5 minutes of him being there. Now, again, look at State's Exhibit 74 for this particular deal, the October 9th deal, the Holtville deal. You'll have the amount, 14 grams of meth is what he bought that day. So greater than 3 grams, greater than bulk amount. Now, when you read the jury instructions, pay close attention to the conspiracy or the complicity instruction. And remember the example of the getaway driver in the bank robbery scenario, the scenario that we talked about yesterday during voir dire. When bank robber 1 goes into the bank, and bank robber 2 is sitting in the car, and he's just the driver, but bank robber 1 shoots the person in the bank. Bank robber 2 is now complicit in that person's murder because they're working together, so everything one does, the other is just as complicit for. Read your instructions and rely on them. That is what the law says. So every time that Hertzler took dope from Howard and delivered it to somebody else, Howard is equally as guilty for him selling that dope as Hertzler is. Now, let's look at the engagement pattern of correct activity. So the best way to describe this the best way to describe this is as a spider web. And to prove it, we have to prove that the defendants did, while they were employed or associated with an enterprise, conduct or participate directly or indirectly the affairs of the enterprise through the pattern of correct activity. So the defendants, Howard and Hertzler, no question, they're associated with each other. The enterprise includes an association of persons that includes unlawful as well as lawful activities. This is specifically in your jury instructions. These two are associated, there's really no question. There have been several instances in which Hertzler refers to Howard as his dude or his supplier. These two participated by performing activities necessary or helpful to the enterprise. Corrupt activity by law in your jury instructions includes trafficking in methamphetamine. Now next you have to determine if the total proceeds is greater than $1,000. And we've been over this, but I'm going to tell you again. The total of the deals 1 through 7, $1,180. You'll have the vouchers, the cash vouchers, so you don't have to take my word for it. You can add them up yourself. $1,180. In counts 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, each of these deals, Hertzler makes contact with Skyler, tells him he has to get the dough, or with Skyler and Rebecca, tells them he has to get the dough, or wait for his dude to bring the dough, and then Howard shows up, or Hertzler goes to his house, and as soon as Hertzler returns to RCIs, he's got the dough and he takes the money. Now we know there are more than just Skyler and Rebecca that are customers because again, at the November 12th deal, when Skyler starts complaining about the price, Hertzler's response is, yeah, we have a lot of customers that complain. And we know that Howard's the man with dough because when Devo needs a large amount of dough, who does he call? The one person that he knows can fulfill Devo. It also shows Howard's pattern to stay close to his money and his net. He follows the net or the money. He stays with it. That's why Debo was driven to the deal on October 9th. That's why Firstler's never too far from Howard when he makes a deal with Skyler. That's why Howard sits in his driveway until he gets the money in the November 6th deal. Engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity is a spider web, and it gets bigger and bigger, and it encompasses everything that it comes into contact with. This is Howard's business, and he admits that he's a drug dealer on November the 1st of 2020. And Hertzler is furthering that business. He's delivering Howard's meth and collecting the money. The direct evidence is, from Investigator Sanders, yes, they had contact daily in phone calls. And this business, well, this is good. So good that at Howard's house, law enforcement finds the notebooks of other known drug users with numbers beside their names. The Investigator Sanders told you is typical of somebody that's selling dope and how much they're owed. But that's what he sees in his experience in 40 years. They find the money counter. Only the second time that Investigator Sanders has seen one of those in 40 years of narcotics investigations. They find scales that are commonly used to weigh narcotics. They find titles to vehicles and keys to vehicles, and yet Howard hasn't filed a tax return in years. When Rebecca asks him on November the 1st, where are you working to pay for a car like this? He doesn't answer. Because the answer is drug dealer. Steve Debo, when they tried to get him to say, yeah, he fixes up cars, what Steve said, I've never known him to work. Known him for 3 years, he's never been a lick. Investigator Sanders, we drove by his house regularly during this investigation. He was always home. And Howard admits, in the November 1st deal, he admits to Rebecca, not only does he admit that he's a drug dealer, but then he says, and how do you think I bought this car? He's buying vehicles with drug money. That's his job. Once you find that he purchased these vehicles with drug money, the forfeiture is easy. Plus, he uses them during the drug deals. He uses the Ford Taurus, the Taurus, the show, the white car, the car that Rebecca says is pimped out. He uses that, and he uses the Jaguar during the deal. Ladies and gentlemen, when you look at all the evidence and you look at everything that these two are doing together, it's easy to come to the conclusion that they are engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity and that they're guilty of that corrupt activity. Again, the state's not required to prove a motive, but the motive here is easy. It's money. What I tell you in my opening, they're accumulating assets without working. Remember, $2,600 is what we paid. That's what they made in about 2 hours of work. And that is just our informants. Not to mention all the customers that they have that are also complaining about being taxed. Now, the state must prove each and every element of the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And both defense counsel have harped on this reasonable doubt. And they would ask you to expand reasonable doubt to be some gigantic burden of proof that is completely overwhelming and can never be achieved. That's not what the law says. It's the decisions that you make in your everyday life. Do you want to make a decision for surgery in your everyday life? No. Mr. Wagner is asking you to make this even higher than it is. He's asking you to make the law insurmountable. It isn't that. If for what Mr. Wagner wants you to believe it is, no one would ever be able to make such a decision. The legal, real standard of reasonable doubt and what's in your jury instructions, what the law is doubt based on reason and common sense. Not some, I believe, surgeon and a second opinion decision. It's doubt based on reason and common sense. And it is your everyday life decisions. That's what your instructions say. Let's talk about buying a car. Not something I do every day, but it is something everybody at some point has done. So, say you shop around and you collect evidence. No different than things at third jury trial. You want a red SUV and you find one. The odometer says 50,000 miles. And you balance this up and the payments are only going to be $350 a month and your budget allows for $400 a month. Now this vehicle is everything you want in a car. All the evidence points to you buying a car. And of course you decide to buy it. Now, there is some remote imaginary doubt that this is not the perfect car for you, but reasonable doubt. Doubt based on reason and common sense has been overcome. And you buy the car. Of course you buy the car, because the evidence is there. That's reasonable doubt. It's not your job to look for reasonable doubt. If it were present, it would have presented itself. It doesn't present itself here. In this case, reasonable doubt. Doubt based on reason and common sense, using the decision-making you use in your everyday lives, that has been overcome. The state has proven each crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, the state has proven each element of each crime in this case. It took law enforcement agencies almost a year to follow the myth and follow the money. But following the evidence to Wesley Howard and Christopher Hertzberg, it is not a coincidence that every time Howard shows up, the meth shows up. I'm asking you now that you follow the meth, you follow the money, you look at that spider web and have it encompass everything. Review the evidence, all of it. And using your common sense and your logic, you come to the only logical conclusions that make sense in this case. And that's to find them both guilty of all counts. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're closing arguments, council wishes. I'm fighting for instructing again on evidence and not be considered deliberation. I'm going to instruct your council conduct deliberation very verdict when you reach your reality limit and consideration simply of prejudice, your duty to carefully weigh all the evidence and decide all the disputed questions of fact by the instruction of court for findings and make your verdict accordingly. Failing these duties, you must arrive at your efforts must be arrived at a just verdict, consider all the evidence and use your common sense, and make findings with intelligence, partiality, without any bias, sympathy, or prejudice, so the state defendants will feel that their case is fairly and partially tried. Now, if during the course of the trial, of course, anything you think is an indication on view of the facts, the case in general, instruction, disregard it. I bring it up simply because of a story that well, it's not a story, I experienced it. I had a client who had been on a jury, and I asked this client, I said, I tried a case, and I said, tell me, how did the jury come to a conclusion? And what goes into that process? Because I've never been a juror, probably never will. And this client said, well, we just kind of watched the judge and listened to what he said about the case and his rulings, we figured that's the way we should go. Well, that's not it at all. The judge is not making any decision. My decisions are based on law, and they're not expressing position for the parties. Because the court has no right to interfere with that, right? Which is your duty. Now, upon commencing deliberations, is a matter of great importance. You're not obliged to immediately express a determination or insist upon a certain verdict, because if your sense of pride is aroused, you may hesitate to change your position and decide later that you may be or are wrong. Consult one another, consider each other's views, deliberate with the objective of reaching agreement, and do so without disturbing your individual judgments. You each must decide the case for yourself. You should do so only after discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow juror. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if you feel that it is wrong. However, you should not surrender an honest conviction in order to be congenial or render a verdict solely because of the opinions of the other juror. Not to discuss and consider the subject of punishment, if that can find either defendant guilty, the duty to determine punishment is placed by law upon the court. And when you first return, go to the jury room, the first function should be to select one of your members of the foreperson, and that person will preside over your deliberations, but does not have any greater power, nor does that person's vote have any greater importance than anyone else's. The foreperson serves the purpose of helping you conduct your deliberations in an orderly manner, give each juror an opportunity to express your opinions. The court will place in your possession most of the exhibits in the verdict forms, and the foreperson will retain those and return them to the court. Now, you're not going to have all of the exhibits that were identified or mentioned. Not all of them were actually offered or admitted, and you're only going to have those that were admitted into the evidence. However, those exhibits that are alleged to contain methamphetamine, as well as USB exhibits, you will not have in your possession. If you need to view those or listen or view any of the recordings, then you send us a note and we'll reassemble to play that for you if that's necessary. Also, when you're looking at the exhibits, don't open any sealed exhibits. It's just to make sure there's nothing in there like that cause any problem. Now, until your verdict is open, and announced open court, you're not to disclose to anyone the status of deliberations or the nature of your verdict. Now, this being a criminal case, before it's said that you reach a verdict, it's necessary for all 12, and I'll repeat that, all 12 of you to agree on a verdict. And you will have in the jury room, in addition to the exhibits and the instructions that I read to you earlier, separate verdict forms for each defendant. Now, defendant Howard's charged in count 1 through 7 and 10 through 14, and defendant Purser's charged in counts 1 through 9. Those will be in separate packets, and I have the names marked on my head to make up the corrections before I'll send this back in. Now, verdict form. What they will have is will be the name of the defendant, case number, and a verdict. It'll say what the charge is in the ORC section. And this one is for count 1 for Howard, and it would read, the jury having been duly panel sworn by the defendant, Leslie A. Howard, and there's blank space, and there's instructions below that with a couple asterisks saying assert guilty or not guilty, which is whatever your finding is. And then it goes on to say, engage in a pattern of corrupt activity, first degree felonies, and stand charged with count 1 indictment. Now, there are additional findings on some of the other counts. Counts 2 and 8 is aggravated trafficking methamphetamine, and it would read that we, the jury, having been duly panel sworn by the defendant, and the blank space for either guilty or not guilty of aggravated trafficking in drugs, is stand charged with count 2. Then first additional finding, the verdict is guilty, and that's where we make the finding whether the amount involved was or was not methamphetamine. Those are in parentheses. You'll either circle the one that's your finding or strike out the one that's not. We'll just indicate what you're finding. And count 2 has a second additional finding whether the offense was or was not committed in the vicinity of June. There are also additional findings. There's the same additional finding in every count as to the amount. And then as to count 4, there is a second additional finding as to whether the offense was or was not committed in the vicinity of school. And then I believe count 8, I'm going through there, I think. No, that's okay. I think that's it. But there are 2 that have additional findings. Count 4, and okay. 2 has a second additional finding as to 2 and 8. Now, you are to each then, after you make a decision, sign the verdict form because, and each of you have to sign it in ink, because that is your indication that you have agree on the verdict. If it's not your verdict, then you cannot sign it, and until all 12 are signed, there is no verdict. Your signature indicates that you concur in that verdict as that particular count. Each of the verdict forms leaves each count for each defendant. Now, normally I don't instruct the jury on how to what order to consider separate counts of the indictment, but in this case, you cannot return a verdict of guilty as to either defendant as to count 1 until and unless you found either defendant guilty of 2 or more other counts in the indictment which are charged that occur on separate dates. And further found that the total proceeds or the combination of those counts or value of the contraband or the property illegally sold or possessed in the combination of violations exceeds $1,000 as to that defendant. So therefore, you'll need to consider and reach verdicts on counts 2 through 13 first. If and only if verdicts of guilty have been found as 2 or more of the other counts of the indictment as to the defendant, and value of that contraband involved in those counts is over $1,000, can you consider whether the state's proven either defendant guilty of count 1. As I previously stated, the aggravated trafficking of methamphetamine and the even counts of the indictment and the odd number of counts of aggravated possession alleged to have occurred on the same day are alternative counts, not cumulative. Therefore, they count as one incident only. You can only consider the value of one of the even or odd number of counts if you find the defendant guilty on both of those. There's only one amount of counts from both of those counts. So if you find both defendants guilty of any aggravated trafficking or aggravated possession, the total must be calculated as each defendant separately. So the verdict form for counts 2 to 13 have the words alleged value on them for the purpose of assisting you in doing that calculation if, as to the value sold or possessed for purposes of determining the verdict as to count 1. And again, only if you found either or both that's guilty of any of those counts for no other purpose. You deliberate in the courtroom rather than in the jury room is to help the process, and during your deliberations be charged with bailiffs to ensure the deliberations are uninterrupted, and we will move ourselves, arm off all of our stuff in the courtroom, and leave it to you. Now, bailiffs can't answer questions about the case. If you have a question or request, write it down, knock on the door over here, to my left, and give that note to the bailiff, and the bailiff will give it to me, and that consult with the attorneys will determine what response I can give you and turn it in writing. Once you reach the verdict, you'll knock on the door and inform the bailiffs, and then we'll return to the courtroom and see the verdict. Now, all of you have been very patient. It's been a long day. We appreciate your attention, and been very good attention during the entire day. Had not to waste your time. We told originally we thought it would be 3 days, and turned out to be the end of the second day. So the attorney done an excellent job of getting that done and presenting the case expeditiously. And we appreciate that. Now, I'm going to give you a couple additional instructions. Once we leave, the first thing I want you to do is elect a foreperson to preside. And that person will be the one to write the notes down or write it down and send communication to the court. Then I want you to make a decision as to one of 3 options. You've had a long day, and you're not under any pressure to get this done tonight. I'm going to leave that up to you. I always leave the question of deliberations up to the jurors. How long you want to stay, because we do have 3 options. Tell me which one you want. You decide to go ahead and start your deliberations, or you can ask them, instead of starting immediately, since it's about almost 6 o'clock, you want to go out and eat on your own, take about 45 minutes to an hour, and come back around 7 o'clock, deliberate for a period of time. Do that. So that's option 1. Second option is that I can order pizza, breadstick, salad. I've got a menu from Point for Exchange, and I've just limited the selections of things that I know they get to us probably within 30 to 40 minutes, along with some drinks. And you can go ahead and deliberate a little lunch to eat while you're deliberating. Or the third option is if you wish to adjourn for the evening, come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, start your deliberations, do that. I'll let you folks decide that. Because again, I don't want to pressure you into doing anything. No pressure to get this done in any particular time. There's no budget on time. You will take as much time as you need to make a decision. So after you elect your foreperson, you can make that decision and then let me know. If your decision is to adjourn and go home, or to take a recess for an evening meal on your own, I will need to give you the instructions, but that will take a couple minutes. So do that, we'll come back in. So on council parties, just stick around. Find out what now, is there anything further, council?
There you go.
All right, council will take all your other things. And also, I do have a computer up here, but you're not allowed to access it. Not allowed to have any electronic. There's nothing in there bad, trust me. You're just not allowed to be able to communicate with the outside world. And it does have email.
You're on my approach?
So, just a minute. Don't use that, and the phones will all need to be turned into bailiff or don't need to do that yet. All right, now, before we all leave, yes, Mr. Morgan,
Just briefly.
All right, now, Ms. Schultz and Ms. Reinheimer, you are done for the evening, but you're not released from duty. You're still under the same instructions that I gave you yesterday, because in the event that during deliberations, either this evening or tomorrow, if that happens, and one of the jurors should be unable to continue, then we will call we'll call you first, Ms. Schultz, and then you next, Ms. Reinheimer, to come in. I've had it happen twice. So it doesn't happen often, but it has happened. So we're not to discuss the matter with anyone, not read or listen or view anything about it, whether it be any kind of traditional media or on social media. Don't talk about anyone, don't talk about anything in the case, express no opinions or decisions about it. I know that's hard, because you're gonna think, well, I wonder if this is what I'm gonna do, but in order to reach a verdict, you have to do that collectively with other jurors, so until, you can call the vote that the jury's reached a verdict, you're under those obligations. And so, it gives a little uncertainty for tomorrow, because if you go to work, you know, we may have to call you to come in, so, you know, just, we do have your cell phone numbers. All right, now, council and parties will vacate the room, please, and, give the jury a chance.
You can go with Mr. Hodson, alternate jurors, go with Mr. Hodson.
Council, this is the version that I corrected.
I just want to make sure I keep the correct question first. 937.
You got it right, I got it wrong.
Hey, Dan.
Yes.
This stuff is not allowed to stay in the jury room.
Okay, that's these things, is that correct?
It's been.
The numbers, there's 5 trustees. Yes, sir. We have your cell phones to get a hold of you.
Yeah, I'm going to turn it off. I want you to find me.
I think we have your cell phone.
You got,
all right.
we'll turn it over.
Let's see, that's these. That's okay.
Does anybody want to speak?
Did anybody leave? Okay, I'll lock you all in.
Yeah. Is it okay to sit in here?
Yes.
Like a thought.
I'll just be here. One volunteer. I'll second. I think he does like to talk.
Sure ain't gonna be anything, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is real comfy.
Here we go. So we've got our 3 options. How's everybody feeling with 3 options? We
There was 3 options. The first one is.
Hold on just a second. Hold on just a second. We've got to shut all this down, so.
Shut her down.
Yeah, we was.